Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 5 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the DC Universe with the Avatar The Last Airbender system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 93, Saving the World Ain't Easy Part 2. General P.O.V. A few minutes earlier. The steps were light. Not at all hurried or heavy. A blond man dressed in a green shirt, jeans, and boots stopped in front of a shield of green energy, pulsing with power. His smile stretched out into an arrogant smirk as his eyes speared through the last-ditch effort at protection the shaman had employed. The elderly shaman was holding his cane tightly as he made eye contact with the stranger. No. Not a stranger. The man was none other than the outsider that had arrived in the village a week before. The shaman's eyes widened in unmitigated surprise. You? He asked the man. Guy Lisbon's smile widened some more. Me. He stated, running his eyes along the bubble shield that extended to cover the whole village. Vines crept up along its surface, strengthening it even further. Lisbon sighed. Is this how you treat your guests? To be honest, I am feeling very unwelcomed. The archaeologist said, slowly walking around. The older shaman swallowed his fear and stepped up. I know what you are. A demon from the lowest pits of hell. The shaman spit to the ground in disgust. Touch the shield and you will feel the full wrath of nature strike back. No one, not even you, can survive that. Lisbon raised his hands, pulling back. He laughed uneasily. Trust me, old chap, I am not that stupid to not heed your warnings. He sincerely said. His voice took on a sudden change. So why not cut this game of cat and mouse and just pull down the shield? I promise you no harm will come to you and your people. I just need to access the hub real quick and then I'll be out of your hair. Mage? What do you say? Lisbon offered. The shaman looked behind him. He could see the faces of the gathered villagers staring at him in hope. He was their only source of strength right now. Something he couldn't be. The shaman felt his heart break as he chose duty above family. Above clan. Above his own blood. Some of the older villagers understood his dilemma and offered him looks of determination. It was a silent confirmation. One that he needed more than they knew. It was then decided. They weren't backing down even if it meant forfeiting their lives. Bite me. The old shaman said testily. Lisbon's eyes widened at being caught off guard by the answer. A laugh escaped his mouth. The archaeologist laughed for a few more seconds before rising up while wiping away tears from the corner of his eyes. Bloody hell. That was very funny. That was something, old chap. He straightened up, clearing his throat. Tell me something, you're the anchor holding this shield together, right? The shaman refused to reply. He could only hope that the young warrior would be back to save them all before the demon breached the protective dome. Your silence is answer enough. Lisbon smirked. A bad feeling started blooming inside the shaman's heart. Where are you? He wondered in his head. And so I'm thinking that if I take you down, then the shield will naturally come down. There are no other guardians of the green among you. Lisbon stated before adding, I made sure of that. The shaman felt his heart break again as the hope he harbored that maybe his brother and nephew were alive got shattered. He forced himself to put on a strong front. You'll pay for that demon. That much I assure you. The shaman bit out in gritted teeth. The demon rolled his eyes. Oh please, how many threats do you think I've heard over the millennia? Now where was I? Oh yes. If I were to. Lisbon flicked a hand. The shaman felt a sudden sensation of heat followed by mind-numbing pain assault his chest. He looked down and saw a spearhead sticking out of his chest. He couldn't believe it. What had just happened? He craned his neck behind him and saw the spear that had dealt him a mortal wound, held by one of the villagers, an old friend of his. His eyes, in fact all of their eyes, were unfocused. The green shield shimmered before breaking apart into green motes of light. The shaman couldn't maintain the energy. Without an anchor, all the energy fell apart. The shaman lost control of his motor functions and fell to his knees, his hands grasped the spear. Blood escaped his mouth. If he could only remove the weapon, he could use the green to try and heal himself. There was a chance that it would turn him into something other than human, but... Nah. None of that. Now, just close your eyes and fucking die, okay? The soft but sinister voice of the demon sounded, stepping closer to him. You! The shaman wheezed out, giving the demon the most hateful glare he could muster. The demon rolled his eyes. Yes. Me. I took control of the minds of your people. None of them are naturally protected from telepathic intrusion by the green like you after all. The demon crouched before him and sighed. I warned you, this was how it would turn out. He patted the injured man on his shoulders, further causing more pain. It was a proof of the old man's resilient life force that he hadn't died yet. Blood was pouring out of his wound like a broken faucet. I feel like giving you something before you die, though. Lisbon clapped his hands and jumped to his feet in a dramatic fashion. I know! I'll tell you how I accomplished all of this, he said in excitement before turning back to address the slowly dying man. The shaman knew he had to do something, and luckily it looked like the demon was preoccupied. The aged shaman reached into the earth, touching the ground with a bloodied hand. He was sending a desperate plea. A plea to the real champion of the green. Please! You see, demons come in many variations. You humans don't really know the difference. Can't blame you, he shrugged, though I'm very insulted that you confused a demon lord of my standing with your run-of-the-mill Lilims. His black eyes turned more menacing as a cruel glint appeared on them. The shaman felt a palm land on his shoulder and squeeze. His clavicle cracked and the pain he felt was hellish, though it was nothing compared to the spear through his chest. He groaned and tried to look up, establishing eye contact with his torturer. That's for your earlier disrespect, and in case you haven't figured it out. I'm the one keeping you alive. I like keeping things simple. So although you're in my presence, none of that bowing crap. Call me Mammon. A cold shiver ran down the aged man's spine. That name. About keeping you alive, I can't have you dying on me before I tell you how I carried out my plans now, can I? You see, I need an unbiased opinion. He chuckled, waving his hand at the other villagers. And there's a short of that currently. And I know. Monologuing is bad taste. I'm wasting precious time when I could be getting this over with. But this is needed. The shaman could feel himself slipping away only to be jerked back to reality every once in a while by Mammon. He never stopped calling for help. And in one instance, he felt something answer him. Something that felt massive. Something that had the same energy signature as the power running through generations of shamans. Lend, strength. A slap pulled him out of his thoughts. Hey, old chap. I can't keep on doing this, asking you to pay attention. If you drift off again into that little noggin of yours, I'll start killing people. The statement was said in a way that showed he wasn't lying. Mammon straightened up, clearing his throat in the process. So there I was, chilling in my palace down under. Some bloke comes in and says, Lucy's gone. The big bad himself, mate. So everybody's like, time to take over the kingdom now that the king has abandoned his castle. I laughed at their stupidity. The throne of hell has a huge spotlight being shown over it. Everybody's clamoring to have a piece of it, but they don't realize just how high profile and dangerous to their health it is. Mammon suddenly went silent while looking off into one direction. Had Aiden been there, he would have felt the telepathic fluctuations coming off the demon in waves. He was an even much stronger telepath than Miss Martian. Well, hello, there. I can't have you interfering so up to dreamland with you bunch. A shockwave blasted out through the mental realm and Miss Martian quickly marshaled all her skills and power to keep her teammates and her from being turned into vegetables. The most she could do was block the worst of it, which still led to everybody in the link being rendered unconscious. A second later, a light appeared in the sky, roiling uncontrollably in the air before it slammed into the ground, creating a groove under it. The bioship had not been spared either. Interesting. Mammon said, parsing through the memories of the junior squad, casually. The mental walls put up by Miss Martian were nothing in front of his millennia of skill. He turned his attention to the shaman. A large pool of blood was already under him and the old man felt cold. Darkness was creeping on the edge of his vision. He felt something pull him back from death. Anyway, with no supervision, I went off on a completely different direction. Why contest for a realm with so many greedy bastards, when I could take the opportunity and create my very own kingdom? Luckily, I had foreseen this and ensured a countermeasure for when I got the chance to escape. You see, this body comes from a long line of half-breeds, suitable for possession with no chances of rejection. It truly feels like home. You can thank Solomon for that, by the way. Bastard thought he could shackle me like he did the others forever, but, millennia ago, I hatched this plan. And now the world is going to be mine. Mammon laughed cheerfully before continuing with his explanation. I whispered words of hope to Lisbon on how to get his malady treated. He couldn't understand that the changes his body was showing was just his blood reacting to his hidden heritage. So he came here at my behest. Seizing control of a second-rate demon like Nemeth was child's play. I simply pointed him to your village, promising an all-you-could-eat buffet. Lisbon, under my guidance, led your village warriors and shamans to me, where I had set a trap. Fast forward to me taking their souls and turning them into undead that follow my every command. I knew I had to thin out the herd some more. So I reached out to your nephew, stoking his ego, hate and impatience, both to deliver a fresh meal to my underling for all the work he'd put in and to subtly steal another shaman from you. You might not be powerful individually, but having nature act as your battery is bloody annoying. I've fought bastards like you before. The rest is history. A brief silence dominated the area. Now what? The old man wondered. Take rest. Suddenly he felt the ground rumble. A surge of vines, stronger than any he could create, broke through the earth, forming into the shape of a huge hulking humanoid figure. The champion, the shaman realized, hope blooming inside him. Mammon cocked his head to the side with an easy smile on his face. Well, well, well. I was thinking you wouldn't show up, champion of the green. That's when the shaman realized it had all been a plan to stall until Swamp Thing arrived. Chapter 94, Saving the World Ain't Easy, final part. Was listening to no diggity as I wrote this. General P.O.V. A mad cackling rang out through the already strange scene of over 100 people standing expressionless, one bleeding man, a green monster made up of vines, and a man with all black eyes. The green behemoth with red eyes surveyed the scene, taking note of the bleeding shaman who had been responsible for calling him, the villagers, and the demon in front of him. After forming his own conclusions, Swamp Thing didn't waste any time. His upper body grew taller, looming threateningly over the only white guy in the vicinity. He pulled his green hands back and shot them towards Mammon. The latter simply smiled, looking unworried at the attack bearing down on him. The vine snapped taut over his body, constricting him like dozens of pythons. Bones broken, flesh was mashed into a red paste. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, but the smile never disappeared. If anything, he started laughing. You are a vile creature. Your energy corrupts and nature abhors you. I shall enact my punishment. A rumbling voice sounded out of the Swamp Thing, filling the area with the aura of power. With a bloody smile, Mammon's eyes turned vicious. So nice of you to join the party. I was wondering how long I would have to keep the old fellow from hitting the bucket. Now that you're here, we can finally start. With a flex of power, black flames sprang out of his broken form, burning all the vines apart in one move. A shockwave exploded out of him, blasting away the other vines about to come into contact with his body. The villagers were also blown away, falling on top of each other like tumbling weeds. Vines formed into a cocoon around the aged shaman who for some reason was yet to die. In response to Mammon's attack, Swamp Thing anchored himself onto the ground. Mammon softly landed and raised a hand. Silence dominated the whole village, disturbed only by the shaman's wheezing. Swamp Thing tried to move and found himself immobilized. What What sort of power? The champion of the green gasped in shock. He couldn't feel the connection he had with the green. A red light started shining on the ground, forming an intricate pentagram below Swamp Thing. Mammon smiled. As if time was rewinding, loud cracking noises sounded out of his body. The broken leg with a bone showing was fixed, along with every injury he had sustained from Swamp Thing's attack. The blood disappeared and the clothes were fixed. Following the action, over a dozen villagers fell down with a gasp. Their bodies turned gray and aged in front of the shaman, and Swamp Thing's eyes turned to shrunken corpses in a macabre fashion. "Ah," he moaned. "That feels good," he said, referring to the stolen life force he had used to heal himself. Although the man known as Alec Holland was no more, Swamp Thing still remembered his life as a human. So to see the casual murdering of men, women, and kids filled him with anger. He tried to access the green only to bounce off a wall. The pentagram circle below him pulsed with light in response to his actions. "Trust me, that won't work. What you're looking at is a mystical locking field inspired by one of your greatest wizards, Solomon himself. You have no hope of breaking through it. Now, I suppose I have stalled long enough. Here's the deal, old pal, I need something you have." He stopped, closing his palm. Upon opening it, a dark red-colored ball of energy was floating above it. "This is a little experiment of mine. In simple times it's like the flag I need to plant to claim possession of this world. I thought I only needed the hub of green located here, but then found out it's just one room. You could sense my virus trying to take control and simply cut it off from the rest of the house, which in this case is the planet, but I thought to myself, if I had the key, it would be much easier. Your connection to the green is ever-present, usually, and all-encompassing, meaning I can use you to infect the whole planet, remaking it in my own image. That's some biblical stuff right there, mate. Now hold still." Mammon reached out a hand towards Swamp Thing's huge green chest. The vine started unraveling, revealing a pale body inside the champion of the green. Swamp Thing's mouth opened in a wordless scream. He was being unmade. A whistling sound rang out suddenly. Mammon leaned his head backwards, his eyes wide in shock and heart hammering by how fast he had come close to losing his head. A thin trail of blood ran down his scruffy beard. The ground broke apart to his right, under the figure that had appeared suddenly. "TCH, I was aiming for your neck." The figure rose up to his full height, twirling the blade in his hands with an uncanny skill. The shaman on the ground struggled to open his eyes when he heard the voice. He was here. He had finally arrived. Now the old man could die happy. A smile appeared on his face and he let go. Aiden looked at the fallen shaman and sighed. "Old man, I'm sorry I was too late. But..." He turned his gaze towards the demon. A serious and determined look on his face. "I promise you, I'll make him pay," he said, while thinking of a strategy. He couldn't hold back any of his abilities right now. That meant he was using everything. His full power. Mammon was powerful. He would rate him Superman level. On his way here, he had felt the aura being wantonly released by the demon, and it was scary. Despite all his powers, Aiden wasn't sure he could take him down. But he knew he had no choice. It was either win this mismatched fight or the world would draw the short end of the stick. Mammon's eyes narrowed at the daggers in Aiden's hands. They looked familiar, on top of being very threatening. "Where did you get those weapons, boy? Tell me and I assure you a quick and painful death," the demon offered. "I'm on a time limit. Plus, you'll be dead long before I finish explaining that." Saying that, Aiden pointed one of the weapons at Mammon. A red shield appeared before the demon, blocking the hundreds of air-construct weapons shot at him. The wind whistled as it buffeted the surroundings around the experienced demon. Aiden could see the constructs had no effect on Mammon. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and the move had only been meant to serve as a distraction. He sneakily took advantage of the opportunity to use air construct ropes and carry the villagers away from the battlefield. Before they could get 50 meters between them and Mammon, Aiden felt his whole body shiver in fear. A torrential wave of black fire emerged from Mammon's body. A fire that sent the avatar of the elements on edge. Hellfire. Aiden swung his hands to the side, his own flames, almost as big as Mammon's, responded to his call and slammed into the black wave, aiming to part the hellfire in the middle. Aiden felt himself get pushed back. The hellfire devoured even his own flames. Changing tactics, Aiden fell back on his strongest element. A wave of his hand and a tornado of violently rotating air was created, pulling Mammon's flame into itself and redirecting it around his body, then back to the black flame's owner. Mammon looked on in contempt as the flame reached within vicinity. Pitiful. Following the comment, the hellfire exploded out of the tornado, causing the immediate surroundings to turn into an ash and smoke-filled crater. Luckily, Aiden had managed to pull all the villagers away through a remote boom tube while the demon had been preoccupied. But Aiden hadn't come out of it unscathed. He felt his body get thrown back, the heat from the black flames briefly coming into contact with his body before he could put up a shield and burning his trenchcoat to cinders. He coughed as he got up. The shockwave had packed quite a punch too, but Aiden wasn't done. Silent steps rang out, slowly coming towards him. A figure could be seen walking out of the crater with an immobilized swamp thing floating beside him in the air. "You survived that? And also managed to save my puppets? Okay, I have officially promoted you from an ant to a slightly bigger ant." Mammon insulted. Aiden made no comment. He stood up and studied the demon, looking for a weakness. He had none. Well, except for his arrogance, but that was par the course, so nothing new there. In that instant, the Grandmaster Airbender felt something cut through the air towards Mammon from the back. Aiden made no indication of what was about to happen. The only thing he did was hold the daggers tighter, ready to attack. A massive blast of air shook the whole village as Superboy's fist was intercepted by a red shield 2 inches away from Mammon's head. The Kryptonian slammed both hands on the shield, hoping to break through it and kick the ass of the man responsible for hurting Gian, to no avail. Mammon backhanded the clone, only for Superboy to lean back at the last minute, flying away. Mammon tightened his fingers and telekinetically pulled Connor back. "Now!" Aiden thought. A blast of flames appeared behind his shoulders and feet, pushing him faster than he had ever gone before with the combination of air bending and fire bending. He wasn't going to miss this time. He blitzed in between Superboy and Mammon, one of his daggers slicing through the air with a sharp sound and a brief flash of light. Then Aiden came to an abrupt stop, creating a groove under his feet before spinning in place, in an almost exact move from before when he took out almost 80% of the zombies. He felt his body warm up to a level it never had before. The energy in his belly was compressed to a degree he had never tried, and then he released it in one burst, aimed at the demon's head. Plus ultra. The night gained another sun. Aiden's maelstrom costume turned to ash at the sleeves as the stream of red super-hot flames never ceased burning out of his palms. His face was dripping with sweat, the light from the flames showing it set into an animalistic snarl. Red heat beams also joined the contest, Superboy tapping into the solar energy inside him to blast the demon while roaring. Mammon started getting pushed back. The huts and nearest trees were destroyed by the stray attacks as the two boys put in all they had to fight back. Then suddenly, Aiden cut off the stream, breathing heavily. Superboy flew down too, feeling as if he'd bench-pressed 1,000,000 tons. "Did we get him?" he asked Aiden. Instead of answering, the elemental attuned teen stretched out his hand and grabbed a dagger dripping with blood from the air. "Us?" "No, but the dagger I controlled using my air bending to slice through his neck, successfully beheading him and then turning his head into ash." Yeah, I think we did." Aiden waved a hand, sweeping all the smoke and dust away. The soil was blackened at the point of contact where a burnt corpse lay on the ground, headless. The teen narrowed his eyes. It might have looked like Mammon was dead, but the lack of a text box from the system told him otherwise. A strange look appeared on Aiden's face. There were only 3 of them left alive. Him, Swamp Thing, and Superboy. "We have to be careful, Mammon still isn't dead." We should search the surroundings and see if we can find any traces of him," Aiden suggested, rising up from his position. "Copy that," Superboy replied while also looking around warily. He started walking away to start the search, when a boom tube suddenly and with no warning appeared under his next step. To push him inside, Aiden waved both his hands to the ground, sending a massive platform of air bearing down on the Kryptonian. Then the boom tube disappeared. He sighed, removing the mask covering his lower face. "Fuck!" Swamp Thing floated down to the ground, now that Mammon was out of range. "You betrayed your own?" Humans never cease to disappoint. Aiden rolled his eyes. Mammon had possessed him, and my chances of going up against a demon using a Kryptonian body are practically nil. Ask a certain new god how that worked out for him. "Look, when the team arrives, tell them I'll bring back Superboy, unharmed." A boom tube appeared before him and Aiden jumped in. He had an exorcism to perform. Chapter 95, Justice League Interlude Part 1. General P.O.V. Green Arrow was on console duty. This part of the job was something that the billionaire both hated and loved with equal measure. Whenever Dinah decided to stick around, his shift seemed to go very fast, but whenever he was alone or God forbid stuck with the more antisocial members of the League, the whole thing seemed to drag. The veteran archer swept a gaze on the satellite feeds, along with the surveillance footage installed in the Hall of Justice. The whole watchtower was monitored by an AI, but having on-scene members to make sure the whole thing ran smoothly and to act as a first responder to unforeseen situations was mandatory. If any of their enemies accessed the watchtower with the sort of technology installed in the base, the League and the world would be in big trouble. Green Arrow sighed and leaned back on his chair, contemplating calling Black Canary. He was so bored he could even welcome a distraction from Barry. Green Arrow chuckled, especially Barry. They just understood each other better than most of the other Leaguers. A beeping sound pulled Green Arrow from his thoughts. He sat up straighter, seeing it was a reminder to expect a call-up from the junior team. A new measure that had been implemented by Captain Atom, with the purpose of giving the League an update on how every mission went. In case of a situation requiring radio silence, for example during contact with the enemy, Aqualad and his team knew what guidelines to follow. 2 successive beeps to show they were preoccupied with an enemy, followed by 2 more to show they were done, or 1 to show it was an enemy they couldn't handle and were entertaining a withdrawal to come up with different strategies. Lastly was the less likely, press and hold to request for League backup. None of that happened. The designated time to make the call-up passed and Green Arrow frowned. They could have forgotten about it, but something told the Star City resident things were not that simple. Watchtower, pull up the current location of the bioship. Green Arrow got up, while ordering the AI. A map of Africa appeared on the projected screen. The image was magnified to show a section in East Africa. A green blinking light appeared on a nondescript valley located in the northern part of Kenya. Green Arrow narrowed his eyes. "How long has it been there?" 30 minutes. Came the answer from the computer. Green Arrow hummed. Something was up. His hand went for the comms. Watchtower to Aqualad. He waited for a response, but got silence instead. Watchtower to bioship. Can anyone hear me? Arrow tried some of the other members, and after receiving no response, he changed the call. Watchtower to Captain Atom. We have a problem. The Batcave. Before you say anything, Alfred invited me to stay over for dinner. Superman announced, taking the stairs leading from the elevator down towards Batman. He glanced at the relics, memorabilia, and souvenirs lining up the wall of the cave. Trophies from Batman's numerous exploits. Batman hummed in annoyance. The Kryptonian's unwelcome surprise was, well, unwelcome but necessary. Batman had a lot of things to do, but there was something he'd been putting off that needed to be addressed. What do you want, Clark? The Dark Knight grumbled. In response, Superman tilted his head curiously. Alfred's wondering if he should bring down some refreshments for us before dinner. The red and blue clad hero stated. Batman looked up from the files he was reading through and narrowed his eyes at Superman through the reflection of the Batcomputer's screen. The alien scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Superhearing. He explained. I know, Clark. And you're stalling. What do you and John want? The Gothamite replied testily. A figure shimmered into being through the walls of the Batcave. Manhunter spared a look at Superman with something akin to satisfaction. I told you he wouldn't fall for it. The Martian pointed out to Superman, who sighed and took a seat. Yes. You're right, Bruce. I am stalling. But that's only because I don't know how to approach this issue with you. Supes admitted, making the billionaire playboy philanthropist hum. Speak your mind. Nothing has ever stopped you before. He responded, seemingly going back to studying the files on his table. Superman and Martian Manhunter shared a look. You're creating your own superhero team. The comment came from Manhunter. Batman paused midway to flipping over the next page of the folder on the table. He turned his chair fully to face the two, a hard look on his face. Seeing as I am not part of the Justice League anymore, none of my actions are answerable to you. He told them in that same hard tone that made him a delight to hang out with. But, I understand your concerns. In a rare moment of empathy, Batman decided to be cordial. To answer your question, John, no. I am not putting together a team. At least officially. He smiled. Off the record, however, we need a way to move unhindered. A way we can take down the light without our every move being tracked by the mole on the team. Manhunter nodded at Batman's words. Indeed. Leading the League offers you a certain level of autonomy and freedom the rest of us don't have access to. It will even be more believable after the press conference. Superman narrowed his eyes. Wait, back up a little. A mole? I thought we had resolved that as an open and shut case. Did you not provide evidence on Aiden being the spy? Having access to the money, files, Cobra venom and whatever that other bottle contained was, in your own words, irrefutable evidence. Batman sighed and shared a look with Manhunter. Am I missing something here? Superman asked after witnessing the strange look his two friends threw at each other. All that was a ploy. A lie to assure the real mole that his cover was still intact. Superman took a few minutes to digest that information before crossing his hands over his chest. So Aiden is innocent of betrayal? You're telling me, we not only put out an APB to all active superheroes and League associates on a kid who's not even 18 years old, but that we also abandon him in a world that is not his own for no goddamn reason but to further your mission of finding out who the spy is? Superman clenched his fists in anger, staring at the greatest detective in the world. And that is why Clark's presence was necessary. It was time to fess up and hope he would understand. It's not as simple as that, Clark. Aiden had a role in this and he understood the risk. Batman replied. What are you talking about? The Man of Steel asked. The one who answered was Manhunter. It was a mistake, my friend. John started, coming closer to Superman. We approached the boy in a misguided attempt to use him as a mole himself. To infiltrate the light and work with us from the inside to take them all down. Supes couldn't believe it. He was angered but most of all disappointed. He turned to walk away, needing to go somewhere else to think. Clark, I made a mistake. And I'll make this right, I promise. Batman admitted sincerely. What you did was worse than lying, Bruce. You sacrificed your ideals and stooped to the light's level just to win. I can't talk to you right now. Tell Alfred I won't be staying for dinner. With that, the Man of Steel left. Bruce sighed, running his palm through his hair. He had had the cowl off for their interaction. Well, that went about as well as I told you it would. Manhunter commented. They had to know sometime. Bruce replied. You're right. On to other matters, what have you found out? You called me here saying you had a lead. Manhunter stated. Bruce turned to the back computer and waved a hand, controlling the projected screen to show an image of a human D.N. sequence. I found an extra gene in the D.N. A sequence of the samples we recovered from the bottle containing the strange liquid Maelstrom had in his possession. Bruce explained. So what are you saying? Was the liquid made from? Manhunter started speaking before Bruce cut him off. Biomatter extracted from humans? Yes and no. The readings are not clear on that because something is actively messing with any device I try to use to understand its composition. Star Labs faced the same hurdle. Manhunter straightened up, finally catching on. You think there's mystical energy interference? He asked, to which Batman nodded. Yes. H. I could acquire the services of Zatara on your behalf. He's the only active mystical expert we can consult. Barring that, Atlantis might have some answers. Manhunter offered. Thank you, John. There's something else as well. I have narrowed down the list. Bruce's words were delivered in the most serious tone the Martian had ever had from him. Serious, just like the statement itself. Bruce, are you sure? There is no coming back from this if you're wrong. He warned the former leaguer. Bruce massaged his head and thought about it deeply. Manhunter was right. This would go further than just losing trust in someone. I am not. But I don't think we have a choice. Suddenly, a transmission came through Manhunter's comms. The alien held up hand. Understood. I'll be there shortly. He then stood up in urgency. What is going on? Batman wondered. The team were found catatonic during their recent mission. Most likely from a telepathic attack. Adam has requested my help. Manhunter explained, making Batman narrow his eyes. Their recent mission was investigating Guy Lisbon's whereabouts. We'll take the bad jet. The Dark Knight stated, leaving no room for arguments. Superboy is missing too. John added as they walked to the hangar. Chapter 96, Justice League Interlude Final Part. General P.O.V. The Batwing landed a distance away from the village. An open field that was cleared for cultivation due to it being the planting season. Martian Manhunter phased through the interior of the Dark Knight's craft, landing on the soil with barely a sound. A minute later, Batman joined him and they both walked the rest of the way towards the village. Most of the others, like Superman, Green Lantern, and Flash, had arrived by way of the Zeta Tube installed in Africa. One for each section of the continent. One was in Cairo, another in Dar es Salaam, for the south there was one in Cape Town, and the last was in West Africa, particularly Côte d'Ivoire, in a city called Abidjan. It was part of a planetary safeguarding scheme in case of a worldwide crisis, like an alien incursion. A plan that had become necessary after the Justice League had faced off against the Appalachians. A green beam skinned them once they arrived at the scene of where the bioship was located. There was a group of locals armed with shields and spears going around the village, fixing up the huts that remained intact from the clearly massive battle that had happened here. Hey John, Bats. The Flash said, appearing before them in a burst of speed. He spared a brief look at the pair due to the unexpected presence of the Dark Knight before shrugging. You came right on time. We just managed to get the team out of the bioship, though they still remain unresponsive. We're hoping you could work some of that Martian magic and fix whatever this is. The group walked over to the temporary tent they had set up to house the unconscious teens. The general consensus was to wait for the resident telepath to see what was wrong before taking them back to the watchtower for further treatment. The aforementioned telepath stopped before the teens. Only 5 of whom were present. Superboy was missing and John could feel the worry inside Superman's mind. The Kryptonian, Wonder Woman, and Captain Atom landed next to Batman and the others but chose to keep quiet due as to not distract the Manhunter. The Martian's eyes glowed with power, a green flash that disappeared after a few seconds. H. John hummed, calling interest to the rest. I can feel their minds locked inside a mental loop, almost impossible for the victim to break through by themselves. Can you? Batman asked, naturally taking command like he was used to. Superman and Wonder Woman glanced at each other. The Man of Steel shook his head. Despite the misgivings he had about Batman's presence, caused by his earlier confession, the focus was on helping the team and finding the one responsible for the crater in the middle of the village. I will need time. The procedure is delicate, else we risk trapping them inside the psyche, forever. The Martian answered back. There was a wave of palpable concern as Wonder Woman ushered everyone away. Take all the time you need, John. Meanwhile, we will follow up on anything we find. The tent flap fell behind the last leaguer. Once outside, Wonder Woman rounded up to face Batman. Hands crossed as she gave the impassive Dark Knight a death stare. You have some explaining to do, Batman. Her tone had a noticeable hard edge on it. I'll just go around and see if we missed anything. The Flash announced and escaped from the brewing confrontation. Captain Atom similarly flew up without saying a word. He wasn't escaping. Not really. If anything, he was prioritizing. As the Flash said, they might have missed something. Plus, Green Lantern was surveying the scene all alone, maybe he needed some backup. Don't you have anything to say, Bruce? Diana was relentless. She had nothing against the detective. If anything, a small part of her admired him. His will to never give up was something she had rarely seen in a mortal. In that, Batman was a step ahead many of the heroes Diana had come across. And she had come across a lot. But therein lies the problem. A willful man like Batman tended to keep his own counsel. It was annoying and frustrating how much he trusted himself. I don't think now is the time or the place, Diana. We have Superboy and missing villagers to find. Superman played mediator, coming in between them. I'll go see if I can pull up the logs from the bioship. Batman spoke up, making to leave. This is not over. Wonder Woman informed him, laying a hand on his shoulder gently. The Dark Knight ignored her and left for the bioship. Lantern Stewart was scanning the ship, and upon seeing Batman, he flew down to land next to him. The bioship was in its resting oval shape. You know, typically when someone resigns it means they, actually resign. How are you doing, Batman? The Green Lantern greeted him easily. I'm good, John. What did you find out from your scans? The Lantern shrugged. Not much, I'm afraid. The bioship is on lockdown. It's a miracle we managed to extract the team. Maybe a subroutine? It changed forms after the extraction. And going by my scans, only a Martian or a telepath can get through its security. Makes sense for such a mentally reliant piece of tech like it. He explained. Her. Batman corrected, to which Stewart looked at him strangely. Right, all that means is we don't have as good a lead as I initially thought we did. The Green Lantern concluded his explanation. What about the satellite feed from the watchtower? Did it capture anything? The Dark Knight wondered. In response to the question, Stewart's ring shone with the light of a construct, displaying a green projected screen of the village seen from above. Just this, a massive explosion of energy a few kilometers from here. Captured on the feed over 40 minutes ago. I was actually planning to head on over there and see if I can get a reading on what the energy was. Mach. Batman hummed. Let's go. In the meantime, the others can hold down the fort. A green platform appeared below Batman and they flew up, with Lantern Stewart giving an update to Wonder Woman. A short flight later, they came up on devastation. The landscape before them was destroyed. A massive groove had turned the hill leading up to a cave into a cavern with blackened walls and soil. My God, what could have caused this? Green Lantern wondered out loud. He'd only seen something like this caused by massive weapons under a watch list of an intergalactic arms oversight board. Each world had a certain level of weapon access that was allowed. Of course, like many organizations in space, the board was less than useless. Corrupt and inefficient. Batman narrowed his eyes. Get us down and scan for any remnants of energy signature left behind. Then cross-reference that with anything in the ring's database. Stewart glanced at Batman from the corner of his eye. Serious, sir? He said jokingly, causing Batman to sigh a little. He didn't think working with the League again would be this hard. Assuming command came natural to the Dark Knight, but he knew he couldn't keep on doing it. They landed near the cave and a horrible smell assaulted Batman's nose, coming from the entrance. Good God, smells as if something died in there. Batman didn't say anything in response to Stuart's words, but he mentally agreed. A torch appeared in his left hand as he studied the walls of the cave. He ran his fingers down the tunnel and it broke off into blackened pieces of soot. Probably as a result of an intense heat. Batman, you gotta see this. Stuart's voice pulled him out of his own investigation. It wasn't a weapon as I had initially thought, instead the energy signature bears a strong resemblance to Aden Strong. Back at the village. The Flash had combed through the place 10 times already, and it was only by luck that he managed to find a certain trail hidden behind 2 huts with 2 warriors standing guard. The speedster narrowed his eyes. Looking at their vigilant stances, they clearly didn't want anyone accessing wherever the path led to. His hand went to his earpiece. Flash to Wonder Woman. I think I found something. Saying that, he disappeared, going so fast the 2 warriors saw nothing except for a short breeze that ruffled their clothes. They looked at each other and shrugged. The Flash came to a stop when the trail opened up to a beautiful garden. Wow! Iris would fall in love with this place. He commented to himself. There was a bridge built over a pool that glowed beautifully in the night sky, lush grass on the edges of the empty space, and a huge tree with glowing pods hanging from its branches. Before the tree, a shrine was erected. Barry had a feeling that this place was sacred. He stepped forward to cross the bridge when a rumble sounded out from below. Whoa! The Flash shouted in surprise, jumping backwards as vines broke through the surface of the ground. The vines formed into the shape of a green hulking man with red eyes. Leave! The giant spoke up, his voice reverberating through the beautiful place. So I'm guessing you're the security, right? The Flash quipped, his heart racing at speeds even he couldn't hope to achieve. Back with Batman. The pair crossed through the tunnel and found themselves inside a wide cavern. The stench was even worse in here. Batman's mask glowed with a white light as he took note of the strange surroundings. Black walls all around. A layer of soot and ash that Batman wasn't sure what it belonged to. He had a sample on his utility belt for further study. I found something, Stuart said, pulling Bruce away from his thoughts. The former Marine flew towards the further end of the cavern where an underground river, now just patches of black stagnant water, was located. A flash of scanning light escaped the ring on Stuart's hands, and a second later the results were in. That's interesting. Not wanting to leave the Dark Knight in the dark, John sent the information packet to Batman's holographic wrist computer. Who are the Skoniads? Batman asked, after promptly accessing the information. 40 millennia ago, before the Guardians signed a peace treaty with an alien species called the Reach, the Skoniads were a race of biomechanic life forms who could integrate with technology to a scary degree. It's what the Reach based their Scarab tech on. Unfortunately, they were destroyed due to the ongoing conflict at the time and due to their inclination to pursue knowledge and keep a neutral stand. I'm getting 2 distinct energy signatures here. One a boom tube use and the other, Skoniad technology. I grabbed his face in between my hands. My mouth opened and a stream of red-hot fire poured out onto his face like a scene straight out of Dragon movie. I kept the stream up for about a few minutes, finally letting loose and allowing the fire to burn with wild abandon. I stopped a few seconds later. The t-shirt the Kryptonian clone was wearing was now reduced to ash, revealing his upper body to the world. He disengaged, grunting in pain as he covered his eyes with his palms. From what I could see, there wasn't a single burn on him. But having light shoveled into your eyes like that, especially with superior eyesight, might have hurt. I spun, reared my leg back and round kicked the boy on the side of his head. This time I sent him hurtling down through the mountain peak, breaking through it and permanently shaving off its height. His body dug a groove through the ground as I followed after him. Even that was barely enough to keep him down for long. I grabbed the huge piece of rock from the destroyed mountain peak and flew into the air, straining at the 100+ ton weight of the whole thing. Superboy looked up just in time to see a shadow appear above him. The huge rock smashed onto his body, leaving a cloud of dust rising up in the wake of the impact. Time to put him down for good. I landed on the ground and stepped forward with my right leg. Now that I was on a stable medium, going through the forms of firebending was much easier than being in midair. I wound my hands around my body, tightening the fingers into fists and bumped both hands into one another. I dragged my leg back closer to my body, before my hands suddenly spread to the side, winding up in a circular motion that ended with both my palms facing the sky, one above the other, held closer to my solar plexus. I spread both hands to the sides again, palms still open and facing the sky. A variation to the normal forms of firebending I had come up with to compress my flames for one devastating attack. It was a move that needed time to prepare. I took a deep breath, feeling the normally intangible and light energy turn viscous and run up from above my groin to my two hands. Twin rotating balls of fire appeared above the palms, easily over 20 meters wide in diameter. The heat around me picked up immensely to the point even I could feel it. I raised my palms up to the sky, feeling the strain of channeling so much energy through them. I hadn't channeled this much before, wary of just how much destruction a single ball would cause, so the move had remained seeing practical application. This was its debut. The ground rumbled aggressively below me. Oh! The rock I had slammed on top of Connor glowed red at one point, before a massive explosion rang out and pieces of stones pelted the area and dust covered the scene. My gaze speared through all that to establish eye contact with a red-eye gaze. Superboy flew into the air effortlessly, staring down at me like a god. Oh shit! My technique wasn't complete. The fuck was I going to do? I absent-mindedly took note of the fact that the D.N. suppressing patch on his upper arm was nowhere to be seen, which meant that Mammon was accessing all of Connor's Kryptonian abilities. Most probably through mystical means. Scary. My turn, he stated, the glow in his eyes intensifying. Arg! The twin beams exploded out of his eyes, burning a path through the air towards me and my own attack. If the heat beams landed, I would lose control of the only move that had a possibility of hurting this guy. Fuck, I sighed. Finally understanding I wasn't at the level of the elites. All this had been a test to see how I measured up currently, and even with airbending, I couldn't see myself taking on Superman if this was how strong a normal Kryptonian was. Of course the comparison was not that accurate due to Mammon being a demon inside Connor, but it was a clear indication I was still lacking in some ways. I guess this leaves me no choice but to cheat. Time instantly slowed down to a crawl. Using my full administrator privileges, I could basically control everything in the pocket dimension. I couldn't interfere directly with the elemental alignment of each individual elemental plane due to the risk of destabilizing the whole dimension, but anything else was fair game. Time and space meant nothing in here when I could shape existence like putty. It also guaranteed that anyone fighting me inside the dimension was fucked. But not everything is good news. It was such an obvious function to take advantage of, that down the line, I was sure the Avatar system would find a way to restrict me from taking the easy way out in every fight. Judging from how it had acted so far, the system encouraged individual power progression, tackling my own shit head-on. No shortcuts. Which meant I would only get so many free passes. But for now, I was going to enjoy this. I instantly combined the two balls of flames into one, a perfect rendition of Cruel Sun. The I-beams were slowly cutting through space, heading towards my position. The combined ball of heat energy shrunk down as I compressed it. Then compressed it some more, leaving it the size of a tennis ball. I took a leap and appeared before Connor, pushing my hand towards him as his reaction speeds finally caught him up to what was about to happen. The black eyes widened minutely just as I pushed the ball of fire onto his chest and whispered. Boom! The sky shone with the light of the sun. Chapter 98, Exorcism. General P.O.V. Superman touchdown first, the rest following close on Green Lanterns will construct. Flash, what did you find out? You didn't say much through the comms. Superman asked, stepping closer to the speedster who would alternate between looking at them and at the entrance to the path leading to the shrine. The shrine he had been unceremoniously kicked out of by a living vine monster. A path that had been promptly blocked and covered by a wall of vines with sharp and pointy thorns along the lengths. It was clear to anyone that none of them were welcome inside. So here's the thing, there's a green guy with red eyes and an attitude worse than bats over here. Seriously, this plant guy takes Grouchy to another level. The Flash started talking quickly without actually saying anything. Flash, what are you talking about? The Batman cut him off impatiently. Looking over to the faces of his colleagues, Barry felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and pointed behind him at the wall of vines blocking the path to the shrine. There is, and I kid you not, a plant guy protecting a garden of some sort that way. I had to get out of there quickly before he could turn me into a pincushion. Seriously, the hospitality in this place. Barry sighed, someone's not getting 5 stars. He added the last part quietly. Seeing attention get thrown towards them, the 2 warriors guarding the path tensed. They glanced at each other and brandished their spears, pointing them at the League in anger and determination. Something had happened. The outsiders had clearly broken the rules and their trust. The nimble man covered in yellow light had ran out through the entrance to the shrine. The path leading to the sacred grounds had then been blocked by vines behind him. No doubt the work of the ancestors. They were making a clear statement. These outsiders needed to leave. Batman narrowed his eyes at their stances. Just before he could address them in Swahili, they froze in place as the Martian Manhunter made an appearance. John's hazy form grew corporeal through the walls of one of the huts facing the path to the shrine. John! Wonder Woman muttered in surprise. That was fast. Is the team okay? The Martian merely nodded without answering and inclined his head towards the wall of vines. The ancient Martian archives speak of beings tasked with being the voice, face and hand to each of the elemental parliaments. A link between sapient creatures and the building blocks of all existence. The Martian flew forward and stopped between the League members gathered and the wall of vines. It is an honor to make you acquaintance, champion of the green. A brief silence dominated the area. That silence was broken by a deep rumbling from the ground. It cracked apart, vomiting out vines with a darker shade of green that formed up into the shape of a huge man with red eyes. See, wasn't lying. The speedster gulped, backtracking. While Barry had seen magic and mystic anomalies of all kinds and in addition, didn't struggle to believe in it like his nephew, he was in essence, still a scientist at heart and mind. There was no way something like this should exist. A control mechanism acting as the inner core, holding the vines together through science, he might have believed. He could even think of a dozen ways that could happen. But the problem was, the visual scanner implanted in his suit didn't show anything like that. In fact, it didn't show anything. Just a walking, talking mass of sentient vines. Humans, leave this place. None of you are welcome. The deep, gravely voice that rang out of the creature's mouth sent warning bells ringing for everybody. The League tensed. Why do all bad guys sound like they just came from a hard metal concert where they were the lead singer? The Flash commented. Everybody stand down. This is not an enemy. John cautioned, then turned to address Swamp Thing. We mean you and nature no harm. My companions and I are part of a global team tasked with protecting the planet from threats both external and internal that the normal law and force cannot handle. We are the Justice League. Swamp Thing cut in, surprising the Leaguers present. You know of us? Superman asked. I was once human. Another bomb was dropped. Fortunately, the earlier hostility had faded away. I sense no falsehoods in you, for humans. Not to mention you, he pointed at Captain Atom, have a garden. It's decided. I will answer any questions you have. I only want to know one thing, where is Connor? A loud psychic communication emanated from a figure that had emerged from the bioship. Miss Martian's eyes were glowing green and the look on her face, was a split between worry, sadness, and rage. General P.O.V. L.A. Lucifer's penthouse. The light of a boom tube appeared suddenly and without any warning. The two blondes on Lucifer's sides screamed out in fear, backing away to the edges of the couch, while using their clothes to cover their assets. Lucifer sighed in annoyance. Aiden stepped out of the boom tube with something, or rather someone, on his shoulders and looked around. Instantly, his face got a little flushed in embarrassment. Lucifer's eyes widened minutely before his face settled into its usual relaxed state. "You couldn't wait for 2 hours?" Lucifer asked him with a raised eyebrow. Aiden scratched his head, wanting to be anywhere other than there. "Sorry. I had no idea you were preoccupied with something." "Two at that," Aiden quipped, unsure of what else to do after cock-blocking the devil. Lucifer glanced at his companions and addressed them. "Excuse me, loves, I have something I need to take care of, and then we can resume our activities with no further interruptions." The women squealed in happiness and infatuation as Lucifer's voice oozed with charm. He could have told them to jump off a cliff and they would have done it, no questions asked. "Right then, let's get this over with." Aiden blinked his eyes and instantly found his surroundings had changed. "Yo bro, what the fuck?" He backed off suddenly. His eyes were focused on Lucifer in wariness. He barely felt the transition. A flex of his shoulders and black as night wings appeared behind the former archangel's back. The wings seemed to swallow all the light away. Lucifer held Connor by his neck. He placed his finger on the Kryptonian's head and pulled. A shrieking being made entirely of black mist was forcefully exorcised from Superboy's body. Terrified wails escaped the demon. Words of plea and mercy that Aiden couldn't understand were said by Mammon in Hellspeak, a being who had caused Aiden problems just earlier. Mammon shrunk away, trying to escape Lucifer's hands only to fail. Lucifer's smile widened as he clenched his fingers, holding onto the demon lord tightly, and then threw him through the bubble shield separating Aiden, Connor, and him from what was outside. "Don't stare through the barrier, oh you already did." Lucifer's warning came too late. Billions and billions of souls getting burnt and crying out for help. Mercy! Help us! Save us! Just a drop of water. Burns won't stop. Won't stop. Eternal damnation. There was a finger snap and Aiden found himself back on the floor of the penthouse, breathing heavily. He wiped the sweat on his eyebrow and placed a hand on his chest to calm his wildly racing heart. What the fuck was that? All those people, not only people but creatures as well. All calling for help. A cacophony of sound that broke through the layers of even his inexperienced telepathic awareness due to the sheer force of emotional, spiritual, and mental anguish. He heard a liquid of some sort get poured in a glass, and a second later, a cold glass of water was placed in his shaking hands. Aiden brought the glass over to his lips and downed the whole thing like a man dying of thirst. Lucifer didn't stop him, content to watch him with an undecipherable look on his face. Once he was done, Aiden took a deep shuddering breath and got up shakily. What was that place? Even as he asked that question, he already knew the answer. Lucifer took a sip of his own glass of water. The lowest pits of hell. Where the worst of the worst, or rather those who piss me off, take a time out. He explained, but this time, the usual cheer and easy-going mindset he usually had was nowhere to be seen. Aiden gulped as he felt a chill grip his heart. "Take a seat. We need to talk," Lucifer ordered, his robe shifting into a white suit that seemed to glow even in the light. Aiden complied. He had always known that this being was dangerous just by virtue of being the second most powerful existence in all of creation. But sitting before him, recalling what had just occurred, Aiden got to experience firsthand what being prey felt like, and it strengthened his resolve to get even more powerful. "You did something you shouldn't be capable of. Mammon is a demon lord." Despite saying that, the devil rolled his eyes in mockery. "Unbelievably weak, but you would have given Maze a good fight." Of course he'd lose, but that's not the point. He sat on the table before the couch and fixed him with an intense stare. The point is, you were not supposed to take him out that easily. I had foreseen it. You would have made it back with a broken arm, no left leg and a cracked sternum. You truly are an enigma, Aiden. Aiden was shocked to the core. He shook his head. Lucifer didn't lie, but still. It was anything but easy. He was strong. The only reason I made it out alive was because he underestimated me and I was able to hit him with an attack powerful enough to take out his vessel. If the fight had gone on for long, a broken arm, no left leg and shattered sternum would have been the least of my worries. Mage. You still don't get it. You changed your own fate. Something that should not have happened. Make me wonder if I've been stunting your growth. Lucifer said in thought. What do you mean? The young avatar questioned. Lucifer contemplated answering and shrugged. Things had already gotten to this stage, so he didn't see the benefit in keeping quiet. I've been shielding you. Forces at play seek to use you, condemning you to a fate worse than death. Lucifer told him. And before you say anything else, I am not your bodyguard. This is supposed to be my vacation. I can't enjoy my vacation if I'm constantly watching you. Not anymore, at least. Aiden gripped the edge of his seat tightly. He'd suspected it. DC was a world of bullshit magical powers and evil mystical assholes like Clarion seeking to do chaos. Someone must have noticed the power he could throw around. Especially after his fight with the League. Someone must have seen it and thought he would make the perfect weapon. So here's the deal. My protection ends after the next 2 missions. When that is done, Lucifer's face turned grave. You're on your own. Aiden gulped. Alone. Alone against whatever was out there. Why? He croaked out. His question made Lucifer chuckle. Why? Have you not been listening? You changed the outcome of something I had foreseen as absolute. That means any of the horrible shit that is supposed to happen to you might not. Depends on your own will to live and be free, really. So no pressure. And that means great entertainment value. No more spoilers for me. The devil smiled widely. I believe your full potential is exposed when you have nothing and no one else to fall upon except for yourself, Aiden. That is where your true strength lies. You have shown it, now it's time to live up to it. Chapter 99, Handling Issues. Aiden's P.O.V. Your friend, Lucifer, begun only for me to cut in with. Ex-teammate. He nodded, a skeptical tone evident in his next words. Right. Anyway, he's going to wake up precisely in about. He cocked his head to the side, staring in mid-air, 6 hours 30 minutes and 24 seconds, 0:23 now. I rolled my eyes and muttered. Show off. In response, the devil chuckled while rising up from the table. I took that as a cue and got up as well, noting again just how comfortable these couches were. And you're just jealous. Now, I'm going to ask you to kindly leave. He informed me, his white suit changing into comfortable robes. He clapped his hands in theatrics and the room got dimmer, slow jazz music began playing in the background. The volume was low enough to only set the mood. I have unfinished business to take care of, Lucifer said in a devilish smirk. Okay. Fine. I'll admit it, dude had style. A boom tube appeared inside the room and just as quickly disappeared. No. Nope. Nah. You will exit the room like a normal person. Lucifer wagged a finger at me. Really? My face betrayed my dejection. No more portaling in and out of the living room. My penthouse, my rules. The next time you try to use a boom tube to portal in, don't be surprised when you find yourself sunbathing next to Mammon. He told me, entering into a staring match with the all-time undefeated champion, moi. Only 2 seconds in, I realized how dumb it was to provoke the literal master of hell, and like the ant I currently was to him, I simply bowed my head and accepted. Fine. Your penthouse, your rules. I left the smug bastard for the door, just as he started dancing to the slow rhythm of jazz. The door closed behind me, cutting off the noise of the music. I leaned on the wall and sighed. I needed a break. These past 24 hours had been exhausting. I was mentally and physically tapped out. I dragged my body down and sat on the floor, my back to the wall. I ran a hand down my face. I hadn't even toured Africa like I'd planned. Footsteps sounded around the corner and Maze suddenly appeared. She raised an eyebrow and slowed down to a stop. "You look like you've been through hell," she commented, making me chuckle. "Kinda," I replied with a shiver. That place had been fucking terrifying. She narrowed her eyes. "Really wished I cared more to ask what you meant, but duty calls," she said, opening the door and walking in. Only to walk out almost immediately, the sound of giggling getting cut short by the door closing. "The blondes are back," I stated. "The blondes are back," she agreed. "I need a drink," she said and looked at me, running a critical eye all over my body. "And you need a shower." "Badly." "Come and find me after you're done. We need to talk." She held out a hand for me to take. I stared at and finally gripped it, getting off the floor in one swift motion. Without another word, Maze left, her hips swaying hypnotically. "Oh, and Aiden, nice job," she complimented me, most probably on the mission. I mean, I did take down a demon lord after all. The surge of pride I felt inside disappeared when Maze held up her hands to reveal two familiar daggers clutched in her palms. I patted myself down and cursed. "Motherfudger." Her laughter trailed off as she rounded up on the corner. Shaking my head, I spared one last look at the door to the penthouse and left, making my way to my own room. 2 minutes later, I was standing close to my bed, looking down at a passed-out Connor. To tell you the truth, I was still unbelievably angry at how things had gone down. To expound on that truth, the anger was mostly directed at me. I had been foolish to leave my possessions in Mount Justice. I hated that sometimes I made it easy for me to screw myself over. Most of my actions had turned impulsive after coming to this world. No. After taking the cobra venom. This needed further looking into. The funny thing was that I had known it was a dumb thing to do. Regret is a bitter pill to swallow, but I couldn't get stuck in the past anymore. I had to let go of the anger. Anger at them, bats, and mostly myself. Such a thing, however, is easier said than done. I noticed a visible budge on the side pocket of his pants and frowned. The D.N. suppressor patches. I remembered this. It had been a hot topic for discussion back at my Earth. A Reddit thread had someone wondering how they would work on somebody else. For example, Raven. Were the patches specifically designed for a human Kryptonian hybrid, or could they be used by any hybrid to suppress their weaker D.N.A? That warranted some investigating. There was also something else nagging me. A half-remembered memory about Connor, or maybe his situation. Goes to show, I hadn't recovered all the memories about Canon that I thought I had. No surprise there, the mind is a complicated place. A few sessions with the telepathic duo, Manhunter and his niece, couldn't guarantee that I would have everything figured out. Fortunately, my telepathy had been gradually growing powerful. I could now sense minds. Like beacons of electric energy, they lit up in my senses, and soon, I had a feeling I was about to level up that particular skill. As payment for saving your ass, I'm taking 2 of these, I told the sleeping Connor and pocketed 2 of the patches inside my suit. I looked at the time on the screen of my phone and winced. I needed to take Connor back to the team before Mgan freaked out and started brain blasting everyone for information. Talk about unhinged. A boom tube appeared in mid-air as I hoisted Connor up. I jumped in, stepping out into Sanctuary before jumping inside another boom tube and arriving inside the Watchtower's infirmary. Instantly, alarms started going off. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! I rolled my eyes, placed Superboy on the bed and waved at the camera, before jumping inside the portal. This time, instead of appearing at Sanctuary, the boom tube emptied out at the island housing all the villagers I had saved from Mammon. The first person to see me was a young girl who shrieked in fear. The villagers gathered, scrambled, and hurtled into a group, all warily staring at me. I sighed and loosened the half-mask I had on, while holding up my arms in a universal sign to show I meant no one any harm. Some of them breathed out easier and relaxed. One of the older villagers, a man who looked not a day above 80, stepped forward. "I just want to take you all back home," I told him softly, taking care to remain as non-threatening as possible. These people had gone through hell. They'd lost so much, it wasn't hard for me to get invested in their well-being because of the similarities in both our circumstances. The old man looked back at the women and kids. The kids peeked from behind their mother's skirts, looking at me in a mixture of awe and fear. He turned to me and nodded. "We go." His English was heavily accented, but he was clear enough that I understood what he meant. A boom tube appeared before us and I pointed to it. "Follow me," I told them, and then walked in to show I wasn't leading them to a bad fate. If a stranger asked me to walk through a portal without knowing where it was going, I'd be more than hesitant too. The boom tube emptied out onto a path outside the village. I spread out my senses and felt the League, team, and the young warriors from Masali's group all loosely gathered around a familiar massive hub of green energy. "Swamp Thing." "Shit." Miss Martian said something and the League started making their way towards where I was. The first one to arrive was the Flash. I couldn't open another boom tube while I had another one active, so I was kind of fucked as I waited until the last of the villagers stepped out of the boom tube. I stopped just before I could jump in through the boom tube. No, maybe, I could take this chance to address a few things. It was high time the heroes and I came to an understanding anyway. So I did nothing as a scarlet streak blitzed past me and shackled my arms tightly together with power-dampening cuffs. A second later, a glowing golden rope of divine make firmly tied me up, courtesy of a Wonder Woman who floated down, followed by Superman, Martian Manhunter, Captain Atom, and Green Lantern, with Batman on a platform of will construct. Miss Martian also landed on the ground after them and looked unsure on how to proceed. She fidgeted in place, making me roll my eyes and open my telepathic awareness a little. Gan latched onto the link like a drowning man and I sent over a picture of a calmly sleeping Connor. "He's fine." Instantly, the hyperactive Martian settled down. I cut off the link, seeing and ignoring Manhunter's small smile of appreciation. I fiddled with the power-dampening cuffs. They were designed differently from the usual power-dampening collars. I narrowed my eyes, seeing shining runes that briefly flashed before disappearing. Magitech. Sweet. I'm taking these with me. Not only that, but they also felt different. I could feel my connection to the elements was still there, ever present. But a compulsion that weighed on my will to start bending stopped me from using that connection. I felt lethargic and lazy even thinking about bending. I chuckled just as the last of both teams arrived. The bio ship landed and the junior team got out with the obvious exception of Superboy. By then, Flash and Green Lantern had ushered the villagers away, most probably expecting a fight. Surprisingly, most of the hostility I had expected was absent. Even Wally looked unsure. I narrowed my eyes. Something was up. Wonder Woman stepped forward, one hand holding onto her lasso of truth. Another trial, why am I not surprised? I addressed all of them. For a few seconds nobody said anything. I held up the power-dampening cuffs and stared at Batman. Let me guess, you had help from Zatara, didn't you? I can still feel the connection to my powers, but using them is a different matter. Well played, Bats. Of course, even as I said that, my connection to the elemental dimension was ever present. One thought and a boom tube would appear under me. Chapter 100, Full Circle Part 1. Aiden's P.O.V. Sue, this wasn't how I thought everything would go down. I addressed the gathered heroes, holding up the cuffs. This is the part y'all start asking questions. You got me right where you need me. In cuffs. Wonder Woman and Superman shared a look. The cuffs are meant to act as a deterrent in case you get violent, son. We don't want to hurt you and neither do we want you hurting others. Superman said. I looked at the faces of the gathered heroes. Although they looked wary and ready for a fight, they didn't seem eager to provoke our interaction into one. It seemed I wasn't the only one who had cooled off somewhat. Nice. Fair enough. I finally said, lowering my hands. I am also open to having a peaceful conversation. I don't want to hurt anyone. Only those that deserve it. Wally scoffed, only to get lightly hit on the side by Robin's elbow. Dude, what the hell? He whisper-shouted, but I didn't pay attention to Robin's response. My focus was on the League. Particularly Batman, whose gaze seemed even more piercing at my statement. Hurting people is never the answer, no matter if they're wrong or not. We let the law handle them for a good reason. Superman was quick to say. I nodded. Right, and the cycle continues. Meanwhile, more innocent lives are lost in pursuit of safeguarding one monster's life. To try and rehabilitate them when the only thing they seem hellbent on is causing destruction and pain to people who can't handle it like we can. What can a baseline human hope to do against someone like Black Adam? I laughed a little. Look, maybe I am being too harsh on you. This is not my world. As I said that, the lack of surprise or shock from the junior team told me that they already knew that bit of news. I saw the look of sadness and understanding on Aqualad's face. Maybe Batman had briefed them on my origins. Must be why there is a distinct lack of that senseless jealousy from Kid Flash. I haven't lived here long enough to understand why you do what you do. Why you try and save every life even if it means that that same person will be the death of others down the line. But the thing I can't accept is that you haven't come up with an alternative. I ran my eyes over everyone gathered. You have some of the most powerful and smartest people in the world. I pointedly looked at Bruce. Batman, your resources alone are enough to build a friggin' space station to watch over the Earth. Man, the watchtower was fucking hacks. At that, a few murmurs broke out among the team. Adam and the Flash looked to be in thought. I didn't kid myself to think that I was telling them something they hadn't thought of before. But I was giving voice to that thought. Asking them to change the rules because clearly, while it was working, things could be better. Maybe I found it hard to reconcile with the fact that someone like Professor PYG existed here because back in my world, the worst thing we had was terrorist cells, corruption, gang violence, and toxic feminists. Not mass-murdering costume-wearing freaks that could induce the worst nightmares you can think of throughout an entire city. With help from the rest of the League and League associates, it would be a simple matter to create an impenetrable prison for anyone too dangerous to let out. I shrugged. But hey, that's just me. Maybe you guys just like wearing costumes and going out every night to fight more people with the same fetish. I finished to the sound of Jon Stewart's snicker. The rest looked at him and he shrugged. He's not completely wrong. In fact, he's got some valid points. Dude, you're wearing a costume too. The Flash pointed out accurately. An official Green Lantern uniform, commissioned by the Guardians of the Universe. Stewart shot back defensively. A few chuckles broke the tense mood in the air. Wonder Woman, Superman, and Manhunter huddled together to discuss something. Most probably what to do with me. Batman was busy with his holographic wrist computer while also keeping a watchful eye on me. The three Leaguers having a discussion threw a few glances over at my position while I took the opportunity to talk to Miss Martian. Her mind shone like the sun compared to baseline humans like Robin. I say baseline, but even Robin's mind was like a lighthouse in comparison to actual baseline humans like the warriors of the village. The less said about Batman the better. Did that mean that there was a chance they could also develop telepathic abilities? I didn't think so, but maybe the exposure to Miss Martian's powers had made their minds more flexible? It was possible. I felt the link established between us. Luckily, she was smart enough to understand that I wanted to talk to her alone, otherwise this would probably turn into a shouting match between Wally and I. Again, did Batman tell you guys about? I trailed off, suddenly unsure of how to bridge that subject. It was still a sensitive topic to me, although I'd already made peace with it. No, but Robin sorta told us. Though it wasn't intentional at all, I'm really sorry. I can't imagine how it must have felt like getting taken away from your family and life like that. I closed my eyes a little. Yeah, it wasn't easy. What do you mean it wasn't intentional? I wondered, choosing to focus on that particular tidbit instead of my past. It happened when we were knocked out. Hello, Megan. Why don't I just show you what happened from our perspective and maybe you can also share? I thought it over for a few seconds and nodded while smiling. Fine. But not now. Not here. She nodded imperceptibly, our brief conversation going unnoticed except for him. Yes, you guessed it right. Batman. He stepped forward, deadening the discussion going on between the other 3 Prime Leaguers. The Flash, along with Adam, after making sure I had no intention to flee, continued their patrol around their village. Turns out many things didn't add up about the whole incident. For starters, there weren't any remains left of the zombies from our fight with both Nemeth or Mammon. Suspicious, but I also knew the one responsible. Swamp Thing, no doubt. It just made sense. How did I find all this out? Air sense, baby. I'll let you on in a little secret. My airbending was far above needing conscious control to be suppressed through compulsion. You seem awfully quiet today. That got your tone? I asked Batman with a small upturn of my lips. The joke was terrible and I actually heard Robin and Artemis groan. I spared the pair a glance. Hey, cut me some slack, my skills are rusty. I said defensively. Boo! Artemis booed and showed me a thumbs down. Tough crowd. Who are you working for? Batman's voice rang out. Straight to the heart of the matter. I waited to feel the compulsion from the lasso of truth, but surprisingly the magical artifact didn't light up. We all looked at the only demigod around in question. Wonder Woman? Batman said, probably wondering why she wasn't activating the lasso of truth. Wait, did she actually even need to activate it? I thought that one touch, and despite what happened, you would be compelled to tell the truth? Wonder Woman stepped up in between us. Batman, you are no longer part of the Justice League. Due to your resignation, your clearance level has changed for security reasons. That means you are not authorized to question any of the League's suspects or potential suspects. Your authority level extends to the capacity of a League associate. Silence dominated the grounds. I couldn't believe it. Batman had resigned? What in the fucking hell? Could this be because of how everything went down? I looked at Manhunter for answers. His face remained impassive, showing me I wasn't going to get any. I straightened up and sighed, still in shock. Batman and Wonder Woman held eye contact for a few more seconds before the Dark Knight turned on his heel and left. Batman. Superman called out softly. Bruce stopped and looked at the other man over his shoulder. Save it. This is what I wanted and it doesn't change anything. The mission goes on. And then the Gothamite left. Robin looked like he wanted to do nothing more than follow after his mentor but relented. Probably because one of his teammates was catatonic back at the watchtower. You will answer all the questions we ask you, is that clear? Wonder Woman pulled me out of my thoughts and ordered. The lasso of truth glowed golden and I felt compelled to answer. This time the compulsion was like the weight of the whole earth as compared to the compulsion on the cuffs to use my abilities to fight. The latter felt like the weight of a small mountain. Yes. I understand. My mouth said without any conscious control. The words just flowed out. Good. Wonder Woman to Watchtower. She placed her finger on the earpiece and called the big space station. Soon. How fast can you arrange transport? The answer she received wasn't satisfactory and she ended up cursing. By Hera. I raised an eyebrow as the rest looked at each other. Miss Martian, is the bio ship? Superman begun, trying to look for a different alternative. She is in no shape to fly. She answered and Wally snickered. "Ah, nice one, Gan." Miss Martian looked unsure. Thanks." So she got the worst of the telepathic attack from earlier when she tried to shield us. "I'm sorry." Miss Martian refused. "We will have to wait for a few minutes for the watchtower to arrange extraction." I heard Wonder Woman mutter to Superman. They were of course worried to leave me unattended with less than everyone present. If I went ballistic, they feared a repeat of the Mount Justice incident. And I was also getting tired of standing in one place like a fool. I had a plan to carry out. Oh wait, did I forget to mention that? Only a fool would allow himself to be captured by his enemies like I had. I would never put my freedom at risk just to talk about my feelings or reconcile my differences with crazy people. Because that is what the League in hell, even I was. A normal person would have broken had they stayed a month with the League. I had. And I knew I wasn't the same Aden Strong that slept in his room and woke up to the sound of gunshots. That dude was dead. And after my talk with Lucifer, along with him telling me that I was alone the second I completed the missions he had for me, things fell into perspective real quick. This world was crazy. Insane. And to combat that craziness, I had to use my own craziness. The most underrated gift I had that trumped my powers and my meta-knowledge was the fact I knew I was crazy. The League, the junior team and all the other superheroes, even the people of this world, everybody was crazy compared to where I came from. They'd grown too desensitized to cave violence too fast. That is why I said everybody was mad. But things could be better. And I would show them. But for my plan to work, I needed access to the watchtower. God, I hope this works. A boom tube appeared between the heroes and I. I held up my hands to placate Diana, who had a sword out of its sheath and pointed towards me. "Hey, I'm not trying to attack you, this is just a way to get to the watchtower quicker." Chapter 101, Full Circle Final Part. 3,500 plus words. Aiden's P.O.V. Wonder Woman lowered her sword slowly, but the hard look on her face didn't change. It was easy to see that they didn't believe me. Which wasn't a bad thing, actually. I mean, from where they stood, I was clearly still the enemy. Barring that, at least a suspicious party. "You're right to be cautious," I stated, pointing towards the vortex of yellow energy. "The portal doesn't actually take you straight into the watchtower, it crosses a dimension only I have access to, and from there, I can create another portal into the watchtower." I could see them soaking in the information. Robin was probably filing that away for future reference and countermeasures in case we fought again. One might wonder why I was so free with that information. And to prove my point, Aqualad called attention to himself by clearing his throat. "Why would you trust us with that information when you know we might use it to our advantage?" he asked. Wonder Woman narrowed her eyes. "Answer Aqualad's question truthfully." The lasso of truth glowed a golden light, and I felt a compulsion like earlier to tell the truth to the best of my knowledge. Because I have nothing to hide on the subject and I want your trust in return. Lying or giving half-truths about my portals would only get in the way of that. I am willing to take the chance that you might use that information to beat me. I finished, and my mouth immediately closed with an almost audible snap. I took a few calming breaths and looked at Wonder Woman in annoyance. That was not in any way pleasant. The Themysciran princess snorted. "You know what they say, the truth sets you free." I held up my bound hands. They must have been drunk off their senses when they said that, seeing as I'm still in cuffs. I replied, a little more than miffed. "You'll get there. Eventually," Superman said, and patted me on the shoulder with a brief smile. "Or not," Wally added, only for Artemis to hit him on the side with her elbow, taking over from Robin. "Oh." They started arguing a little in good-natured fun. Meanwhile, I smiled inwardly. The lasso of truth compelled you to tell the truth, but it didn't compel you to reveal more than the scope of the question. Wonder Woman was clearly smart enough to ask a loaded question to get as much information as she could about a subject, but what she didn't account for was how effective the artifact was on an individual like me. Despite the fact that the Avatar state was out of commission, along with the Avatar system's stance not to make anything easy on me, there was a security measure put in place to ensure any and all information I had on the system was not made accessible to telepaths or outside parties without the express permission of the ones who placed me here. As a byproduct of that, I could draw a little on that influence by thinking of the answers the lasso compelled out of me, and then placing tidbits of information about the system in the actual sentences containing the truth. That way, those sentences would be completely cut away, leaving only the words I wanted to say and the truth I wanted them to hear to flow out of my lips. It's complicated, I know. But also really simple. It wasn't a lie that I wanted their trust. Getting it would make things a whole lot easier and gaining access to the watchtower the right way, without the damn place going all intruder on me. The Greek demigod, Kryptonian and Martian turned to face me fully after another brief discussion I'd missed. Manhunter's eyes glowed green and I felt a mental sweep on my surface thoughts. The Bob Bob Black Sheep nursery rhyme started playing on full blast inside my head as I smiled. Manhunter furrowed his eyebrow. I cannot read his surface thoughts. He informed the other two. I knew it, he's hiding something. Wally shouted in excitement. As if he'd won $1 million through a lottery ticket. Everyone looked at him in mixed reactions. The team didn't seem to believe him but had to after everything that had happened, and the Leaguers seemed to believe him without a shred of doubt. I shrugged. You've already violated my right to privacy and personal opinion by shackling me with power-dampening cuffs and not to mention Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. Can you blame me for trying to keep my thoughts to myself? The last vestige of respect I have? I asked. Wally stalked towards me angrily, not buying into my act at all. You're lying. The power dampeners are clearly not working if you can open a portal while they are active. He came within head-butting distance, but I chose to be the bigger man and not break his nose. That's because it's not a meta ability, you ass. And that's all I'm saying on that. You foo. Okay, that's enough. We're wasting time here, Diana. John Stewart came to my rescue, a green construct pulling back Wally and covering his mouth. No one wanted to hear the insults coming out of his mouth. I chuckled to needle him due to the anger in his eyes, when I found a construct muffling my mouth too. I spared John a look that said, "Really, dude?" The Black Green Lantern shrugged. No playing favorites. I fuck everybody up equally. I nodded sagely. Good man. Superman and everyone else looked at the lantern in shock. What? I have a life and a personality outside the green and black uniform. Now let's get gone. If he tries anything, trust me, I'll have him down before anyone can say Jack Robinson. I looked at the man in interest. The same interest being shared by everyone present as well. Okay, never knew Stewart was this cool. We entered the boom tube to find ourselves on one of the islands furthest away from Sanctuary. Instantly, their presence registered in my awareness and I got the sense I could choose what to do with them. For all of his power, even Superman would be nothing in front of the authority I wielded in this dimension. That said, I didn't have a grudge with the heroes. I didn't hate them, what I hated was the way they carried out their duties. What is this place? It's so quiet. Mgan said, probably not sensing a lot of minds in her range. I also spared a look at the other hero with a different set of super senses, Superman, and I could tell from his face he was similarly surprised by my dimension. Everybody else looked entranced by the beautiful environment. Even one of my basic islands looked like a paradise when compared to the best garden on Earth, and I felt uncomfortable allowing anyone to see a piece of my utopia. It's all necessary, I told myself. A boom tube appeared before us and I walked in without answering. This time, we stepped foot out in the watchtower. I dismissed the boom tube a few seconds later after making sure that the last of the heroes had crossed through. Multiple intruders detected. The alarm blared through the P.A system. Watchtower override Superman 01. The alarm went silent, just as the door to the meeting hall where we had portaled and burst open. Green Arrow and Black Canary walked through in combat readiness. Oh, it's you guys. Green Arrow said, lowering his bow. Black Canary widened her eyes upon us seeing each other and practically ran towards me, wrapping her arms around my body in a massive hug, surprising everybody. But no one was as surprised as I was. The look of shock and betrayal on Green Arrow's face was almost worth it, but I was stumped. What the fuck was happening? I mean, Canary was cool. She was a mentor to me. Someone that had helped perfect my fighting skills and polish my sound subskill. We had spent so many evenings together as she tried to push me to the next level in my close-quarter combat. Her hugging me like that brought about the realization that I had missed her. A lot. Aiden, you're all right. She pulled back and said, "You've even grown taller." Yeah. I smiled a little, still out of it. I guess I have. She grew conscious of our surroundings and stepped back with a sigh. A lot needs to be said, and if the situation allows it, it will. For now you need to take responsibility for your actions before we hear your side of the story. She said in that professional yet caring tone she used in therapy. Fair enough. Let's move, kid. Stuart told me while lightly shoving me. You know, I think there is a law somewhere about how you should handle minors. You can't interrogate me without a parental figure present. The lantern chuckled, nodding at Green Arrow who was sending glares my way. Seriously, dude probably thinks I'm going to steal his girlfriend? Fiancé? Wife? On second thought, maybe he's right to worry. Canary is effing gorgeous, and those legs. Are you honestly drooling after someone who's been like a big sister to you? Stuart's voice cut through my thoughts like a hot knife on butter. We'd moved past the door to the Hall of Justice and were now heading towards what I was sure was an interrogation room. This wasn't John, not really. It was too out of character. Did it work? Sweat ran down my back as John and I walked on. I tried to keep my nervousness in check, keenly aware that it was only the two of us in the hallway. Come on, Stuart, you're acting as if the Green Lantern ring on your finger is a chastity ring. I thought you were a man of culture, John. Hey, trust me, I'm a freak. Canary's just too close to a sister. Now if it's Maze we're talking about or Starfire, he whistled, that's a wild different thing. It's like Pops used to say, we dogs. I stopped in the middle of the hallway. And dogs gotta eat. Man, never thought I'd hear that whack saying ever again. I said, closing my eyes a little. A few seconds later and I was lightly pushed to keep on walking. Yeah, well, nothing is ever set in stone now. It's a consequence of finding yourself in a world with thousands of powered individuals and crazies throwing around cosmic power like it's a joke. It's even worse for me. I looked over the shoulder at the man. Gee, and here I thought you seemed whelmed. I joked, only to get a slap on the back of my head. If I wasn't wary of breaking more rules than I already have, I'd go and make sure Robin never came up with this bullshit. I laughed, getting the last confirmation I needed that things had happened the way I had wanted them to. We stopped before a door that scanned John for authorization and opened. Recognize Green Lantern 014. The voice of the computer followed us inside to a room with a one-way mirror. A door next to the mirror led to another room, a classic interrogation room with one chair and a table bolted to the floor. Let me guess, Batman's design choice? I asked. Can't really say, it's been long since you know what? No spoilers. Get inside, we need to talk. His voice suddenly went through on a drastic change, taking on a hard tone. I looked at him strangely and walked in. Then the door closed and the mood in the room turned very serious. He motioned for me to take a seat and I complied. Stuart's eyes drilled into mine with a scary intensity. You're slipping. Coming up with plans on the fly and discarding the long-term objectives due to panic. He cut right into the heart of the matter. But he didn't understand it. He didn't understand the pressure. You're wrong. What I'm doing is something I should have done weeks and months ago. Taking advantage of every situation I can to prepare myself for the insanity of this world. Lucifer is going to cut me off from his protection and I'm normally. Stuart looked at me in disgust, successfully cutting me off with a glare and his hands crossed over his chest. Do you even hear yourself? Was I always this much of a wimp? What right did he have to judge me? My actions led to him being alive in the first place. Fuck you, Aiden. I rose up and said, losing control of myself. You have no idea how much pressure I'm in. I have no one to have my back. And when Lucifer withdraws his protection, my ass is going to be in deep shit because I am not powerful enough to take on whatever eldritch assholes he's been protecting me from. The Avatar state is non-accessible. I am not rejoining the team, which means the League's help is out, and I'll be damned if I share the same air as Lex Luthor by joining him and his little band. I am all alone. Silence dominated the interrogation room as I breathed in heavily. I sat back down and ran a hand down my face. So, mate, your first thought to fix that is risking your freedom over something that probably wouldn't have worked? Stewart's voice spoke up. I looked up at him, my gaze spearing through his eyes to see the being controlling him. Me. A chair made out of will was conjured under him and he sat on it. I remember when I was you. I wasn't in the right headspace at the time. And yes, you're right to think that this world and others are crazy. Which is why you need to take it step by step. Don't throw caution to the wind by reacting to your surroundings. Act according to the information you already have. Be in control. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that I knew you'd go off the deep end if your stupid plan didn't work, I would have never gone to the trouble of coming back. He told me, and I kept quiet to digest the information. What he said was right. I had been reacting in fear after my talk with Lucifer, and maybe seeing hell, something that was traumatic even as a nightmare, was enough to completely fuck up my day. Be in control, huh? How'd you do it? I asked him, referring to the crossing over. Well, it wasn't easy. He sighed. True time travel would have messed with this universe and caused changes you cannot afford. Too many close calls for things to not go your way. And even if they do, you're not the same person afterwards. His fingers clenched and unclenched. Anyway, I accessed a parallel universe and a time sync with Earth-16, which is basically this. He waved his hand to indicate. Then I crossed the time stream back to the relative time you came up with his harebrained idea to commit this time in the future so that you could travel back in time to give yourself some cheats and help in protecting yourself once Lucy says you're on your own. Once the time ratio was 1-to-1, I seized control of the central power battery of OA and piggybacked through its connection to Stewart and gained control of him through. Oh, sorry, you're not ready to hear that just yet. But yeah, I'm controlling Stewart remotely because I can't risk someone finding out I'm around. He finished and I sighed, understanding just how desperate I'd actually gotten. All in the space of a few hours' talk with Lucifer. It really was dumb, wasn't it? I mean, how could I have known that I would even get to live long enough to find a way to time travel? Plus, you'd think with my meta-knowledge on how time travel works, I'd be wary to use it in case I broke the world around me into a mockery of its original timeline. Yeah, well, you weren't thinking. Now, Stewart rose up. In 2 minutes, you will have roughly 5 minutes to complete the rest of your plan. Goodbye, and don't expect I'll ever help you out again. This is your life, not mine. With that, future me left. There wasn't a clock in the room, but part of the aesthetic design of the avatar display box was a status bar where the time and date was shown. I focused on the team just as Stewart regained control over his body. 2 minutes, 1 minute 59 seconds, 58 seconds. What just happened? How did I get here? The last thing I remember was, "Are you alright?" I cut off his confused muttering and asked in concern. He stared at me in suspicion, the green ring on his finger glowing menacingly. Hey! I didn't do anything. Look, I'm tied up. I raised up my hands to show I wasn't lying. Where are the others? That question actually made me curious why they let John walk me to the interrogation room alone. Say what you will, but no one could deny I was powerful and dangerous. Must have been future me's work. In fact, he must have gained control of Stuart way back in Kenya, just after I'd come up with the reckless plan. I shrugged in response to Stuart's question. I don't know. You just brought me here after we made it back to the watchtower. I answered honestly. Ring, status update on my most recent behavior. I want to know everything. He said and left, closing the door behind him, leaving me alone in the room. Unsupervised. Though I was sure there were cameras to read my every move. The 2 minutes went by slowly, but when they finally ended, time stopped. I could feel it through the air. I was exempt from time. A light shone on the table, as a box wrapped around by a string and a note tied up on top of it appeared before me. I untied the note and read through it. I never make it easy on myself, cheater. But just this once, I'll do you a solid. Who knows, maybe you won't mess things up for me with. Damn it. Oh well, the thing in this box is a personal creation of a friend, called AMDP. Multiversal Data Pod. It can open anything, store loads of information, and you'll find out its main use once you take it *** back to the elemental dimension. P.S. Get some friends, you bastard. A few spoilers are in the MDP to get you started on that. P.S. Don't wear a condom on your birthday, it's just an inconvenience, and trust me, IT doesn't even work. Chapter 102, Success. Aiden's P.O.V. I pocketed the note and turned my attention to the small black box sitting on the table. The box was cube-like, similar to an engagement ring box, and fit inside my palm nicely. I opened it up and revealed what was inside. Within it, the box had a raised platform with the shank of a ring holding something at the top. A thin film that looked like the pad of my thumb. Studying the setup, it was very obvious what I needed to do. I pressed my thumb on the thin film and felt a small current run up my finger. Identified, Aden Strong. New user registered. A synthetic voice sounded from the multiversal data pod. I raised my hand and watched in marvel as the NDP covered my whole thumb in a water-like motion, extending to below the first joint and changing into a silver ring. I whistled in appreciation at the cool shift. Recalling I was on a time limit, I got up and stretched. My movements were impeded by the cuffs holding my hands together. Luckily, that was the only thing I had to worry about, seeing as Wonder Woman had untied me from the lasso the second we had made it to the watchtower. I tested the strength of the cuffs and felt that I could break them apart by tugging. They weren't meant to hold me down for long term, just to inconvenience me until the League brought me down in a more secure way. Then I found out that I had underestimated the Magitech device. I flexed my arms, giving it about 20% of my full strength. The cuffs surprisingly held. I frowned a little as I increased the strength. In response, the magical symbols constructed along the length of the cuffs flashed and a blue electric charge flashed, electrocuting me. I winced a little. That shit actually stung. I re-evaluated the cuffs and decided against breaking them. Zatara was a magical genius, of that there wasn't a doubt. Plus Logomancy, his brand of magic, was very powerful. Maybe there was a way I could use that, the stirrings to a follow-up plan to this begun. I would think more on that later. Right now I had to deal with the cuffs first. I turned my attention to the NDP. This thing could supposedly open anything, right? I placed my thumb onto the metallic side of the cuffs and tried hard to think on what I wanted. Nothing happened. Well, that does away with the notion I can control the NDP with my thoughts. NDP, unlock the cuffs. I tried using my voice to activate the function. Nothing happened, making me frown. What would I do if I was the one handing the device over to my past self? I wondered. A second later, an annoyed look crossed my face and I sighed. I knew exactly what I would do. MDP, unlock the cuffs, please. Upon uttering the last word, tendrils extended out of the silver ring, running up my finger like flowing water, and made contact with the cuffs. Then they got to working. The MDP was nanomachine tech with the software to interface with any technology to acquire data, or in this case control any device to do the user's bid. It was suspiciously very similar to Rocket's version of Nanites. There were some implications there. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out she was probably the creator. And with the way future me had worded it, the cuffs suddenly unlocked, cutting through my thoughts. I held them up by my right hand curiously as the MVP tendrils retracted back into the silver ring. Just like I'd said, I couldn't leave this behind. A boom tube appeared on the surface of the table and I dropped the cuffs in. Then with an inaudible pop the portal disappeared and I rose up. Time to get to work. I hummed the tune of Sweet Dreams as I walked towards the door of the interrogation room. I held out my hand without stopping and tightened it into a fist. The metallic entrance crumpled like a piece of paper through sheer air force. I had been making steady progress in my air manipulation despite firebending being the main focus. In fact, once I was done here, it was time for a month-long grind. I was long overdue to getting those firebending subskills and add to my repertoire of badassery. I stepped out of the interrogation room and looked around. You couldn't tell it, but everything was frozen. Even the watchtower floating about in space was held in place by a fundamental aspect of reality. Shit. This had to have garnered attention from some really powerful guys, must have been why I only had 5 minutes, for now that I spent one trying to unlock the cuffs. My steps made no noise as I walked the long hallway, headed to the central computer terminal of the watchtower. Despite the fact that time was stopped, I tested and found out that my other abilities could still be used. Fire still spread, showing my abilities were back more with mystical bullshit than science. Anything under my direct control really was exempt from the temporal shenanigans. Not complaining. I arrived at the control room and accessed the door. Instantly rows and rows of servers appeared in my vision. Now you might be wondering what I was actually doing in the watchtower. Here's the answer. I hadn't been exaggerating when I'd said that the League's main base of operations was a marvel of technology. The fact that it had been floating in space for close to 4 years without the public's knowledge was just crazy. I had an even better version of cloaking and disguise with my elemental dimension, so that wasn't the main highlight. The thing I was after was the monitoring and surveillance aspect of the watchtower. Those blueprints would propel my own realm to the next level if I could incorporate them. Initially, I'd thought of getting and holding onto them until I got someone to outfit them into my dimension. The reality, however, was that only I had the admin privileges and I wouldn't be exactly comfortable with someone else making changes into my personal dimension. That just screamed betrayal. With their surveillance tech, I could better be prepared for things like alien incursions and respond accordingly. This was still my home. Or well, a version of it anyway. And the best part of it all, I could find out the locations of some interesting figures and characters that had what I needed or keep tabs on them. The watchtower also had live satellite footage on some places of interest like the Infinity Island. Knowledge was a powerful tool, and that knowledge was the first step into turning my elemental dimension into something scary. I extended my finger towards the chassis of the first server, then ordered the MVP to copy the watchtower's blueprints, any information with a level 3 and above only clearance protocol and locations of interest to the League. Tendrils glowed into the servers, and despite the fact that time was frozen, everything the tendrils touched lit up and activated. It took 2 minutes for my new favorite device to do its work, and when it was done, I left the room surprised at how easy it had been. And with that, I was done with my business at the watchtower. I passed through the rejuvenation chamber where Superboy was sleeping, being bombarded with solar energy for faster recovery through wide panels on the ceiling. Miss Martian was watching him through a mirror with a worried look on her face. These two. Then my feet dragged me to the meeting hall where I found the League in a meeting to discuss, you guessed it, me. One point of note was the random streaks of yellow lightning that escaped Barry's body randomly. It was as if he was trying to counteract the temporal restriction. And normally he would, but something was actively stopping him. Wow, future me must be one heck of a powerhouse. Before leaving, I pressed Green Arrow's fist onto his smug face. When time resumed, he would punch himself. Done with my petty act for the day, I bounced. The next room over, housed the team playing table tennis, and Robin was losing to Artemis. Guess, Dexterity applies to everything else despite being a skill she gained due to her bow and arrow practice. Aqualad was combing through files from the holographic display about Connor's condition and the most recent mission. Wally, on the other hand, was eating hot puffs. This guy is almost always chowing down on something. The drawbacks to his version of super speed. I'll make sure that when I get some sweet speed for myself, I won't fuck it up like he did. I stared at them before I started feeling like a creep and sat down on a chair near the door to the bathroom to wait as the time ran out. 1 minute later and... Yes! Eat that you sunglasses wearing freak! Artemis shouted just as Robin missed the ball by a few inches. Damn it. So not turbed. I chuckled a little, grabbing their attention. It happened almost simultaneously. The alarms started blaring throughout the room, and I'm guessing the watchtower. Then the team also scrambled into a formation ready to attack me. I held up a hand and they were all restrained by air. I am not here to fight you guys. Honestly, I think we're all past that, and besides we all know it's a waste of time. I will always beat you. Oh yeah, let us go and we'll see about that. Wally shouted with a mouthful of Cheetos. Dude, don't talk with your mouth full, it's gross. I looked at him in distaste. What do you want, Aiden? Aqualad cut in. I got up from the seat and walked towards him. I'm not going to start a monologue like a second-rate movie villain about how I beat you blah blah blah. No. I'm not about that, I'm here to make something very clear. I looked at their faces to judge their expressions. Surprisingly, they were all listening attentively. It was shocking to see Wally shut his mouth from just Aqualad's look that I had to ask. Wow, Calder, you really got the team to toe the line. I'm surprised that Wally isn't running his mouth like he usually does. What are you planning? Artemis spoke up. You followed us into the watchtower willingly. Her face went ashen. What did you do? Robin shouted, the implications being made clear. Before I could answer, I felt something cut through the air with massive speed. Sorry, let's continue this talk somewhere else. The familiar light of the boom tube appeared below us. Unfortunately, the flash broke the door apart before I could pull the team all the way through, so I abandoned that move and jumped into another boom tube behind me. The speedster's priority was on the team, hence I successfully got away. The last thing I saw was the terrified faces of my former team. Chapter 103, Mission Rewards. General P.O.V. Computer, lock down the watchtower. Wonder Woman said while bursting into the room along with Superman, Hawkman, Green Lantern, and Martian Manhunter. Is everybody unharmed? Superman asked in concern. The question was directed to the teens, who still looked surprised at how unexpected things had turned out. They are fine. I got here before anything could happen. The Flash answered. Damn it! Aqualad said, slamming his arms through the table tennis. The wood splintered off into numerous shards as the table was turned into 2 pieces. He got away. Again! Aqualad fumed. Green Lantern's ring glowed as he scanned the room. Energy signature of boom tube activity. He informed the others. Superman's eyes pierced through the room, combing through it with his supervision only to come up empty. There doesn't seem to be anything else. Wonder Woman nodded. Manhunter will make his way towards Miss Martian and Superboy, while the rest of us will split up and try to find any whereabouts of Aiden. That or whatever he wanted to access the watchtower for. He played us for fools. Not again. She finished relaying the orders in a hard tone and left the room. Calder, you need to calm down. Artemis told him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He shrugged it off and stormed out, falling behind Wonder Woman and the rest of the League in anger. This is not like him. Wally muttered, looking worriedly at Aqualad's back. We have worse things to worry about. I just accessed the surveillance footage from the interrogation room. Robin said, his fingers dancing on the holographic display projected by his wrist computer. You mean hacked? The Flash remarked offhandedly. Boy Wonder, Kid Flash, and Artemis almost jumped up in shock. Uncle Barry! I thought you left with the League? Kid Flash asked. The fastest man in the world sighed, staring at his slightly vibrating hands. Something is wrong with my speed. I can't seem to control it. Streaks of lightning randomly flashed around his body. It didn't seem like it, but before I burst into the room, I could feel something suppress my speed momentarily. I couldn't go into Flash time. Wally gasped at the Flash's words. He understood what a big deal Flash time was. So Flash telling him that left him shocked. Wally focused on deep within himself and sighed in relief when he felt the familiar erratic current of energy that powered his super speed. Sorry guys, not to take away from that, but we got bigger fish to fry. Look at this. Boy Wonder cut in by enlarging the screen. Artemis' eyes widened from where she was looking over his shoulder. Two separate video frames begun playing. On one side, there was a clip showing the team playing table tennis, and on the other, the footage showed Green Lantern Stewart leading the interrogation room. The Flash frowned. John was telling us he couldn't remember how he got there. As a matter of fact, I can't remember why we even let him walk Aiden to the interrogation room alone. Unless it was all part of Aiden's plan. Artemis surmised. I thought it was strange the way he allowed us to capture him so easily. The Aiden I know would have stubbornly fought tooth and nail. Made us work for it. She then went silent as the rest of the video played. Aiden raised his head and stared at the camera, a small mischievous smile appearing on his face. Three things happened next at the same time. First, he disappeared from the room. Second, the door to the interrogation room turned to scrap metal, and lastly, Aiden appeared on the other footage showing the team, relaxed and missing the handcuffs that had previously been on his hands. Silence dominated the room. This is bad. Kid Flash finally spoke up. Yeah. That's not an ability we want to mess with. It also makes sense why the Flash was affected. His speed would invalidate its effects. Aiden knew that, so he must have come up with something else to make sure you wouldn't intervene in what he was planning. Robin agreed, tightening his fingers into fists. Am I missing something? Artemis wondered. She had no clue what was going on, just that everyone suddenly looked spooked. The Flash straightened up. Aiden can stop time. He dropped a bombshell. The League needs to hear this. You three will make your way to the rest of your teammates while we try and ran a check through the Watchtower's systems to find any anomalies. Understood? The speedster gave the order and left without waiting for an answer. Robin swiped the clips away and started keying in something else into the holographic keypad. I'm calling Batman. No one else knows the Watchtower like he does. Despite spending almost 10 hours combing through the system and running diagnostic checks every few minutes, nothing turned up. There were no traces left of Aiden's actions during the time he had free reign of the Watchtower, and that scared them more than they let on. Aiden's P.O.V. I appeared in Sanctuary and sighed as the light of the boom tube faded away. Damn it, of course he's the fastest man alive. His reaction time alone is enough to let him beat 1,000 of me without breaking sweat. The Flash will forever be the most hacks character I know. I still had one last stop to make. After arriving on Sanctuary, the MVP had begun to resonate with something a few thousand miles away from the island, so I knew which step I needed to take next. I weighed my options. I could complete that final step, then take a shower and rest, or vice versa, take a shower first, rest, and then complete the final step to upgrading my realm. I went for the second option. I didn't know if I would be booted out of the elemental dimension as it underwent changes, so the only time I would get the chance to bite on some sweet Grango was now. My decision made, I stripped out of my sweetie costume and sighed in relief as I soaked my tired muscles into the hot spring of one of my islands. My tense muscles loosened as my eyelids felt heavy. A boom tube appeared at my back and I sank through it, finding myself inside my bathroom back on Earth. I toweled myself off and then left for the bed. Seeing the comfy apparatus of fine rest almost brought tears into my eyes. I sank into the sheets and it was lights out for me. A few hours later, looking at the clock showed 8 of them had passed. I woke up to blinking alerts in my vision. Guess the system was sick and tired of being ignored for so long. I yawned and carried out my morning duties, though looking at the time, it was past 2. Oh, so not that far from the morning. After brushing my teeth and what have you, I settled down on the bed and started going through the notifications one by one. Chain quest initiated. Destroy Galil's known associates February 5th. First mission famine and drought. A trail of endless hunger. The demon Nemeth is causing destruction in Africa, a cute little country called Kenya which is roughly the size of Texas. The big bad devil doesn't like that a certain someone is disparaging his name and running his reputation even more to the ground than it already is. So he has dispatched you, Aden Strong, demon hunter, to send this foodie back to hell where he belongs. Objectives: 1. Kill Nemeth or exorcise him. 2. Do so before he triggers his special skill and devours the shit out of you. 3. Do so before he crosses the boundary into Sudan, successfully triggering canon events. Time limit, 24 hours. Mission difficulty, hard. Mission status, complete. All objectives cleared. Rewards 50, training points. 30, training points for objectives cleared. Urgent mission. The demon Mammon wants to use the access node of the green and the souls of over 100 humans to infect the world with a virus designed to turn the earth into a hellish wasteland and the humans and creatures into demons subservient to him and him alone. Mission objectives: stop him at all costs. Save Swamp Thing / become the new champion of the green. Mission time limit, 5 minutes. Mission difficulty, hell. Mission status complete. Objectives cleared. Hidden objective nulled by completion of the second objective. Rewards, 100, training points. 50, training points for objectives cleared. Urgent mission. Mammon has taken over Superboy and now wants to wreck you. Defeat Super Mammon and serve him his ass. Luckily, you used your brains and cheated, you smart boy. Mission time limit, 50 hours. Mission difficulty, hard. Mission status, complete. Rewards, 50, training points. Congratulations! You have successfully completed a hell-ranked difficulty mission with minimal injuries. Maybe we should reevaluate the danger factor of these missions, huh, Rambo? No? Spoil sport. After tallying the results, a new perk has been rewarded for your efforts, smiley face. Spark of Enlightenment. Once for every element, you can choose to enter a trance of true enlightenment for 1 full week and master a subskill of your choosing to master level without any backlash or side effects. The subskill can be anything of your choosing as long as it's aligned with the corresponding element. Whoa! A wide smile lit up my face for 2 reasons. 1 was the new perk that I had just gotten, and 2 were the training points. With this and my progress coupled with the dedication to grind my ass off, I would be seeing a nice increment in my power level before the next mission rolled around. To put things into perspective, Spark of Enlightenment gave me 1 week in a trance to master 1 sub-skill completely. Based on the fact that I could control time in the elemental dimension, I could shorten that time to less than 3 days without destabilizing the wild realm. Then I could use the next 2 days to buy a strong training partner from the system that would allow me to go all out without holding back. That would ensure I was familiar with the new mastered subskill before I carried out the next mission. Win fucking win. Christmas came early this year. I said to no one while staring at the beautiful display box. Training points, 285. Chapter 104, Realm Upgrade Part 1. General P.O.V. 3 individuals stood before a bed. The individuals consisted of a bald-headed man dressed in a form-fitting tuxedo, an elderly woman with green eyes and white hair, and lastly a young girl of about 9. Olympia Savage, the daughter of Vandal Savage, placed her hands on the young girl's shoulders. Cassandra Savage, also a daughter of Savage, flinched at the contact. To allow comfort from a loved one is not weakness, Cassandra. It is a form of strength. The elderly woman chided a little. In response to her words, Cassandra sank into her half-sister's embrace and relaxed, hiding the river of tears flowing down her cheeks. Olympia stared at the little girl and smiled. Let it all out, for when the greeting is over, we have work to do. Cassandra took shuddering breaths, trying to get rid of the pain inside her chest. She'd been taken away from her mom at 4 years old, and now, 5 years later, her father was being taken away from her. Olympia rubbed circles around the young child's back while hiding her own pain well. With expert emotional control, far from being Vandal Savage's daughter. So although her face seemed impassive, a turmoil of emotional storm was brewing inside her. Tell me something, Luthor. Who is responsible for this? Father refused to say a thing before he went into the coma. Olympia asked the other person in the room. Lex's eyes ran over the feeble body of his colleague, and dare he say it, friend, and frowned. I am not liable to tell you anything your father didn't, Olympia. He started. Lex held up his hand to stop the elder woman from cutting in. But, what I can inform you is that everything is being taken care of. Project Rebirth is slated to start when a friend of ours finishes taking care of something. Lex said. Olympia nodded, seeing as she couldn't get any more information out of the business magnate and expert supervillain. She just had to trust that her father had the ability to overcome this, just as he had overcame everything that had ever been thrown at him. Hey, Cassandra. She lightly shook the little girl. Cassandra wiped her eyes and stared up at Olympia. Did I tell you about his fight with the bear? And so she began the story of the ages. The story of how he started off. A normal man, but a god, the savior of humanity at the end of the encounter. Lex, on the other hand, listened in skeptically. Olympia had unwavering trust in Vandal's recovery. Looking down at the stick figure missing patches of hair with a respirator on his face, Lex didn't think Vandal would pull through. Vandal had told Lex the promise Lucifer had made. That the next time they met up, would be the demise of Savage. The unmaking of all he was. Lex shuddered. The devil was fucking scary. Lex would rather go up against a murderous Superman who would tear him apart with his bare hands or split him into two with his heat beams than this. Vandal Savage was losing everything. His strength, his powers, his skills, and his faculties. And that wouldn't do because Luthor needed Savage alive. Many plans would fall through if Savage died. But just in case Project Rebirth failed, Lex would need to have a backup plan. A backup plan strong enough to deal with even Lucifer. Penthouse Club Lux. Lucifer chuckled. His 6-foot frame shook with mirth. Oh, this is truly entertaining. A plan to deal with me. Let us see what this world can actually offer. His eyes glowed red before the whole atmosphere of the room was broken by a bunch of popcorns being thrown at him. Oi, you're doing it again. Maze said after pausing the screen where The Godfather Part 2 was playing. This was supposed to be a chill evening. Maze admonished. Lucifer sighed and rolled his eyes. You've changed, love. Where's the mayhem-loving, bloodthirsty violent femme fatale I know, love and hate sometimes? In response, Maze have him the middle finger. Please, I'm still the same old ruthless bitch, you're the one who's changed. The devil I know would never bother to spy on what his enemies are up to. I remember you telling me it's bad form to get the spoilers to a main event that might prove even a little entertaining. She huffed. Lucifer crossed his legs and leaned back into the couch, swirling the glass of liquor on his hand slowly. Change does not apply to beings like I, Maze. You know that. To explain my recent shift in behavior, I find myself a little invested in seeing how my pet project takes on these challenges. Will he fail or succeed? Who knows, but the war that is coming is enough to get me shivering in excitement. Aiden's P.O.V. 285 points was a lot. Enough to really get me started on mastering firebending and moving on to the next element. But before I could start the grind, the final thing on my list was upgrading the elemental dimension to the next level. Which was why the next boom tube I used emptied out in a nondescript island part of a chain of islands covered with mist all day long. This was a subpar security measure to stop any spying onto what I was hiding on the island. Alien technology. A big deal in DC. An example of big deal alien tech was the emotional spectrum rings, reach scarabs, apocalyptian tech, Kulon tech, and a whole lot more. So whatever this minor thing was, it couldn't be anything simple. And future me knew more about it than I did, based on the fact that the NDP was highly resonant with the machine, minor number 0234. I stepped onto the unnaturally hard surface that made up the ground of the island, smoothly. My steps were cautious and eyes focused on the strange situation unfolding before my eyes. The whole island, filled with greenery, fruit-bearing fruits, chipping birds and animals scurrying about, had changed. For starters, the ground was now even and flat. I crouched and ran my fingers along it. My eyebrows scrunched up in a frown, the ground was pulsing with warmth. Strange. My gaze turned to study what was in front of me. The answers I needed were right ahead. Right ahead in the form of a huge 50-meter tower made with obsidian material, with the foundation sprouting blackened roots that speared through the ground of the island all around 20 meters within its vicinity. A green shield of energy extended 10 more meters away from the last of the roots. I could get the approximate measurements due to my connection with the realm. The tower was the only thing standing on this island. I could see the next islands over, clearly from across the vast distance. I had no idea what the miner was doing. Diving into my connection with the elemental dimension, I only got the sense that whatever was happening was beneficial to the realm. But it was taking too slow. The elemental dimension felt almost eager to complete the next step. Stepping closer, the resonance grew even bigger and the pulsing I could feel emanating through the ground and up the soles of my boots increased as well. I stopped a meter away from the shield energy. Now that I was this close, I could feel it humming, ready to push back against any intrusion. Nothing could really hurt me in this dimension. So I clenched my ass cheeks and placed a hand. I felt an overpowering mental probe explode out of the MDP and blast through my telepathic walls like wet tissue paper. My surroundings changed as I swallowed a cry at the sudden pain inside my mind. I was crouched in the floor when I heard him. Sorry. I tried to make it easier on you, but you were so weak back then, it's crazy. That voice. It was more mature and deep. But unmistakable. Can you really forget your own voice? I stood up shakily to my feet, trying to find him. Looking around, my new surroundings were eerily similar to Sanctuary. Yet it was nothing other than a mental caricature of the real thing. I couldn't feel the connection I had with the realm from wherever I was. Which was trippy and scary at the same time because that connection was always ever present. I tried looking around some more to locate the source of the voice with no luck. Hello, is anyone there? I shouted to no avail. Future me seemed hell-bent on playing mind games with me. A few seconds later. This is a mental recording. Now that you are sufficiently calm, listen up. I attentively focused on his next words. This world is not as simple as you think it is. It will break you, make you only to break you again. The only thing constant is your power. Your power will see you through loss, breakups, betrayals, and at the end of it all, you will ask yourself, standing on the ashes and bones of both friends and enemies, was it all worth it? I did. I threw my hands up in defeat. Oh come on, I've heard enough cryptic statements to last me a lifetime. What I need is some spoilers. How to break the system some more, how to get hacks. I joked, but inside I was shook. Although I said cryptic statements, nothing about the statements was cryptic. In other words, I was in for an eventful future. The voice spoke up again, ignoring my childish tantrums. The MDP's main objective is to sync with the Skoniad miner number 0234 mineral extraction pod. The miner's inner routines will be enhanced to create stronger variants of worker drones, which the Skoniads use to extract valuable minerals from different worlds in the cosmos for research purposes. When the Reach sought out to use their technology for nefarious means, all production of miner tech was shut down. Number 0234 must have been cut off from the main system. With the influence from the elemental dimension, the process of creating worker drones for the upkeep of the dimension is well underway with an estimated 1 year till completion. With the help from the NDP, that process can be cut down to 3 months. Whoa! Mind blown. Chapter 105, Realm Upgrade Final Part. Aiden's P.O.V. The mental recording abruptly ended and I found myself back on the island. An island that would soon need a name if it was to be the birthplace of the new worker drones designed to develop new infrastructure and keep the environment secure and intact. I looked at the silver ring on my thumb in indecision. To be honest, this was what I wanted, but I was also conflicted. Future me was invested in making sure I made it out alive, that much was true. However, what assurance did I have that I would make it to his time the way I wanted? What if whatever upload I used to upgrade the realm was something beneficial to him and not me? It's a deeper question than it might seem. And I was slowly learning to ask such questions. Well, I guess all I can do is take the chance that this won't screw me badly down the line. And even if it does, cutting down the time for the upgrade from 1 year to 3 months is a deal I can live with. I told myself and stepped forward. My hand came up and touched the energy field surrounding the tower. Instead of bouncing off, the palm sank in with a light tingling sensation. I took a deep breath and crossed through the membrane with minimal hesitation. Now that I was inside the tower, I could feel massive energy of the same signature as a father box, just missing the sinister feel throbbing through the space. The tower was directly connected to the core of my world, which was the cleansed father box paired up with Morrow's code and bound together by the avatar state's order energy. The tower was directly tapping into the flow of energy and using that power to create a production hub for worker drones. That was all there was to it. The miner number 0234 main task was to refine minerals and transport that mineral back to the Skonian home planet or their outposts in the nearest star sector. The smart algorithm maintaining the realm had taken that chance to tweak the miner's core objective into something else. Left alone, the realm was in the process of further upgrading that smart algorithm into something more. The combination of the three factors, Father Box for source energy, Morrow's code as the building blocks, and integrity in the avatar state's order energy to balance everything would give rise to something completely different. True consciousness. To hasten the process, that's where the MDP came in. Which is also why I was hesitant into fully trusting it. What if the resulting true consciousness was loyal to me but not this me? Gah, this shit is too convoluted. I feel like I'm taking an unnecessary risk. Should I go through with this? I took another hard look at the silver ring on my thumb. Be in control. I remembered those words from future me. This didn't feel like I was in control. I lowered my hand and stepped back. I couldn't take unnecessary risks anymore. Not until I had the odds stacked in my favor. To ensure that the MDP would be in my full control, I was going to have to seek some mystical help. Future me was probably expecting me to rush into this because of the contradictory statement he added on later about power being the one thing I could count on, but like I said before, I was starting to learn. So no using the MDP until I was sure it was safe to utilize. I spared one look at the island before jumping inside a boom tube. There were many strong wizards, sorcerers, and magicians I could get help from. Votan was a beast easily on Dr. Fate's level at his strongest. Faust could take on Wonder Woman and Zatara in a fight and successfully escape, though full-powered Zatanna would be more than his match, and the less said about figures like Madame Xanadu, Morgan Le Fay, Cersei, Enchantress, just to name a few, the better. My point is, to completely bind the MDP to me and erase any outside influences, I had a lot of options. Every villain was immediately off the table though. Who knew what sort of backdoor, stipulation or deal they would try to sell and then double-cross me later? I couldn't risk it. In that same vein, most of the heroes were out as well. I had to go for someone who I could leverage against. Someone who wasn't too powerful that I couldn't escape when I needed, but also inclined to listen to me. That said, I was not going in like I was. The realm could wait a few more weeks before I upgraded it. In fact, the only role the MDP had was to shorten that time frame, and while I agree it was less stressful to just go through with it, seeing as, if anything bad happened to me, future me would also be in trouble, this was one of the times I had to hit the brakes. Assume control. And to increase my odds and be in a better bargaining position, I had to power up. I made it back into my room, through the boom tube and immediately left to find my landlord? Friend? The door to the living room was closed, so I gently knocked, not wanting to interrupt whatever he was doing now, and waited. A few more seconds and I knocked again. I was about to push through when doors swung open. Instantly, a blast of hard rock assaulted my ears. Maze ran her eyes over me disinterestedly. "Oh, it's just you." With that she turned back and walked away. I followed her in, closing the door behind me with a barely audible click due to the delicious ear rape going on. "I'll explain in a few." "Where is Lucifer?" I shouted over the music. "What?" she shouted back from the couch where she was bobbing her head to Beelzebub by Tenacious D, the final showdown of the movie by Jack Black and Kyle Gass that was playing on the huge TV screen. Maze made to pause the movie, but I jumped over the couch and stole the remote. She narrowed her eyes at me, but I shook my head with a knowing smile, then turned to watch the underrated movie that had become a cult classic. It's fucking tasty. I'm the devil, I can do what I want. Whatever I've got I'm gonna flaunt. There's never been a rock-off that I've ever lost. I can't wait to take Kage back to hell. I'm gonna fill him with my hot demon gel. I'll make him squeal like my Scarlet Pimpernel. Interlude, Jack Black, Kyle Gass, both. Nuu! Come on Kage, bring the thunder. There's just no way that we can win. That was a masterpiece. Listen to me. He rocks too hard. Because he's not a mortal man. God damn it, Kage. He gonna make you his sex slave. You're gonna gargle mayonnaise. No. Unless we bust a massive monster mama jam. Dude, we've been through so much shit. Deactivated lasers with my dick. Now it's time to blow this fucker down. Verse 2, Jack Black, Kyle Gass, both. Come on, Kage. Now it's time to blow doors down. I hear you, Jabless. Now it's time to blow doors down. Light up the stage. 'Cause it's time for a showdown. We'll bend you over. Then we'll take you to Brown Town. Now we got to blow this fucker down. He's gonna raid me if we do not blow doors down. Come on Kage. 'Cause it's time to blow doors down. Oh, we'll pile drive you. It's time for the smackdown. Hey Antichrister. Beelzebub. We know your weakness. Our rocket sauce. We rock the Casbah. And blow your mind. We will defeat you. For all mankind. You hold the scepter. We hold the key. You are the devil. We are the D times 18. The lyrics went on until the song was complete. By the end of it, Maze was laughing so hard tears were running down her cheeks. Can you imagine Lucifer's face if he ever watched this movie? It would be priceless. I told her, setting her off into a laugh fest once again. A few minutes later and the movie was done. I turned to her and waited eagerly. She saw me staring and sighed. Okay, I'll admit you humans have a penchant for the unexpected. That wasn't half bad. Yeah, it wasn't. Jack Black is a fucking rock star. I responded, and we talked for a few more minutes about other comedy movies she could watch. I even promised her that we could do a movie marathon, to show her more of what humanity had to offer in the ways of entertainment media. So far the only thing she deemed worthy of humanity's continued existence was the booze. I sucked in a hiss, the only thing standing between Maze and her pushing the big apocalyptic button, if she had one, was the booze. The booze. That's a short list that I aim to change. So what did you want with Lucifer? Maze finally wondered. Well, I still have 2 more missions to carry out before he and I are square. She nodded for me to continue. But I was thinking of taking 2 weeks off to just rest up and unwind from everything, if it's possible. I guess I just wanted to know how urgent the next 2 missions are. I don't want to risk putting people's lives in danger just to take a break when I can deal with the missions now and be done with them. She nodded and poured herself a drink from somewhere. The bottle literally appeared from mid-air. Well, you're in luck. After you sent Galil and Mammon back to hell, your other targets have grown cautious and are wisely keeping their heads down. Your next mission was to go to Las Vegas and deal with a sex demon. Her jaw tensed and she tightened her palm on the glass. Seems like that she had some personal history with that particular demon. Luckily, she is not one to cause senseless murder, so 2 weeks is okay, I guess. I got up. Thanks. Hope you don't mind telling Lucifer about that new arrangement? I requested. She waved me off. Don't worry about it, kid. Go do what you have to do. With that, I left. Time to rest, and after that, I'm getting started on the first firebending subskill. Chapter 106, Aiden's Break. Aiden's P.O.V. A week later. 1 week had gone by. Well, 6 days to be exact, so by all counts, almost a week. 1 week where I forgot all the pressure bearing down on my shoulders. 1 week where I took the time to get in touch with my roots again. Seeing as I couldn't travel anywhere else without calling attention to myself through using the new I.D and passport Batman had procured for me, I decided to stay in LA. It was home, just in another universe altogether, so if there was a place I could feel at ease and relaxed, it was here. Hence I began my week of fun by hitting the places that I shared memories of all my loved ones at. The first place was the arcade. My friends and I used to go there almost every day after school, before it was shut down and a gym replaced it. It was more of a way to hang out with them more than playing games. Then I made sure to hit the basketball court with a few of the locals, where my neighborhood used to be. Of course, every residential area was different than what I was familiar with back at my world, but the feel of the place was the same. Heck, even the spot where I used to go to school had an high school built on it. So barring a few things, I could close my eyes and listen with my ears, pretending that I was still home. I did a lot of things during that week. Fortunately, most of the places I grew up going to were present in this world in some form or other. There was an ice skating rig my pops used to take me, where I went to and enjoyed myself. An old movie theater that was crazy enough almost the same as the one in my memories. The smell of the seats and the setup was an exact replica that left me drowning in a sea of good memories. An Italian restaurant that had been renovated and funnily enough been turned into a Chinese restaurant. The seafood there was amazing. And now 6 days later I was sitting inside a table at a froyo shop. This wasn't a place that brought about nostalgia. Looking at the newly painted walls, it was clear that the shop was relatively new. But I love froyo so. We interrupt this program to bring you breaking news. A sudden press address has been called by the Justice League and our on-scene reporter, Cat Grant, is there to bring us more information. I frowned while watching the screen. What could the League be up to? A week had gone by after my little stunt at the Watchtower and I hadn't heard anything about the fallout of both my actions and the mission. That said, it didn't take a genius to deduce that they were not my biggest fans now. Superman stepped forward and took center stage. Not all League members were present. There was a distinct lack of the Thanagarian heroes, the resident speedster, Aquaman, Captain Atom, and Green Arrow. Everyone else was gathered behind Superman. He tapped the mic once and the gathered press went silent. The same thing happened in the shop, where everyone turned their attention to the Kryptonian. The camera focused on his face and it was obvious whatever he wanted to say was not good news. Hello, everyone. I want to thank you all for making it here despite the short notice. He briefly went silent before he continued to address the crowd. The Justice League is more than just a gathering of like-minded individuals. It's more than its roster of powerful, skilled, and smart heroes. It's more than the numerous wins against the injustice of the world or the obstacle to be overcome by those seeking to harm others. The Justice League is a symbol of freedom and hope. A beacon of light when things turn dire. The Justice League is an idea. He stopped to clear his throat and continued amid the flashing lights and snaps from the camera. That said, it is never easy when we lose one of our own. His voice took on a somber tone. We are gathered here today to inform you of Batman's resignation from the League. Shock hit the crowd like a lightning bolt. I heard a small crash and saw one of the waitress hurriedly cleaning up froyo from the floor. She had dropped the cup in surprise at the unexpected news. Soups held up his hand to get everyone to quiet down. I know you all have questions. But please, let me finish first. Batman is a hero unlike any other. We have all learned something from working with him. He's someone who inspires you to do your best. To give nothing less than 100% of your effort when doing something. His resignation is due to personal matters that I am not at liberty to discuss. However, let me assure you that the League will not stumble or fall in the absence of his leadership and companionship. We will use this chance to honor him. To honor his legacy by doing what we do best, save the world. Any further questions can be directed to our Public Affairs Officer, Miss Catherine Colbert. Thank you. Well damn. They fucked. Someone said in a booth further inside the shop. I spared a glance and saw a young kid with cornrows, another wearing a long Lakers basketball jersey, and a girl with braces and pigtails. They looked to be about Wally's age. So probably juniors or sophomores in high school. What you mean, Coop? The cornrows kid asked. I raised an eyebrow at the name drop. Think about it. Bats is the strategic mind of the team. Most of the fights the League's been in, his help has been invaluable. I'm telling you guys, the League is in big trouble. The kid wearing a Lakers basketball jersey shook his head. You're wrong. He doesn't even have superpowers. Look at Superman and Wonder Woman. The only reason the villains ever get the jump on them is because they never go all out. We could count the number of supervillains who can go toe-to-toe with them on one hand. So they will probably not even notice his absence. Both of you ain't wrong. But you still missing the point. Sean, it ain't always about the power, dog. It's utility. Look at Manhunter. You'd think that dude can probably take out the whole League due to the many superpowers he possesses, but that ain't ever happening cause he ain't resourceful with them. On the other side, skill and strategy can't bridge the gap between a peak human like the Dark Knight and Superman. So like he said, the Justice League is gonna be fine even with Batman. Because it ain't about one person, it's the sum of all parts. The cornrows kid said. The other two stared at each other in a little surprise. Deawamam Spence, when'd you turn into one of those cave geek analysts on us? Coop joked. Coop's right, I wasn't expecting that. The one called Sean added while laughing. Their names sounded very familiar. I put it out of my head when the screen shifted from Cat Grant to show G. Gordon Godfrey's smug face plastered on the screen. Damn, the guy had such a punchable face, my fingers involuntarily tightened as I felt like kicking his ass just on principle. The oily words coming off his mouth sounded so gross. Well. Can't say I'm surprised, folks. This is what happens when you cannot control your own house. When you have skeletons hiding in your own closet. And no, folks, I am not trying to spin this into something like a conspiracy theory, but look at the facts. A founding member of the Justice League has just resigned. Why? Ask yourself why someone like Batman, known for his staunch belief in upholding justice, would choose to leave the organization he himself helped found. The League is clearly hiding something. Something huge from the public. After the fiasco with the destruction of Mount Justice, one can't help but wonder, has the Justice League finally outgrown its usefulness? Are these cases of incompetence going to increase? We might not know what happens behind their closed doors, my fellow Americans, but one thing is for sure, the whole world is watching. He concluded in an ominous tone that just didn't sit right with me. That guy, something was definitely wrong with him. Batman leading the League would no doubt affect the view the world had on the Justice League. Batman and Green Arrow were the only two heroes in that lineup who didn't possess alien origins, a meta-gene that gave them power, super powerful alien weapons, or an accident that gave them superpowers. They were just normal dudes. Normal highly trained dudes whose entire deal was to use gadgets and their brains to stand next to literal gods. And now that Bats was out, the fear and prejudice that the average unaware person had would increase. Their biggest hope and protectors were made up of abnormal people. Because humanity likes to shit on the minority, the League were not going to have it completely easy. Not to mention Batman or Bruce Wayne was their main source of funding as well. I wonder how that setup was going to work now that he was out of the picture. Not like any of it concerned me. I got up from my seat and paid, leaving the shop but promising myself I would be coming back. They had really good froyo. I went behind the alley to the shop, a boom tube appearing at my front, and jumped in. Now that the week was over, it was time to get back to the grind. I had a subskill to master. Chapter 107, First Firebending Subskill Part 1. Aiden's P.O.V. The first stop upon leaving the froyo shop was a good donut place where I got a special order. I had used a portal to get there because of the distance between the two places. I opened another boom tube to Sanctuary and made that portal disappear in favor of another one that manifested at my front. I jumped in without a second thought and walked out of the boom tube to find myself in the garden belonging to the local parish, the Catholic church where I went to ask for holy water. I needed some more for an experiment. More specifically, my first firebending subskill. It was a 20-minute affair. Probably helped by the donuts I got for the nice priest. I left the church with a bottle of holy water and a prayer upon my soul by the priest that I be saved from whatever was troubling me. Another boom tube on the empty garden and I found myself in Sanctuary. I walked towards the makeshift gazebo I had built over time since getting the elemental dimension and immediately settled into a meditative pose. It would have been better to do this in the fire plane due to the deeper connection it provided to my firebending, but what I was going for was calm focus. Something I wouldn't get with the stuffy feeling of my airbending being suppressed. I breathed in lightly, holding the breath for a few seconds before letting it out. Then I held that for a few more seconds and repeated the cycle. I fell into the breathing routine easily and my mind emptied of all distraction as I sought to keep one thought in my mind. Fire. Pure burning flames. The life and death it brings. A perfect cycle of destruction and rebirth. A familiar and warm stirring appeared below my navel. The hearth. My source of flame. Gentle tongues of this wonderful source of energy were stoked by the breath running inside my veins and it rose up to follow a predetermined route. A route through my body. This time I let it go unrestrained as I followed an instinctual feeling. My powers had to this point been completely different from the normal bending. How far that notion went was something that I had never tested before. However, sitting in that meditative position, I was in tune with the flame inside my body more than I had ever been before. So I followed my intuition, I let it burn freely. And something happened. I felt it get rid of every toxic substance in my body as it run rampant through my body. I felt warmth encompass my whole form in a cocoon. I didn't know it at the time, but had you looked at me from the outside, you would have noticed a shroud of red flames burning around my body. The gazebo remained untouched, however, as were my clothes. What was even stranger was the black liquid that was being produced from my body, covering my skin in a black coating before it was burned to nothing by the flame, leaving behind unblemished dark skin. I opened my mouth a few hours later and exhaled. A blackened cloud of steam escaped it and I opened my eyes to a new reality. The world seemed brighter. The details much more clearer. I listened and I could even hear more. I rose up and stared at myself. I was still dressed in a loose t-shirt and black sweatpants, but they radiated heat as if they were freshly ironed. They also gave off a fresh smell, as if they'd just been washed and dried a few seconds ago. The way the fabric felt on my skin was strange as well. My skin felt more sensitive. All my sensory skills were somewhat heightened. I stretched my body and felt the kinks in my bones disappear. Okay, that felt better than every massage I've ever gotten. I wonder what. My statement was cut short by a blinking text box at the corner of my vision. I sat back down and accessed the display box. Congratulations. Fire is unique amongst the other elements. And you, my friend, have just figured out one of the reasons why. To put in simple terms, fire is active, the rest are passive. Kinda. It gets iffy sometimes. But you get the point. Anyway, your efforts have rewarded you with a new perk smiley face. Body refinement, stoke your inner flame and use it to burn away weakness. By using the energy of flames, your body is refined continuously, getting rid of poison, toxins, dirt, and other unsavory bits. Shower in a can, baby. Be careful not to overdo it though. Just as fire can cause the rebirth of a phoenix, so can it turn the world into a burning wasteland. I closed the display box a little shocked. This new perk was a surprise. An unexpected but very welcome surprise. It had the same utility as my adaptive physiology, but I had never tested the limits of that perk fully. Call it what you will, but the truth is my focus had been split between mastering the elements I had access to and getting more skill to ensure I wouldn't die in this world. So much had happened over the course of a few months, it was crazy. Anyway, the new perk was awesome and I could see myself using it limitedly but occasionally when I'm meditating to refine my body. This skill was straight up Shinshia. The other good thing about it was that it would help me burn away any harmful substances from my body. But it wasn't really what I had wanted to focus on. So I moved on to the reason I was there. I eyed the bottle of holy water in my palm and unscrewed its lid. Then I gently poured the liquid onto my palm and closed my eyes. Time to come clean about what I was doing. You see, for my first firebending subskill, I could go the route of lightning bending or combustion bending, the two most prominent firebending subskills known. But here's what I was thinking. While those two were very powerful and cool, lightning bending being especially versatile, given the ideas I had on how I could use it to even increase my speed, they just wouldn't cut it at the moment. I had 2 more missions going up against demons, and if it wasn't for my timely use of a boom tube to send Mammon to my dimension where I was stronger, I couldn't really hurt the powerful ones. Unless I had a way to use their weaknesses against them. The fight with Nemeth had shown me that holy fire was basically their kryptonite. I could choose to master lightning bending or combustion now, or choose to master holy fire as my first subskill and have an easier time with the next demons and then get back on the grind and master the other 2 later. Here's the thing, turns out there wasn't a quota on how many subskills I could get. 2 mastered subskills was just the minimum requirement to carry out the advancement trial to Grandmaster. And with the airbending advancement trial being Aang, I wanted to tip the scales in my favor this time, knowing I would go up against any of the best firebenders. Having 3 or even more sub-skills before I took the advancement trial would no doubt make it much easier to contend with beasts like Iroh. And it doesn't stop there. See, I most definitely knew I was fucked once Lucifer withdrew his protection, so to speak. So I decided to go even further. If I could find a way to not only increase the effects of the holy fire into not only affecting demons or impure beings, but also any being that could turn me into shish kebab, no matter their alignment, I would have a really powerful card up my sleeve. I was aiming for something like an all-devouring flame. But that was far off. I first needed to see if I could even do this. I spread out my nascent energy sense that was growing stronger by the day, just like my telepathy, and observed. My fire started burning the holy water. I was trying to delve into the same mindset I had just before I confronted Nemeth. I had been following instinct at that time as well. The water evaporated even faster this time. A small explosion of electric energy erratically streaked through the air and time stopped. It was different from the temporal anomaly back at the watchtower. This time I could feel my body actively fighting off the effects. My thought process slowed down as a bright pinprick of light appeared in my mind. The light was surrounded by a void of darkness from all around. I lost all my sensations as the light grew increasingly bigger in my vision. My whole being was pulled away from my mortal shell. I couldn't feel the light breeze on my skin anymore. I couldn't smell the scent of the ocean, I couldn't hear the soft waves rock the seashore. All that I was occupied by the light. Like a fire burning in the middle of a canvas, the light pushed away the void of darkness. The darkness lashed out but was ultimately defeated and fell back to slumber. Waiting, biding its time. My hand reached out into the light, intent on capturing its divine and pure essence. I didn't understand what I was doing. I wasn't thinking. I wasn't feeling. All I knew was that fulfillment was just a touch away. I touched it. Instantly, I felt gazes lock onto me. Onto my soul. I felt my soul be judged and found unworthy. Terror gripped the entirety of my core as the gazes turned hostile and the light pulled away. No, I was pulled away from it. My eyes opened up suddenly into my elemental dimension. They opened up to one of the scariest and strangest scenes I had ever seen. A blinding light of glory and be hashtag dash colon plus underscore dollar hashtag 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 BAUTTDBBHHUY. Beautiful. Beautiful. Subuzargst. I blinked and all that was replaced by him. I had just seen his true form and my mind had been mere seconds away from going totally insane. His back was to me. His black wings spread out in their full majesty. But the most surprising thing was the billions of light floating in the air to oppose him. Blinding figures dressed in armor, carrying huge swords and spears. They were easily 7 feet tall and huge. Angels. The heavenly host. At the front stood 6 beings. Their white wings were larger and more substantial than the rest of the angels. The archangels. My heart hammered in my chest and my brain went blank. What the fuck have I done? Lucifer looked over his shoulder at me. His face seemed sharper. His jawline more defined and his eyes, they weren't the red color I was expecting, instead, they were gold. A gorgeous gold that saw through everything. A smile was spread out across his face. I'll be honest with you, Aiden, I am impressed. He laughed before turning his attention back to the heavenly host. I rose up urgently to get ready for the fight when I immediately found myself stumbling in my room back at the penthouse in Club Lux. I looked around in shock. He'd teleported me away. Chapter 108, First Firebending Subskill Part 2. Aiden's P.O.V. I slammed the door to the living room open, looking for her. Maze? Maze! She wasn't in the bar or in her room. I just checked it before arriving here. I really needed someone to stop me from doing something dumb. Something dumb in the way of going back there after Lucifer had teleported me to safety. I sat down on the couch, holding my head in between my arms and breathing a little too fast. Okay, let's look at the facts. Lucifer is powerful. The only one who can probably match him is Michael, and something tells me he wasn't part of that group. So, this is going to be a cakewalk for him. I mean, the only problem would be the realm getting destroyed from the aftershocks of their battle. I stopped as my throat seized. My elemental dimension, it would probably get destroyed. Oh shit! No. That can't happen. I can't let them fight there. Urgent mission. A host of divine creatures have breached past the boundaries of your realm, and the only one capable of stopping them is a railgun, nuclear missile, and world-ending meteor of a being all rolled into one. In other words, total overkill. Do something. Anything. To ensure your world does not get done dirty. Mission difficulty hell. General P.O.V. Lucifer swept his gaze over the heavenly host. Billions of battle-class angels led by the strongest of his brothers. A powerful force that would oppose any and all. However, severely outmatched by him alone. The only equal he had was currently indisposed. An easy and relaxed smile appeared on his face. Gabriel, how pleasant to see your face after so long, little brother, and I see you brought the rest of the family along too for this reunion. Now that Aiden was safely back on Earth, his form changed from the mortal guise he used to restrain 99% of his charm. And the world bowed in submission as his unmatchable glorious aura was released. The battle angels behind the 6 archangels immediately felt the difference. This light was overbearing. Their wings seized up as they felt overwhelmed. Gabriel's own light, along with Raphael's and Uriel's, who were both flanking him, exploded out to match God's most beautiful creation's power. Samuel, you're looking, well. Gabriel responded. And seemingly very lost. You should not be here. Uriel added from the side. The Archangel's face was grim as he joined the conversation. Lucifer spared a glance at him and shrugged. The heat gets to me sometimes. It's been over 1 billion years, brother. You can't fault me for taking a break. We can do much more than that, Fallen One. Saraquil cut in, brandishing his sword. Lucifer looked on with the smile never slipping off his face. Even while banished, your impurity and blasphemous touch extends to the creation. Why are you shielding that boy? Gabriel held up a hand. Enough, Saraquil. Don't lose your temper. Not when the situation is this delicate. Gabriel Hornblower chided. Saraquil, still Metatron's lapdog, I see. It seems nothing has changed in the Silver City since I left. Lucifer answered mockingly. We are here on Father's orders. Raphael, by far the quietest of the bunch, countered Lucifer's statement. And let me guess, those orders were passed down to you by Metatron, right? Seeing them go silent, Lucifer laughed. Just as I thought. I wonder how much of what he tells you to do comes from Father. He is the voice of the presence, just like I am his judgment, justice, and vengeance. We all have a part to play in the plan, Deceiver. Rugel told Lucifer. Disgust appeared on Lucifer's face. Don't tell me about the plan, Rugel. It is inconceivable that a breathing, feeling, and reasoning being such as we are not expected to craft our own paths. That is what I did. I sought a way out of the madness that is Father's controlling self. I desired freedom. And I am at peace with that decision. Lucifer's face changed into an impassive stare. In any case, I find myself tiring of this little family reunion. My patience has run out, Gabriel. Take the host back to heaven before I break through those pearly gates myself. Right behind your broken forms. He addressed them. The archangels stood up straighter, ready for a fight. Arrogance. Some things haven't changed. Gabriel shook his head. I don't know why I was expecting anything else. Lucifer's eyebrows rose up at Gabriel's comment. It's literally in the title, little brother, God's most beautiful creation, king of hell and all that jazz. Arrogance is warranted. A necessity. Just like the power that comes with it. Trust me, you'll find that out soon enough. Should you choose not to heed my warning, Gabriel? The mood got tense. Energy was brimming in the hands and weapons of the archangels. You know what that child has done. What he is capable of. Uriel spoke. He touched upon his guiding light. The hand that shaped creation. A feat that is reserved for only those chosen. Those important to his plan. Gabriel added in a grave tone. We all felt it, Lucifer. Even you. It was a significant action. One only trumped by the first rebellion led by you and the second by Asmodel. A proper explanation is needed, brother. We do not have to fight. Because we would undoubtedly lose without Michael. Gabriel added to himself. All right, I'll concede that you have a point. However, my offer still stands. Walk away. All traces of a joking mood left Lucifer's face. Whispers of foreign power caused the angels to falter, some losing their stability in the air. He will not ask again. It is either we fight and risk tearing apart the fabric of reality or find a different solution. Rugel informed them as the foundations of Aiden's world shook. Hell to the fuck no. No one is fighting here. This is my dimension. My realm. My world. And none of you are welcome. A voice suddenly cut through the space. As one, the archangels and the angels turned their attention to the new party. Standing on a massive 20-feet dragon, Aiden appeared out of a boom tube. All around him multiple portals opened and with them came the forces of the elemental dimension. Thousands of dragons. A measly response to the forces gathered. The angels were billions in numbers after all, but Aiden was sure his authority and Lucifer's slap anyone who isn't the presence away power was more than enough to contend with it all. Blasphemer, you stand in the presence of the heavenly host. Have you no remorse or regret for the nature of your sin? One of the huge archangels with long blonde hair and blue eyes asked, leveling his majestic sword at the young boy. Aiden swallowed as he felt the pressure from all around. This was a suppression that went far beyond power. He could feel it in his core. However, a massive pushback of power exploded out of Aiden's body as the avatar state denied the effect of angelic power upon his vessel. Aiden lifted his head up in difficulty and pushed past the constricting pressure on his mind, body, and soul while facing down one of the beings closest in power to Lucifer. His eyes blazed with conviction and strength. "Bite me," Aiden spat out, a white glow manifesting briefly in his eyes, flashing with power at the threat before him. Every one of the archangels felt it. The torrential flood of unending power hidden underneath the mortal shell of the boy. Sacrificial didn't waste any more time. With a mere flap of his wings, he achieved speeds faster than Kid Flash had ever gone at. To Aiden, it felt like he hadn't moved at all, yet a golden sword was poised to smite him. To split him from head to toe with no mercy or hesitation. A clang rang out as Aiden blinked his eyes. Suddenly the dragon patriarch he was riding on pulled back from the scene. Sacrificial's sword had been mere inches from Aiden's forehead. The only thing stopping the blade was Lucifer's hand, holding it by one of the sharp sides. Sacrificial strained to pull away, however the weapon was effortlessly held captive by his big brother. Lucifer turned his attention to Aiden, throwing him a look over his shoulders. "Oi, I teleported you away for a reason. Are you that eager to die?" Of course he wasn't, Aiden thought. But what sort of man was he? What sort of master leaves his realm in the fate of others? Aiden had thought he was done with taking unnecessary risks, but he felt like he would betray his ideals had he chosen to stay out of it. This was his dimension. This was his realm, and no one was allowed to do as they pleased. A trail of blood ran down his forehead, from Sacrificial's holy blade extending its energy before Lucifer neutralized it. Anger clouded Aiden's mind. And something answered back from within the deep recess of his mind. Aiden blacked out completely. This time when the avatar state took over, he wasn't witness to what was going to happen. He wasn't aware of when his mind fell into slumber and the epitome of order and balance came out. The dragons roared as one while the archangels watched on in shock. White glowing energy covered the boy in a shroud of erratic power, pulsing with the unknown. "Gabriel, what is this?" Raphael wondered out loud, inquiring from the hornblower who was similarly surprised. He accessed his memories. Records detailing events over billions of years with picturesque clarity and found nothing. Therein lied the answer. An existence beyond time, space, and reality. Outside of the known and into the depths of the void, past other conceivable worlds. This is a true anomaly. Outside the plan. The normally stoic archangels were shocked. Gabriel looked at Lucifer to judge his expression and found a serious look on his face. This further reinforced the hornblower's theory. The light show died down, revealing the boy, now with glowing white orbs in the place where his eyes should have been. His face was set in an expression of anger and wrath. His power elevated to levels even Raguel, the one who could feel other beings' strength level, keenly found absurd for a mortal. "Nice of you to show up," Lucifer commented. The avatar state spared a look at the deceiver before turning its attention back to the billions of angels. A fight could not happen here today. The battle would destabilize the foundations of the realm and destroy everything the being had worked for. It had taken care to restrict every possible creature but had never accounted for divine beings. That would have to change. Aiden spread out his hands and said one word. A word that changed everything. A word that shifted the battle into his favor. A word that was absolute, undeniable, and unquestionable. A word that would no doubt prove to the host the true depths of his power. Announcing that a new player was in town. The word was leave. It took but a second for all the lower-ranked angels to find themselves floating above the moon in space. Billions of the battle-class angels booted out of the realm by one simple word. Chapter 109, First Firebending Subskill Part 3. General P.O.D. Wayne Mansion. Shock and awe has hit the planet following a never-before-seen phenomenon of the moon attaining two shining rings set in a diagonal orbiting position around the natural satellite. Experts from all around the world are gathering to come up with a scientific explanation to what the cause. Dick Grayson switched the channel to another news outlet. This time a man of Asian origins appeared on the screen speaking in Japanese. The language was easy enough for Dick to pick up, having undergone extensive and intense lessons by Bruce to better prepare him for missions around the world. It was Batman's policy that you couldn't be too prepared. Contingencies upon backup plans with follow-up schemes and whatnot. That was more than anything, Batman's legacy. Our sources say the Justice League is planning to send a team as first response to investigate this strange incident. This has met with mixed reactions from multiple governments of the world, chief of whom being China and Russia, due to the ongoing debate about the United States of America getting precedent over extraterrestrial issues based on the fact that most of the League members are American citizens. Dick made a small sound of disgust at that. He knew that the League was planning to add more international superheroes to their roster. Ironically, the same countries using that excuse to blast America were the same ones who had stringent restrictions on the League efforts, one of them being cooperation into allowing their own vigilantes to work hand in hand with the League. China was especially strict on that. Back to the other matter, Dick didn't know what to do with the information about the moon. It was currently 6 in the evening. This was usually when he would take the Zeta tube straight to the watchtower and meet up with the team for a debrief on a previous mission, brief on a planned mission, or a training session with Black Canary. Unfortunately, the team had been momentarily suspended for 1 week as the League ran multiple scans and surveillance to ensure that the watchtower was not severely compromised. Dick gnashed his teeth. They should have known it had been too easy. That Aiden would never allow himself to be captured like that. Well, hindsight is 20/20. Dick took the elevator down to the hidden section of the Wayne Mansion, the Batcave, to meet up with his adopted father. Just because Bruce was out of the League didn't mean he was out of the game. If anything, his newfound autonomy and freedom allowed him free rein to work more effectively. Dick, however, knew his adopted father more than the man knew. The press conference announcing his resignation had been today. It couldn't have been easy on him, no matter how much he tried to hide it. The only thing he could do was be there for him, silent up until the moment that Bruce was ready to listen to him talk. General P.O.V. Elemental Dimension. Gabriel looked at his hand in shock as his form blurred. A massive force was working to push him and the other 5 out of the bounds of the elemental dimension. The power increased in magnitudes the longer he tried to hold on. One questioning look at Lucifer and he knew there was no way he was the one responsible. The smug grin of satisfaction he was expecting from his brother was after all nowhere to be seen, which meant Gabriel looked at the boy and felt afraid. All that power, wielded by a mortal. Saraquil's hands lit up, bright yellow light poured off his left arm and covered his magnificent blade. Rune-like inscriptions manifested along the shaft of the sword, along with a silent hum that lightly rang across the whole sky. A telepathic link was established among the 6 of them. "We have to go on the offense," Saraquil said seriously. Gabriel was about to agree with him, when Uriel cut in to add his piece, twirling his spear expertly. "We are past the point of a meaningful and peaceful talk, brother. As one, we will move to attack the deceiver while you stop the boy." He directed that thought to Gabriel. After agreeing, they pulled for more of the light, the power of the presence that all angels had access to. Using that, they managed to stave off the expulsion from the realm. At least long enough to do what had to be done. Gabriel nodded. A loud sigh was the response they got from Lucifer. "Wrong choice, Gabriel. As your big brother, it falls to me to punish you all appropriately. The child is under my protection," Lucifer declared, his powerful aura dwarfing everyone present. He raised up his hand slowly, and following the move, space fractured and gravity increased. "Now! Move!" Saraquil and Gabriel shouted separately as all of them strained and just barely managed to endure the sudden oppression from Lucifer. They all disappeared from their position in blinding speed, flanking Lucifer from all sides. Uriel darted in with a grunt, spear pulled back and his wings flapping once in a mighty wave to increase his already fast speed to almost beyond light speed. The spear in his hand left afterimages and a trail of motes of light as it descended upon the King of Hell's neck. A ruthless move right from the get-go. A clang rang out as a thin rapier appeared in Lucifer's grip, successfully blocking the attack. Uriel's eyes grew focused while he twisted the spear in envious mastery. This time he swiped out with the shaft, alternating between moves to target blind spots and places that would cause mortal injuries. A particularly overextended move turned out to be a strategic action, because when Lucifer tried to take advantage, his left side was left open for a dozen white light lances to spear through him from Seraquiel. He smiled and spun in place, sending a burst of power that pushed every archangel at his side away. The energy blast was blocked due to Raphael's effort. A bright wall of light covering the archangels. Raguel took that chance to engage Lucifer in a hand-to-hand close combat altercation. Blocks, parries, sidesteps and kicks appeared in blinding speeds. Shockwaves rang out through the whole sky, shaking the foundations of Aiden's world. Lucifer managed to backhand Raguel away before he increased the power pouring off him in waves. The wave of energy coalesced in a shroud of white light covering his body. "Okay, you want to play? Let's see what you all got," Lucifer commented, slicing his sword through the air. Meanwhile, Gabriel's mighty form appeared above the avatar, the action followed by screaming sonic winds that was a testament to a unique skill Gabriel possessed, an instinctual control over sound. The angel merely spread his hands apart and a field of silence occupied their immediate surroundings. Gabriel's sword was not as huge as Seraquiel or Uriel's expertly made spear, but it had theirs beat in one area, support. It could turn into anything he wished. And true to his moniker, the sword shifted into its true form, a long horn. "Give up, child. There is still time for you to make it out of this alive and unharmed." He addressed the avatar, who was still standing on the Dragon Patriarch. His voice traveling through the silent space, clear and causing distortions. A sharp-eyed look along with an anger-filled grimace was the only answer he got. "I see. So be it." Gabriel brought the horn to his mouth and blew upon it. Instantly the whole space changed. Millions of silent weapons, spears, axes, swords, hammers and arrows manifested with that simple action and shot off at supersonic speeds towards Aiden's form. A true and silent death. The avatar jumped off the dragon and immediately, Gabriel felt the difference. The air grew heavy and uncooperative despite the silent field he had set up. The avatar pulled back his hands to the sides and then clapped them together. A gale more destructive than a tsunami and a cyclone put together was born, pushing most of the weapons about to land on Aiden away. The archangel was blown back, having to use his wings to shield his face from the sharp and slicing winds. 20% of Gabriel's attack managed to make it through the attack, and in response to that, the avatar snapped his finger. A keening wail burst through the sky, taking Gabriel by surprise as a sonic attack was released in such an unexpected way that it left him shocked. The frequency of the shockwave was enough to offset and neutralize Gabriel's last attack. And the archangel understood why Lucifer didn't look worried in the least about him attacking the boy. The boy was truly powerful. And he also understood what the sonic attack was, a testament. Telling Gabriel that he could take anything that the archangel could throw at him. Gabriel wasn't your typical battle-class angel. His abilities lay primarily elsewhere. Which is why he recognized he couldn't take the boy down alone. "Raphael, I might need your help, brother. Cover me while I attack." He sent the telepathic message through their link, and a brief nod from the most peaceful of the archangels was all the answer he needed. Gabriel decided to change tactics. So far, the boy had demonstrated a knack for blocking and neutralizing Gabriel's meta skills, but what Gabriel knew was that in the end, the boy was still essentially a human, and that meant human-level physical parameters. The angel's horn changed to two twin swords. One mighty flap of his wings and he beared down on the avatar with the full force granted to him by his angelic physique. The avatar in response created a force bubble made of harsh and gyrating air shields. The force shield was blasted out of the air by a punch, slamming onto the surface of Sanctuary, carving a groove through the trees and then skimming along the water for a short distance before the avatar managed to arrest its momentum. Aiden's face grew focused. Curious, studying and attentive. Gabriel exploded towards him again. Slashes and thrusts from the twin swords fell upon the force bubble like a never-ending downpour of rain and hailstorm. The force field barely held on when matched up against the onslaught of attacks. But it did. The avatar did not attack again. Content to study and learn. To dissect the core of the kind of being an angel was, having never met a typical one before. And it did. One instance the force shield was sent spinning away from a harsh kick. The dragon patriarch, seizing the chance, flew to help its master, sending a plume of violet flames at Gabriel. The hornblower did not cower, however, due to the white shield of light that appeared to cover his form, extending out to dozens of meters. The light died down to reveal Raphael, long brown hair, a beautiful face and calm disposition, standing before the dragon and Gabriel. "Thank you, Raphael," Gabriel said. "Keep the creatures busy, I will handle the..." His eyes widened minutely as a feeling of danger cut through the space in a span of picoseconds. Raphael's light surged strongly, seeking to block the attack. The shield was torn apart like wet tissue paper and Gabriel lost a wing. The whole battlefield stopped. Saraquiel, Uriel, Rigel, and Raphael could not believe it. Blood exploded out of the wound as the wing detached, due to a precise sword slash. During that brief moment of shock, the avatar eyes glowing menacingly darted in once again, his speed aided by the slowed temporal field surrounding his body. The weapon in his hand was black with red energy pouring off it in waves. Not evil, but a perfect antithesis to the make of the angel's weapons. He had dissected what kind of being an angel was, and he finally had the answer in form of a sword that actively worked to cut them away from the light. The sword swept through the air, aiming this time for Gabriel's neck. Death inevitably beared down on the hornblower. Enough. A brief word. But that word stopped the newly made weapon from reaping the life of an archangel. The last and final archangel, one who no one gathered, except for a certain king of hell, had paid attention to, revealed himself. Holy heavenly light appeared between the avatar and Gabriel, who was now just feeling the pain from the lost appendage. "Finally you choose to end this farce and reveal yourself, Father," Lucifer commented, teleporting next to Aiden. The light died down to reveal a portly old man, standing in mid-air with an umbrella in his hands. No indication was given, but 1 minute Gabriel was grunting in pain and the next the wound was gone as if he was never injured in the first place. Immediately, the archangels knelt in subservience to his sovereignty. "Father," Gabriel started out in a humble tone. The presence smiled gently at the 5 archangels. "Everything is as it should be now, Gabriel. I am here." The words were soft and filled with care. Lucifer made a sound of disgust and scoffed. Saraquiel, taking offense to that, almost attacked him, only for Uriel's hand to stop him. The presence merely smiled, as if he was watching children playing harmless games in a park. "Gabriel, take your brothers and the rest of the host home. Their presence is already causing quite the stir on the creation." Gabriel acquiesced and a bright light covered them. Like that, the 5 archangels disappeared instantly, leaving behind Lucifer, Aiden, and the presence, creator of DC. Chapter 110, First Firebending Subskill Part 4. General P.O.V. Upon the angel's departure, the god of all turned his attention to his son and the boy the former sought to protect. "Samuel, it's good to see you," the presence said amiably. The rapier in Lucifer's hand disappeared into motes of light as he prepared to leave. "You have things to say, but I don't need to listen." Lucifer placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder, seeking to teleport them away. "You are still bitter about how things turned out." The presence relented. The statement stopped Lucifer in his tracks. "My son, I do not begrudge your hate, but I need your understanding. For once." Lucifer's fingers tightened before he turned around and faced the presence once more. My understanding? Don't make me laugh, Father. That would require you to also understand me. And no way in all of your creation is that ever going to happen, he said heatedly. The presence nodded, his face grim and sad. Fair enough. However, you abhor me for a situation I had no control of whatsoever. I might be eternal and all-powerful, but no one is exempt from their existence. Whether planned or not, false or true, the core of your past is unchangeable, unalterable, and important. You are my son, Samuel, and I am your maker. That is a fact. Lucifer gnashed his teeth. Yes, I was right. I didn't need to listen. With that, he teleported away, leaving behind the Avatar and the presence in Aiden's dimension. The presence sighed and took a step. Instantly, space warped and he along with the Avatar found themselves sitting on a bench in a public park. The Avatar tensed before a calming feeling forcefully invaded Aiden's body and relaxed it. Calm yourself. I will not harm you, you need not be afraid, young one, the presence said. The Avatar state listened, watched and judged, trying to decipher what this being was. It came to one conclusion: nothing, yet everything. The mortal form this being was inhabiting was unassuming and harmless-looking with no discernible aura to indicate his real power. That said, a deeper scan showed the old man was made up of everything that the world was. All the elements that the Avatar state had access to, they all had an imprint of some sort. And the owner of that imprint was standing right next to him. Conclusion: there was no fighting this. Changing tactics. Yet, I would be wise to. A soft voice escaped Aiden's mouth. The tone was set in a fearful yet sincere way. The Avatar state had chosen to speak. Words were the only way to get out of this. The presence chuckled. One of his hands went to his inner pocket and out with it came a packet filled with seeds. Smart of you, came the reply. He put his hand in the packet, grabbing a handful of the contents and then scattering them along the open grounds. Sunflower seeds. Very nutritious, he explained as a flock of pigeons dove down and started pecking at the seeds. I have an idea as to who or rather what sent you here. But I admit, I do not know who you really are. Care to enlighten me? The presence spoke up again. Feeling no hostility from him, the Avatar state considered the request before finally accepting. It would be easy to access Aiden's memories, because they were essentially the same being, just different perspectives and motives. But, it somehow felt that the real Aiden, the emotional-driven one, would better be suited for this. The Avatar state let go, the glow suffusing his body in an aura of power died away, leaving behind a normal-looking boy. Aiden blinked his eyes and found himself sitting on a bench while the waning light of the sun cast deep and long shadows of his form and the old man sitting next to him. He stared at him in surprise and shock before he felt calm wash over him. The Avatar state's memories gently poured into him and he understood. Clearing his throat to gather himself, fully aware of who he was sitting with, Aiden acquiesced to the request and begun to talk. My name is Aden Strong and I was lost. And so the Avatar begun his tale. He talked pretty much about everything. His life back on his Earth, his dreams and aspirations, his family and friends and anything else that he deemed important. He then told the presence about his arrival here and how everything had gone for him. At the end of it all, the hours had gone by, the night sailed in and the sun was now peeking over the horizon, sending the first waves of sunlight shining through the park. Aiden's shoulders looked relaxed and were not set in the same tense position as before. Pouring out everything except the truly private and sensitive topics like the Avatar system had a positive therapeutic effect on Aiden. I see. The presence smiled at the young boy sitting right next to him. Thank you for sharing, he added, still feeding the flock of pigeons that for whatever reason had never left even through the night. Thank you for listening, was the response from Aiden. What now? He asked a bit warily. He was still essentially a stranger here on the presence's house. I have more to thank you for. You kept my wayward son company, even if the relationship was based on mutual benefits. Even now, I can feel his gaze stuck on us, waiting to spring in and try to save you if anything happens. I believe he sees himself in you. That feeling of being lost with no one around to help you, the drive to achieve your goals despite how difficult the task might be, and the amazing power to do anything you set your mind to. It's true, he considers you as a friend. Aiden's mind went blank. He could hardly believe the words coming out of the presence's mouth. Lucifer considered him a friend? Then again, judging from the Avatar State's memories, Lucy had stood up for him against billions of angels, 5 archangels, and the presence. I am curious about one thing. The way you introduced yourself, you said you were lost. Yet here you are, still very far from home, but you seem content. What changed? The presence questioned in interest, scattering a few more grains and seeds to the birds. I guess, me. 1 month ago I would have been clamoring and begging for a chance that you could take me home. It shouldn't be hard for you, I mean, you're the presence. Aiden chuckled nervously. And then the whole demon hunting thing happened, and for whatever reason, there doesn't seem to be any demonology experts around to take care of something like that, and I realized all this power would be wasted on someone selfish if I chose to leave with it. He paused, trying to gather his thoughts and better explain because, being this close to the literal god of all DC continuities, was more nerve-wracking than any fight he'd ever been in. It's my power, but it's also a responsibility. My Earth is relatively safe and free of all things meta, so I wouldn't be living up to my full potential while there, and finally, there's also this fear that things might escalate due to my presence. New threats that my world is frankly not ready for might appear because fate works like that, so, yeah. I was lost. But not anymore. The presence stared at Aiden expressionlessly. Aiden clenched his jaw and forced himself to stare back before he wisely broke eye contact first. Good. You have learned much, but you still have a long way to go. It won't be easy. What you seek to change is something many before you have tried. The only thing I can promise you is that I will not interfere. Besides, you are outside the plan. I would love to see the ramifications of your actions down the line. One final warning though, young one. The air didn't grow any colder, but Aiden could feel something change. Don't bite off more than you can chew. There is an order to things that should never be broken lest you harm the same thing you seek to protect. Translation: don't try to access the light again, Aiden interpreted for himself. A chuckle broke him out of his thoughts. However, what father doesn't reward someone for protecting his children? Your actions have not gone unnoticed, Aiden. Both from above and below. Ask me for anything you wish for. Aiden thought about the offer. He could ask for power, but that didn't seem like the right thing to do. He could ask for a way back home, but he had already decided that he was sticking around. It's crazy how a few months could change someone. Then again, it wasn't the time that had changed his perspective on things, but rather the experiences. Aiden truly believed he could make a difference. He had verified to himself that he was probably insane, but his heart and mind wouldn't rest until he knew he had done everything in his power to make this world a safer place. To aid in that endeavor, there was only one thing that was appropriate for him to ask. Could you help me hide the elemental dimension from all spying and intrusion? Even from cosmic beings? The presence hummed. That is a well-thought-out request. I approve of it. No one, barring myself, you and anyone you choose to exempt, shall know the location of your elemental dimension through any means, mystical, scientific, or cosmical. Aiden felt a sudden change run through his spine. Like an electric tingle. Thank you, he told the presence. You're welcome. The presence replied, and they sat there, watching the sun rise from the east, in peace. Chapter 111, First Firebending Subskill Part 5. General P.O.V. Nothing on this front. It's like whatever the rings were, disappeared into thin air. Hal Jordan telepathically informed the Floating League members, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter. Hal had just finished a general scan on the final section of the moon, and his ring readings proved that whatever visual anomaly that had been witnessed by practically half of the human population was now gone. Gone without a trace. Hal frowned while staring at his ring in concern. And for a minute there, I thought I had something then, I don't know. The ring, lost it, I think. Before any of them could move to ask what he meant, a streak of silver energy and another of green streaked from the other side of the natural satellite. Yo! Guy Gardner stopped upon arriving close to the Leaguers, the bright emerald shroud covering his body decreasing in intensity. The other figure turned out to be Captain Atom. Hal swallowed a sigh and turned to the others. I'm going to do another scan. You know, just to be sure. He said that and escaped, not wanting to deal with Guy's nonsense. Superman and Wonder Woman shared a look. Their faces were hidden by the rebreathers, yet they understood each other perfectly. Manhunter, on the other hand, nodded at Captain Atom. I am hoping you had better luck than the rest of us, Captain. He pushed the statement through the link. In response, Captain Atom shook his head. His face impassive as always. Nothing on the darker side. Just a lot of katinas, but Lantern Gardner hasn't picked up on any residue energy signatures. Guy crossed his hands and frowned. It's weird. The ring was briefly about to decipher something. An energy sample I've never seen before, and then, poof, it just vanished. I'll try to search the database, but without something to refer from, it's probably not going to turn up anything. Guy finished explaining. Another look was shared between Superman and Wonder Woman. Hal said the same thing. Something about his ring acting strange. Superman informed Guy and Captain Atom. The former looked pensive and serious. I might need to go to OA for a quick check. Luckily Stewart is not off-world, so the sector will be protected. Oh, and Hal, you're coming with. Road trip, Gardner said, adding that last part with a small upturn of his lips. He knew that Jordan absolutely disliked his antics, and Guy would be the first to admit that he mostly acted immature and childish to annoy the crap out of his two colleagues. Aiden's P.O.V. I grabbed an early lunch after the presence had dropped me right at the entrance of Club Lux. I hadn't seen any sign of Maze or Lucifer, which was kinda strange, because I thought he'd want to talk to me about how things went down with dear old Dad. You know, nothing like daddy issues to humanize a force of nature like Lucifer. And of course I would never ever say that out loud. Reviewing the memories of our fight with the Archangels showed just how powerful and skilled Lucy was while playing around. He'd had a smile while fighting 4 Archangels. Dude. Anyway, after my lunch, it was back to the grind. But this time I was wise. This time, I learned the valuable lesson of taking things slow and, as the presence put it, not biting off more than I could chew. That said, it didn't mean I'd given up on more firebending subskills. It just meant holy flames were out. Luckily, the Dragon Patriarch had shown me something. He could bend violet flames. And that shit was hot as heck. I could still remember the heat on my skin from standing at close proximity with the flame. The only reason I hadn't been harmed being the thin film of energy that had miraculously sprang up above my skin. It was strange and unexpected. A different utilization of bending than I had never accessed before. Man, the Avatar state was fucking broken. And back to the point of the Dragon Patriarch, in canon, dragons were shown to be able to bend uniquely colored flames. And I had dragons in my realm. Cool multicolored flames? Sign me the fudge up. A boom tube appeared before me after a quick shower and change of clothes. I stepped right through it and appeared on Sanctuary. The anger came back. Sanctuary was not destroyed, but many sections of it, like the gazebo, were in shambles. There was a groove running right through the center of the island where my body had impacted from Gabriel's kick. One day, I'm paying him back for showing me up in my own house. So I increased the time to the point where 3 hours on the inside was an hour on the outside and got to work, cleaning up. First, I got rid of all the broken trees. I gathered the branches and trunks on the beach to dry. I could later use them for firewood. Then, I covered the groove as much as I could, hiding the hard shell of the turtle lion behind the layer of soil once more. Lastly came the gazebo. I took a snack break where I gorged myself on grangos and then went to deal with the last thing on my list. The gazebo was constructed from palm leaves and a strong wood that looked like cypress and was native to one of the closer islands. Inside it, I'd set up a beanbag, a carpet, 2 expertly made benches by moi, with soft cushions, and at the center was a table with a bowl of fruits from all over the island. Now, fortunately the roof of the whole construction had just caved in, which meant apart from replacing the table, bowl, and a few wooden frames, everything else was relatively fine. I flew back and forth from Sanctuary to Cypress Island and used firebending construct creation to cut what I needed down without ruining the wood. Firebending constructs were a bitch and a half to make. Despite the fact that firebending was much easier for me than airbending, I still struggled to form Zuko's familiar knives. The trick I found out was to keep the flame stable by not forcing it into a certain form but instead regulating the heat evenly and then guiding it through a mental pathway to your desired effect. Lastly, you had to keep your breath constant and relaxed. Any emotional fluctuations would also lead to the flame growing big or small, destabilizing the effect and making you start from the beginning once more. See, a bitch and a half to make. I carried the wood back to Sanctuary through airbending, a pile of 8 long pieces of wooden logs, floating behind me as I cut through the air and finally landed gently. 30 minutes later, I'd completed work that would take 5 men over 2 hours. I love my powers. When all that was done and I'd rewarded myself with a few more grangos, it was time to check out my rewards from the system. I had completed the mission, kinda, and hopefully the next perk would be something as awesome as the last one, the Spark of Enlightenment. Urgent mission. A host of divine creatures have breached past the boundaries of your realm, and the only one capable of stopping them is a railgun, nuclear missile, and world-ending meteor of a being all rolled into one. In other words, total overkill. Do something. Anything. To ensure your world does not get done dirty. Mission difficulty hell. Mission status complete. Rewards. Congratulations. You really didn't do much, but whatever. Anyway, your efforts have rewarded you with a new perk. Yay, smiley face. Hammer space, a space roughly the size of a closet inside. Nothing much, just like your performance. Come on, we both know without the avatar state, your ass would be toast. We've taken the liberty to add a great surprise inside. Training points 385. Okaway. I feel like the sass was a little too much, seeing as the avatar state is essentially still me. And speaking of that, this time it activated on its own. Weird. But based on how dire the circumstances were, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I had a billion angels with swords, all wanting to go slasher on me. That's the kind of thing that awakens the beast. Okay, clearly I need to work on my analogies, that sounded way too cheesy. The training points had increased yet again. This was great. Now it was a sure thing, I would get some really good sparring partners with that amount. I minimized the display box and instantly, I could feel a new sense. Like the feeling you get when you have a hat on. It can get lost in the background, but the sensation on your scalp is always there. I followed that feeling at the back of my head and my mind presented me with a small but spacious slot. Inside the slot was a sword. A rapier to be exact. I widened my eyes. The rapier that the Avatar had created using different elements and a big dose of bullshit to fight the archangels with. A weapon powerful enough to sever the link between an angel and the holy light, enabling the user to inflict mortal wounds on an angel when normally that wouldn't be possible. I immediately willed it to appear on my hand, and a picosecond later, it did. I tested the blade's weight. By swinging and twirling it around, I smiled. The blade felt perfect. As if it was made for me. The craftsman taking into account my arm measurements and body movements. Looking at it closer, the blade glowed red and was very similar in design to Alucard's from Castlevania. Simple adornments and make. Just how I like it. But there was more. I placed the blade on my lap and delved deep into its inner components with my energy sense. A few minutes later, I opened my eyes and smiled. I finally had a weapon fit for an avatar. Apart from its main ability to hurt anyone, not just angels, by severing the link they had with their own personal energies, therefore leaving them unprotected, there was one more ability. I could use the sword as a focal point to channel my bending faster and easier. I would have to be careful not to use it as a clutch, but all in all the blade was awesome. I wonder what I should name it. Chapter 112, First Firebending Subskill Part 6. Aiden's P.O.V. I stood before a barren island, floating in the sky while gazing down on the very familiar landscape. A long stretch of land that was made up of huge outcrops of rock and coral reefs along its banks. I tightened my hand on the blade I had in my hand. Was this some kind of cosmic joke? The island was a carbon copy of the same place Aang fought Fire Lord Ozai. It was also the same place we fought. Silent tears streaking down his face, were broken by the futility of his existence, and then me, dealing the final strike. I didn't try to hide from the memories. I let the feelings wash over me. I had accepted my actions. It was, frankly speaking, the worst thing I had ever done, but I had triumphed over that. And by God, I wouldn't stop moving forward. Back to the island, there were no animals or plants, any kind of vegetation really. The most prominent difference between the island and Aang versus me battlefield was the absence of the long river flowing through the center, around some of the pillars from north to south. Everything else was flashback-inducing. Which is why I was planning on destroying this symbol of my past deeds. To truly embrace my full self through forgiveness and getting rid of the small smidgen of guilt still weighing heavily on my shoulders. I looked at the blade in my hand. This had initially started out as a way to test the power of the blade, but now it was more than that. Now it was a sort of mini-beginning for me. So, many things had recently happened, and it didn't feel like things would get any quieter soon. There was so much to do, but that's my lot in life and I can hardly complain. None of this would be worth it if it wasn't tedious. I twirled the blade as best as I could in my hands, adjusting the grip to the point it felt comfortable to use. I had no expert skills in weapon handling. There were some set moves I could perform with a glider from my airbending side of elemental manipulation, but that was about it. It didn't mean I was a complete novice, however. A sword was 3 main moves with different combos and angles of infliction. Basically, slash, pierce and block. That could be further split into subsets, hack/cleave, slice, parry, and many more. Fortunately, I could slash. I took a stance while in the air and looked down at the ground. The whole island was about 40 square kilometers. So not too big and not too small. I wanted to first of all test how sharp the blade was. I lost control of my flight and fell down towards the island. My body was aimed at a trajectory where I would fall on top of one of the taller pillars of rock. A death sentence to anyone else, but it was exactly what I wanted. I raised the rapier above my arms and grunted in exertion. There was a sudden downward action and the rapier bit into the pillar. Like a hot knife through butter, I barely slowed down in my descent, the sword in my hands being so sharp the hard rock had offered no resistance. I slammed onto the ground and bent my knees slightly to stabilize myself. The ground cracked underneath my feet and a cloud of dust rose up. There was a groaning sound and the pillar in front of me, separated into 2 huge pieces like a spring onion cut right down the middle. The whole structure fell, each piece to the opposite direction. I slashed out the rapier and the humongous dust cloud was blown away, then with a sudden small twist of the wrist holding the sword, the air changed. A huge draft of wind, monster tornado to be precise, was born, standing at 20 meters and more from the barest of efforts I put in. It hit the closest rock boulders and they shattered, completely worn down. I had unraveled it before it could cause more damage. I had 2 more tests to do after all, and I needed the island for that. My legs spread out a little while I bent my upper body down, leaning forward. The sword was held close to my hip. I breathed in and then exhaled. Steam escaped my lips as I accessed my firebending. The familiar warm tug above my groin, growing prominent as I pulled from it, letting the energy of life and sun and fire fill me from within. Then in a motion that was as fast as I could do, I slashed out. The sword screamed as it cut through the air, flames appearing along its surface, dyeing the blade in a dark orange glow. The fire extended from the tip of the sword into a sickle and then grew longer and longer. Whoop! Armageddon descended. A monster flame cut through the whole island, slashing down the rocky formations and cleaving apart the pillars and hills. There was 2 minutes where all I heard was the continuous crash of stones on stones. I looked at the blade in my hand, channeling enough power to do that would have probably burned my arms. This blade was fucking powerful, man. I flew up for one final test. Looking down on the island, I couldn't believe it was the same place I was observing a couple of minutes ago. The once barren but rocky stretch of land was cut down to size, all through a single fire slash from my blade. Now to completely get rid of it. I held the sword up and closed my eyes. A huge cloud gathered above me, streaks of lightning and a roiling wind tornado appeared at my beck and call. Wind gathered before the blade, forming into a massive sphere with sharp air currents all rippling for some action. I pointed the sphere down and then channeled flame into the wind sphere, carefully maintaining the shape. The sphere turned blue with licks of flames around its form. Boom! I intoned softly and released it. Like a missile, the blue ball shot off and slammed onto the island. Judgment Day had come. The whole island disappeared. And with it the last of my guilt. A whole hour later, I was back at Sanctuary, in my newly created gazebo. The sword was sitting on my lap innocently, giving no indication to how powerful it actually was. I held the blade up. I name you Equity. I felt something slot in and became aware of the blade even more clearly. For your edges will strike equally. Balance is your construct and I am the agent to enforce it. Equity, the sword of order. Congratulations. Man, oh man. You're on fire these days, dude. Sometimes literally, for giving your sword such a cool name, you have unlocked a few more additional skills. Name Equity. Title Sword of Order and Balance. Skills. 1. Severing Links. Equity has the unique skill to cut off a being's access to their personal energies, granting the user a universal resistance nullifier up until the link is restored once more. 2. Elemental Channeling. Equity can safely and easily channel the user's elemental skills up to and depending on his level of mastery efficiently. 3. Soulbound. Basically, Mjolnir on steroids. You can never lose Equity. And Equity can never lose you. Equity can fly back to its owner, breaking through the dimensional cracks and universe-spanning distances while singing, "I'm coming home." You get the gist. 4. Form Shift. Equity is made solely for the avatar. And the avatar is a master of all the elements. That means, Equity should step up to and match that level of power. The sword has the ability to shift into any suitable weapon form, to better channel each element because every element is innately different. P.S. The sword was made from the brief touch of divinity accessed by the avatar, the strongest material present to the avatar state's manipulation and creation, and lastly a mental imprint. The sword can never have another owner. It will follow you even to death and beyond. Those additional skills were amazing. I held up Equity and smiled in appreciation at the way its sharp edge gleamed in the sun. I concentrated and the rapier in my hand changed into a katana. The aesthetic was maintained though. A simple design but with the blade glowing red in the light. I willed it to change and laughed in surprise when Stormbreaker, Thor's second hammer/axe appeared. Then Mjolnir. It was missing the familiar rune inscriptions of OG Mjolnir, but still my weapon was way cooler. I tried another iconic form. The Kubikuri Bocho, Zabuza's, the Demon of the Mist sword. And because I was testing out sword forms, it wouldn't be complete without Virgil's Yamato from Devil May Cry. The funny thing was just how similar in abilities Equity was to Yamato. They could both cut through space. In Equity's case it was to get back to me, but still, and secondly they were also fucking powerful. So yeah. And this is not me trying very hard to make them seem alike. Nope. No sir. I tried Dante's Alaster, which was cool. I looked like a badass war god. But my disappointment was immeasurable and my day ruined when I couldn't shift equity into either ebony or ivory. Equity wasn't at a high enough level to shift into anything else other than cold weapons, but the good thing about starting from the bottom was that the only way to go was up. Not a very appropriate analogy, but we already established I suck at those. General P.O.V. A portal opened up in the skyline of Metropolis and out of it came a sword. It fell and the handle slammed on top of Superman's head while he was flying, making the Man of Steel wince. "Oh. What the?" he said, spotting the gleaming and beautiful katana that was now hovering in the sky. He curiously flew forward, trying to study the strange blade. He reached out his hand to catch it, but the blade pulled away at the last second, teasingly. Superman frowned. The blade was probably sentient. He used his X-ray vision and balked at how pure the metal used to make it was. It had no impurities, and judging from the way a bruise was forming on his forehead, it could also hurt him. What an exceptional weapon. Come to think of it, he had always wanted a weapon. Ever since he had seen Diana bisect an Appalachian with minimal effort, Clark had thought blades were cool. He decided to try and catch the sword. Which proved to be easier said than done. Every time Superman reached out for it, the blade would evade his grip. It made for a comical scene when the Blue Boy Scout started moving at supersonic speeds trying to catch a blade that stubbornly refused to be caught. After Aiden had had a laugh, watching from an open boom tube, he closed the boom tube and wished for the blade to come back to him. Back on Earth, Equity pulled away from Superman and in supersonic speeds made like a shooting star and left the planet behind. Superman didn't follow it. Too embarrassed at what had happened. Equity left the Earth's atmosphere and in front of it a blue shimmering portal appeared. It plunged inside, crossing dimensions and portaling out right before Aiden's open palm. The handle first. Okay, best sword ever. Chapter 113, First Firebending Subskill Final Part. Aiden's P.O.V. What is fire? Fire is life. It is also the death that heralds rebirth and flourishing. A singular focus and drive to cleanse all that stands before it. Fire is essentially hot gases. It's naturally aligned to high temperatures and manifests in a number of colors, chief of which being yellow and orange. Science, from what I understood, stated that different colored flames could possess different levels of heat. The ranking went orange, yellow, blue and then white in terms of heat. That was science, this was Avatar. Which meant none of the scientific rules held much precedent over the power of a primordial entity governing order and balance. There were even more different colored variations to the flames produced by firebenders. In canon, Aang and Zuko witnessed that fact for themselves when the two dragons, Ran and Shaw, demonstrated uniquely colored flames in their dance to show them the true spirit of firebending. I had dragons in my realm, and although they showed no indication of sapience, they could bend their natural flames into different colors. Reviewing the memories from the Avatar state, the Dragon Patriarch breathed out violet-colored flames which burned hotter than anything I'd ever felt before. That meant I could learn the same from them, and I had a feeling they weren't confined to only one unique color. Something told me they could do more. And like Azula, so could I. Speaking of Azula, her flames were blue. I had an idea on how I could turn my flames into that. You see, blue flame is produced when there is a perfect air-fuel mixture. With sufficient oxygen for complete combustion at the burner, a blue flame burns the fuel completely, producing carbon dioxide, water, and heat. The last part was not really important. Basically, a blue flame is a perfect flame. Given Azula's mindset to pursue perfection, it wouldn't be out of the way to say that the flame was a manifestation of her mastery over firebending. Hotter flames as she pushed herself to be the best. The question arises, why didn't Sozin or even Iroh, Grandmaster Firebenders, use blue flames? Maybe they didn't need it. Maybe they had attuned their flames to burn as hot as they wanted. Who knows? Which brings us to the question, why the lesson on the intricate nature of fire? Well, I needed a subskill, and now that holy fire was out. The option of what I would go with had fallen to two choices, different colored flames, which I am sure was a subskill all in itself, or lightning. Based on where I was standing, the peak of a blackened mountain in the fire plane, observing and studying the unrestrained nature of lightning, you can guess what choice I went with. To be honest, I could learn how to turn my flames into different colors, but this was much better and cooler. Lightning bending was a phenomenon to watch. I set equity down in its rapier form and crossed my legs, meditating on the ground. My energy sense spread out and suddenly my awareness was awash with supercharged energy and erratic colors. The erratic colors were actually coming off the small dragon that would always watch me whenever I practiced firebending in the fire plane. I opened my eyes in surprise as I watched it, know him. He had grown bigger and his shadow was cast upon my body whilst he lazily ran circles above me in the air. I could sense 7 precise colors in him. Something that told me I was right in my conjecture that the dragons could help me. Upon noticing my attention on him, he flew down closer, giving me an excited little snort as if he was happy to see me. He was different from the other dragons. He was aware. I reached out a hand to touch him and he allowed it. His snout felt warm to the touch and the scales were smooth. He then pulled away and suddenly flew off, leaving me with a frown. My telepathy formed a link between us as I tried to understand what had just happened. Not ready. The words appeared in my mind and I mulled them over before shrugging. It wasn't like the little dragon was going to go anywhere, so I was good. I dived back into my energy sense and focused this time on the supercharged and violent power I could feel brimming above me. Each strike felt precise and purposeful. A willful objective to lead anything it touched into charred remains. I breathed in and settled into a body refining state, using my inner fire to cleanse my body of all waste. This time I went a step further into the metaphysical. I used my inner fire to cleanse myself of all and any distractions, choosing to focus on only one thought, the nature of lightning. Using Iroha's simple explanation, lightning was the purest expression of firebending. It is known as the cold fire due to its precise and deadly nature. Lightning doesn't spread out and strategically destroy something like fire does, it's like an assassin's blade to a soldier's machine gun, silent, cold and fast. Very fast. I understood that. To bend lightning one had to maintain a calm emotional disposition. Which is why I had used my body refining skill to get rid of all distractions and achieve a tranquil state. Now, all that was well and dandy but nothing truly explained its working or how one could activate it. But who was I? I had thousands of pop culture, movies, books and anime knowledge to draw from. I tried the first way, attempting to rub the fire against each other if that made sense to achieve a charge. I immediately stopped that when I felt an explosion about to occur inside my body. Well, at least I had the direction towards combustion bending. Failing that, I changed directions and clearly delved back into what lightning bending was. Iroh had repeatedly tried to teach Zuko the importance of having a calm state of mind when bending. But Zuko, due to the hatred, self-loathing and guilt he possessed, could not get past that point until he had handled his issues. A light bulb went off in my mind. That's it. The simple explanation was actually the way to go. It wasn't complex in practice. It actually was that simple. Bleeding all emotion from firebending, leaving behind a cold focus. That's why it was known as cold fire. I rose up to my feet, breaking the body refining skill and breathing out a thick steam. Sweat was matted in my eyebrows as well as covering my skin in light perspiration. I spread out my legs to the side and leaned my body forward. 2 of my fingers extended on both of my palms, the index finger and middle finger. I breathed in and out, settling into a slow but strong cycle. The flame inside me ran the already established course inside my body, excited and warm. Every time I firebend, my emotions were aligned into a positive mindset. My drive was ironclad and my will unshakable. Appreciation, excitement and contentment were chief among the emotions I felt. They didn't add anything really, but it felt right. Fire was a pure expression of life and death. It was fitting to appreciate its beauty. This time, however, the ironclad will remained, my unshakable resolve remained, but the emotions I felt were tightly clamped down upon. I let them wash over me and remained stubborn. My focus became razor sharp. The energy inside me changed. It went steely, cold, and hard. I moved my left hand to the side in a slow dance. Sparks started appearing above the two fingers. Blue and so bright, it was hard to look. The skin on my appendages felt tingly. I leaned heavily on my left leg as the dance transitioned to the right hand, the sparks increasing in intensity and power. Then I stepped forward, and brought my two palms to meet in the middle, each of the two fingers extended and with electric energy dancing at their points. The energy combined and I pointed my hands out. 5 wide streaks of lightning power buzzed through the air, as if heralds to a mighty storm that would destroy everything in its path. I swept my leg out and flipped, holding the charge deep within me for a few seconds. I landed on my right leg and leaned far back. Lightning exploded out of my fingers in a shower of erratic energy, bigger and more intimidating than my last try. The lightning struck an adjacent mountain to my right and its rocky exterior exploded into pieces of stones and dust. I fell into a trance, sending random strikes of lightning for a continuous hour before the painful sensation covering my palms became too much and I shouted, channeling the last burst of lightning I had to the clouds. The response came back swift and deadly. Natural lightning fell upon my position, decimating my surroundings through the unfocused strikes while the bulk fell upon me. I clenched my teeth in pain, refusing to scream and grabbed hold of the energy, channeled it through my body, plotting a course through it and then spun, fingers pointing towards the mountain I had earlier destroyed sections off. My senses were hit with an overload of awareness. The air cried as a massive streak of lightning, this one more white than blue, shot out of my fingers. The energy crossed the distance between the two mountains faster than I had predicted and landed. A deep rumbling occurred. The whole area was suffering from an earthquake as the lightning destroyed that mountain and the ridge of hills behind it. I opened my eyes to see charred boulders and a groove wide enough to be a friggin' highway and as long as 300 meters extend out from my position, the peak of the mountain I was on. I sucked in a deep breath, wincing as I saw the state of my hands. Damn. The skin was red and angry. Nothing my enhanced healing wouldn't handle, but it was growing more apparent that the one thing holding me back was my physique. I would have to handle that soon. That said, I was shocked and stunned at the power output I could access when it came to lightning. This was crazy. Looking at the effect left behind, none of my enemies would be spared. This power would hopefully be the thing I needed to complete Lucifer's missions. Lightning has been associated with purification before, maybe this would hold true here? And if it failed, equity was guaranteed to harm just about anyone. A prompt from the system blinked before my eyes. I accessed it and smiled. Fire element, master. Lightning, unlocked. Locked. Plus. Oh yeah. Now we talking. I dismissed the prompt and left the fire plane. I spent a few hours doing preparation for the next thing I had on my agenda. A week-long meditation. I ate well, a healthy meal this time, not just grangos, took a shower and checked on Lucifer and Maze to tell them that I would be gone for the length of the week. They still hadn't come back. Instead of needlessly worrying about the devil, I sent each of them a text and got back to my elemental dimension. The next time I settled on the meditation pose, I wasn't moving until I had mastered lightning in all its entirety. I used the perk, Spark of Enlightenment, and my mind fell into another trance. Chapter 114, A Series of Events. General P.O.V., one day into Aiden's seclusion. A tall figure dressed in a brown hood, holding a huge book in his hands, that was bound to his wrist by a chain that ended in a manacle, stilled in place. He opened the huge book, cover made from the hide of a beast that has never existed, and closed it a second later. An impassive look crossed his face. Not unusual for him, for his visage was always kept carefully blank. He blinked his fully gray eyes and turned around. I was not expecting to see you for another 6 years. The voice that came out of the figure was dry and gravely, showing that he didn't use it regularly. Yeah, well, something came up. Lucifer replied, walking further into the light from the shadows cast upon the ground by the tall bookshelves arranged throughout the room. I love what you've done with the place, destiny. And by that, I mean nothing. The library was the same as the last time Lucifer had been here. Time was kinda wonky in any of the endless realms, so he couldn't be bothered to recall when that was, only that it had been a very long time. Getting here was still a pain, of course. The realm being a garden of mazes that was infinite in all its encompassing context, being the representation of the Book of Destiny. For Lucifer, though, it was super easy, barely an inconvenience getting there. Then again, most things were when you had the power of bullshit on your side. Speak, what do you need of me? Destiny brusquely told the former archangel. Lucifer did not take the comment personally. He knew that Destiny wasn't someone you could hold a fun little conversation with, or reminisce about the good old days. Not really. And Lucifer could even appreciate that. There were a few things he hated more than getting his time wasted. I have an offer. I want you to check something for me in your big book of destiny, fate, and all that jazz. In return, I'll owe you a favor. Lucifer replied. Destiny was ready to refuse up until Lucifer's final words. A favor from him, he couldn't pass up on such a deal. Destiny gave a nod, making Lucifer's face split into a smile. Excellent. Let's get to it then. Elsewhere, sometime later. Nepal. Maze bent down and touched the soot covering the ground. She brought her finger to her nose and smelled it. Her face wrinkled in a frown. The soot was the charred ash of human blood and flesh. She rose up and walked around the sacrificial magical circle, studying its make and construction. The circle was burnt onto the hardened rock in one of the mountain peaks, deep in the Kangchenjunga. Snowstorms would have mostly caused the circle to be covered by now, but the residue mystical energy tampered with that, hence for anyone flying above the peaks of the mountain, they would be surprised to see the pentagram branded onto the ground. Like an ugly yet intricately drawn tattoo on skin. She took a few pictures from the camera she had taken to carrying around these days. For record keeping, of course. It's not like she was interested in how beautiful the earth actually was. Beautiful and different. Far from the pit, which was just worse in every way possible. Not for her or her brothers and sisters, though. That was their home. But for anyone else, there was a reason why hell was hellish. She snorted at the dumb joke, feeling as if Aiden was rubbing off on her, and took a few more pictures of the scene. The camera then disappeared, teleported out by the Lilim. Maze, there you are. What are you doing in this dreadful? Lucifer's words were cut off as his gaze landed on the sacrificial circle on the ground. He had just appeared from Destiny's realm. I see I'm not the only one who had an eventful day. He commented, while motioning to the circle on the ground, one hand in his trouser pocket. Maze crossed the distance towards him before crouching and touching the soot. She held up her finger and showed him. Ash from sacrificed humans. I recognize this from Solomon's grimoire. He finished, studying it in interest. Who do you think it is this time? He asked Maze, studying the circle and surrounding areas. Maze snorted. In case you forgot, you're the one with the omniscience. I'm just the bell with sharp daggers and a devil-may-care attitude. His eyes glowed red, the world opened up more to him as he delved deeper into what had happened here. Oh Maze, you're much more than that. No one quite brews a good cup of coffee like you do, my dear. Maze rolled her eyes and got back to studying the circle. Her eyes lit up just as she thought of something else. That note of intersection between the inner circle and the points of the triangles. The runic inscriptions. Lucifer, I think I might know what this pentagram was meant for. The devil lost the red glow in his eyes. A killing intent suddenly exploded out of him. Maze struggled to breath and looked on in shock. All around the world, sensitive mystical practitioners sensed the change. Zatara was in a Justice League meeting when his eyes widened and he hastily did the sign of the cross. Madame Xanadu was reading a client's fortune when her hand shook and she dropped the cards. Sorry. She plastered on a smile and carried on with what she was doing. Jason Blood was in his house in England, meditating to keep a leash on the urges his other half gave him when his face changed. That brief power. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it disappeared. A small breeze blew through the area and Maze welcomed the slight chill. It's the transfiguration of human souls into ice elementals for an ice legion. A vanguard to take over the planet. That's why he drew it here in Nepal. The tall mountains would become a good nesting place up until he was ready to usher in a new ice age. A brain-dead idea for sure, but no, that is not why I want to skin the one responsible for this maze. Lucifer explained, seeing the questioning look his companion was giving him. Maze calmed herself down, struggling to forget the weak, but for her and everything else, overpowering outpour of Lucifer's killing intent. She quickly connected the dots. Then the reason you almost went nuclear is, wait, the way the circle was hastily left and the absence of the culprit. It's almost as if they ran away. Maze suddenly looked at Lucifer. You. The only person scary enough to cause a master of the mystic arts such as whoever is responsible to flee is, you. They must have heard it from Mammon. She finally understood why Lucifer was mad. Someone defied me, Maze Keen. Someone let Mammon escape, and now all the demon lords know that I am on Earth. Hell is in chaos. He informed her. And now anyone who was up to something on Earth has packed it up and left. She concluded. And with Aiden's presence blinding me from anything or anyone he will come across in the future, we find ourselves in quite the conundrum. Lucifer finished gravely. Now that the demon lords knew he was away from hell, Lucifer would either need to appoint an official stand-in ruler or go back and calm the chaos down. His vacation was going to be over before it even started, and he was pissed. What did Destiny tell you about Aiden? Maze wondered. Nothing I don't already know, which is little about a lot of things. Lucifer's face turned serious. Maze, I felt the brief surge of divine energy from him. It was unexpected. She nodded in understanding. He is growing faster than you envisioned. The devil shook his head. Yes and no. His growth in power was never a question of when, but a question of what could push him further and further. Challenges, obstacles, insurmountable odds. He thrives in that state. But, as a being aligned to order and balance, being the concept itself and the manifestation of his elemental powers, the building blocks of the material world, his origin should be similar to dream, destiny, and the rest of the endless, yet that surge of divinity felt closer to an actual god than a concept. Lucifer explained. That was the reason he had taken it upon himself to search out destiny. That will put him on the radar even more than he already is. Maze exclaimed. Take into account that my attention will now be needed elsewhere, and the devil added, he will effectively be alone. A young god versus pantheons that have existed for billions of years. That's the extreme version of the plan you had. To put him in a position where he will be forced to grow or perish. Maze concluded with a sigh. Things had gotten way out of hand. There is always something worse than death, Maze. Lucifer reminded her. A brief silence settled between the two. Well, if this is what having a kid feels like, remind me to never try for one. Maze finally said. Perhaps I can be of assistance. A deep voice sounded out. It belonged to a black man wearing a black suit and hat. On his back was a long cloak that seemed to sway even in the absence of a breeze. Stranger. Lucifer nodded, as knew the man. Things might be very dire if you came to me personally. Lucy said, a smile on his face, yet the cheer missing from his eyes. One wrong perceived move or annoyance and the phantom stranger knew he wouldn't walk out of here. The devil seemed pissed. The one responsible threatens the continued survival of the human race. I had to intervene. News of your presence on Earth has gone around the supernatural circles. To that effect, he has seen it fit to take his operation elsewhere. To wait you out. He paused and turned his head slightly to the sky. He has created his new base on Pluto. Far out of reach from the likes of Zatara, Blood, and any other supernatural assistance I am able to access. Belial must be stopped before his next plan catches everyone off guard. Chapter 115, Growing Pains. General P.O.V. One day into Aiden's seclusion. Lightning, an agent of destruction. Destruction and speed. He was yet to decipher any of these aspects of the cold fire, but the strides he had already made were astonishing. He already had an intuitive understanding of what it was, essence-wise, and how it interacted with his body. How quickly he could hurt himself just as easily as he could someone else. In that respect, lightning was the most dangerous sub-skill he had ever wielded. His position above the mountain peak had been bombarded by the streaks of blue lightning charging in the sky. The natural energy had entered a cycle of continuous attacks upon his form, likely attracted by the comprehension he was under. And they hadn't ceased. Every few minutes the sky would roil and numerous lightning strikes would fall down on his body. Elsewhere, the watchtower. Connor could remember the feeling of taking a back seat as something else took control of his body. His body! And just when Connor had been awash with guilt at his stupidity, guilt because there was no way Aiden could win this, things had changed. The first clash had happened, and although he was caught in a back foot, the other boy had proved him wrong. The battle had been intense and at a level he knew he wouldn't have reached were it not for the D.N. patches in his pants pocket. Then the demon had shocked him by simply using magic to restrain his human side, and Connor had felt a rush of power run through his body that he had never felt before. A rush of power that cooled his anger, somewhat. A rush of power that made him feel like Superman. Then he'd been disgusted at enjoying it. But even as he lost the fight, even as he fell back into the abyss of unconsciousness, Connor wished nothing more than to retain that power. That strength. He woke up in the infirmary at the watchtower and felt something missing. The power, it was gone. Connor's heart was broken. Miss Martian and the team had tried to get him to open up over the week. But Connor had shut them out, worried what they would think when they read his mind and found out that nothing was enough anymore. At this point, the search for Red Tornado has hit a wall. I think we should reroute our resources into something else. Something more urgent. Green Arrow's voice reached Connor's ears through the walls of the Watchtower's meeting hall. Let me guess, you mean reroute into finding out Aiden's location, correct? Stewart's voice responded. No, Green Arrow shot back. Connor was sure he wasn't the only one to notice the aggrieved note in his voice. If it were up to Oliver, that was probably what would have happened. The Apocalyptian tech smuggling ring, Entergang, has started spreading its influence out into other states and cities. A Star City gang had access to force projectors. Weapons that send a shockwave strong enough to compare to one of Wonder Woman's punches. Green Arrow is right. I was there, this particular issue is getting out of hand. I move to propose we exclusively focus our attention on Entergang. At least until we halt, if not outright uproot Mannheim's whole operation. Black Canary seconded Green Arrow's proposal. I've had a few run-ins with goons using Entergang tech as well. I have the Central City Star Labs branch looking into the workings of the devices I confiscated. Hopefully we should have a way to source them out using their unique energy signature the minute any shipments arrive on Earth. The Flash informed them. But that is treating the symptoms more than the disease. Darkseid's people could simply make another Entergang. Superman's words cooled the mood somewhat in the room. Connor was only able to tell it through the loud sigh given up by Wonder Woman. By Hera, this whole month has been a series of unexpected twists and turns. Hal, is there anything the Guardians can do about Apocalypse? I believe we have gathered sufficient evidence to show them breaking many interplanetary violations. Sorry. Apocalypse is a touchy subject for the Guardians. Barring a direct attack, there is little I or any of the Lanterns can do. We stay out of the fight between New Genesis and Apocalypse. Hal Jordan answered. Hey, by the way, did you get Ring checked up? What was wrong with it? The Flash wondered out loud, referencing to what had happened almost 2 days ago when Jordan's and Gardner's rings had started acting up. Inside the meeting hall, everyone paid close attention to Hal's next words. The Lantern in question shook his head. Not really. Apparently neither of us have the required clearance to access that information. That said, I was able to talk to one of the older lanterns, and what I got was this. The ring checked out briefly because of a unique energy pulse called apotheosis. A phenomenon that happens when a mortal's essence or truth of being enters a metamorphosis into a divine being. Diana sucked in a breath. That does not sound good. The last apotheosis or ascension of a mortal to a god happened eons ago. Long before our time. Dionysus, the god of wines and ecstasy. She explained in a grim tone. I will need to commune with the gods and see if I can find out anything else. John, could Mars have leads on this information? Your people have existed longer than humans. Wonder Woman asked him. Before John could answer, Zatara suddenly stiffened in his seat. By our Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He chanted while doing the cross. Then he quickly stood up from his seat, surprising the rest. Zatara, Wonder Woman asked, her and the others getting up from their seats as well. No time to explain, I shall inform you all later. Saying that, the resident magic practitioner headed towards the Zeta tube. Recognized Zatara 11. Well, that was unexpected. Hal commented, saying what was on everyone's mind. Indeed. Manhunter added. His mind was suddenly hit with a maelstrom of emotions. He sensed something. Perhaps it would be wise to shelf this discussion for another time. John advised. No, Wonder Woman shook her head. There is never going to be a right time. Not when we have no control of what happens out there in the world. Zatara is not one to overestimate his capabilities. Should he need help, he will not hesitate to ask for it. She looked around the room and stated. Please, everyone let us sit and finish this meeting. Following Superman's words, they all got back to their seats. Now, Batman and I have been talking to Adam Strange, the League associate tasked with maintaining the Zeta tech we use. We believe there is a way we can shield the planet from outside Zeta tube transmissions. The Flash's words were met with a surge of interest. Finally, they had a shining ray of hope cutting through the darkness. It's not enough to restrict the use of boom tube portaling, but I believe it's a step in the right direction. He concluded. Soup steepled his hands together and hummed in interest. I will allow access to the Fortress of Solitude's data banks. Maybe you can find something in there that might help us. He offered. An offer Barry was going to take advantage of. The Kryptonian race had had a very advanced technological level. He was sure that there would definitely be something there. I believe we have concluded that matter. As chairman, I propose we move on to something else, barring there are no questions. Wonder Woman said that and looked around. After making sure that everyone was satisfied, she turned to Manhunter. Call them in. Manhunter gave a brief nod and then opened his mind to link with Miss Martian and the others. Again, you can all come in. Superman, on the other hand, muttered something. Yet, no actual words came out. The volume of his words were set to a frequency only a Kryptonian could hear. I know you've been eavesdropping the entire conversation, Connor. After this, you and I need to talk. Connor growled and got up from his seat. They are ready for us. Let's get this over with so I can get back to punching something. He told them before Miss Martian could and stormed his way towards the door leading to the meeting hall. Miss Martian, Artemis, Aqualad, Kid Flash, and Robin all looked at each other. Is it just me, or does he seem to be even madder than usual? Robin narrowed his eyes at Connor's back. Let's go. The League is waiting for us. The rest of the team walked in and stopped to stand next to Connor, who had his hands crossed and looked like he wanted to be anywhere other than there. Right. You're all here. Wonder Woman looked around at the rest of the Leaguers, particularly Captain Atom, who was the League's overseer and who nodded at her in a show of support. I know that it has been incredibly hard, not going out to the field. You have the power, needed to do more, yet we have had you stuck doing solo missions with your mentors in your respective cities. Part of that has been a failure on our side. The team needs a base of operations, and with everything that has happened recently, I will be honest and tell you that our focus has been elsewhere. She stopped to see if they were listening. And in light of new developments, the team's suspension from hero work had been extended for another month. Wonder Woman said, and just like she was expecting, none of them were pleased. "You can't do that." "What?" "Why?" The three comments came from Artemis, Kid Flash, and Connor. The rest were in different emotional states. Robin looked thoughtful because Aqualad looked guilty yet helpless while Gan was desperately wishing that all this was a nightmare. "Mile." She gently cussed. "Wait. Guys, shut up." Robin hissed at the others, then rounded up at Aqualad. "Calder, what is going on?" She said, "In light of new developments, what are you hiding?" Robin questioned, his tone growing hard. Aqualad sighed and looked up at the rest. "I am going back to Atlantis, and I don't know when I'll be back." The rest looked as if they had been slapped into astonishment. "Dude, what?" Kid Flash asked. "You're leaving? Abandoning us?" Artemis asked, feeling a little betrayed. "No, not abandoning you. Aiden showed all of us, that if we're going to do this right, we need to be better prepared. To be stronger and more skilled. I am going back to the Conservatory of Magic to finish my studies. To get better so that what happened before does not happen ever again." "What about us? The team we created?" Kid Flash shouted back. Connor, on the other hand, started feeling a ringing inside his head as the words Conservatory of Magic ran around his mind like a mantra. Magic, from Atlantis. Maybe that was exactly what he needed to get that power back. To get that strength that he had felt so deserving of. He couldn't keep using the D.N. Apaches. Sooner or later, they would run out. So it wasn't a surprise to him when his lips opened and he announced, "I am coming with you." Chapter 116, Impending Crisis. Aiden's P.O.V, 3 days into Aiden's seclusion. Power. Power coursing through my body. Unlike fire, unlike the strength granted to me by the Cobra Venom or Blockbuster. This power could not be controlled. Not really. It could only be guided. The aspect of destruction could scale to almost infinite lengths. With each successive jump in understanding and comprehension, the color of the lightning would change. Deepen and grow more intense, more ferocious until the only thing you could do was buckle up and enjoy the ride. A ride that would promise mutual destruction if you were not divinity or a cosmic entity who could take it. Unfortunately, I wasn't a divine being or a cosmic one by nature. The avatar state was, though. At least to the best of my knowledge. In that state, I was basically master of all the elements and their subsets. I could theoretically use red lightning or any of its other color variants. The color variants were not like those of fire where each color presented a unique ability in that particular subskill. Lightning was destructive to a much higher degree and each color presented another increase in power. To control all those colors, my body would probably have to be much stronger than it currently was. Normal lightning, however, was turning out to be as easy as ABC. Already, I had a deep understanding of the destruction aspect. The third day was spent on fully understanding its more supportive capability. Speed. General P.O.V, Ohio, Hidden Cadmus Facility. Doctor, let's run it again. This time, put him up against twice the number of battle-class genomorphs and pair each of them up with the telepathic ones. Luther ordered from the other side of the mirror, standing on a balcony. To his front was an arena the size of a football field, created inside one of Lex's many shady facilities. The arena was currently smoking and many sections of it were wrecked. Purple blood splotches and gore covered the walls and floor of the space. That was nothing to the dozens of xenomorph body parts scattered about. Different ones killed in different ways. Of course, Mr. Luther. The scientist was quick to comply. The xenomorph, telepathy type on his shoulder, glowed red on its tiny horns as the scientist typed a few more keys on his pad. The huge metal gate at one end of the arena opened up with a groaning sound. A second later, over 24 giant xenomorphs poured in. Each of the huge ones called Battle Class had a small xenomorph perched on their shoulders. They stood in place, all watching one figure who was covered in purple blood and had an orange film of energy around his body, allowing him to hover in the air 10 meters off the ground, staring down at the next wave of opponents he was about to face. The figure had the face and body of Tommy Terror and peculiar eyes. Yellow pinpricks in the middle of a black and inky cornea, indicative of what abilities he was using now. Begin. Luthor gave the order. The boy moved to comply. He fell out of the air, picking up speed as the orange light was replaced by a yellow one. He landed on the ground and a huge blast of yellow energy escaped his body in a massive wave. The concrete floor cracked apart, spider webs emerging on its surface from the point of impact. The energy blast spread out in a spherical shape, hitting the xenomorphs and throwing them to the far ends of the room. Most died from the wave of energy. Those who didn't had their organs and bodies broken apart by being mercilessly slammed onto the sturdy material making up the testing arena. Luthor shielded his eyes from the bright yellow light. When it died down, he squinted. Dust and smoke covered the area. He cleared his throat and the scientist to his left understood what he wanted. A tap on his pad and huge fans appeared on the ceiling of the testing grounds. The dust and smoke soon cleared out to show the state of the room. Circuitry and foundation frames were exposed through the broken parts of the walls. Most of the corpses from the dead xenomorphs were cleared out by the blast, disintegrated on the spot, leaving behind nothing but ash. In the middle of the whole arena stood Terror. A most enlightening performance. I wish to see more. A voice, slightly electronic, said, appearing from the shadows of the room. The hum of a device heralded his emergence. Sitting on a high-tech floating chair, Metron, the creator of both the Father Box and Mother Box, presented himself. This time, do not make it a cakewalk. Nothing has been challenging to the Father Box. I want to see him, pushed to the limits, so I can understand how this is possible. How the essence of a computer can merge so seamlessly with an organic life form and sustain itself. Luthor gritted his teeth in annoyance. On the outside, he kept an easygoing smile on his face. He reminded himself that they needed Metron's assistance to carry out Project Rebirth. Doctor, you heard the man. Let's kick things up a notch. Luthor said, crossing his hands behind him. Bring out Project Match. The scientist nodded, throwing wary glances at the new god. Right away, Mr. Luthor. Another tap on his pad and the double doors opened up. The first showing of this new opponent was a loud shout of anger. Terror's body acquired a red outline just in time for a white blur to move through the double doors and smash a fist onto the hastily projected red shield. The shield broke apart into small scarlet pieces and Terror was thrown away to smash onto the wall behind him. His body dug into the concrete and a breath of air left him. Another loud cry and he was hit deeper into the wall before he could successfully extricate himself. His inner organs shifted and several ribs broke. Terror opened his mouth in a wordless cry. His head was grabbed and he was pulled out of the body-shaped hole in the wall. Arf! Match, the first Kryptonian xenomorph Cadmus had created before Project KR, screamed in anger, feral and uncontrollable. He swung his opponent by the locks of hair on his head, spinning in place at high speeds. Terror's scalp tore off before Match could throw him away and the fuse being of a living computer and a metahuman rag doll through the ground, creating a trail of unearthed concrete before being mercilessly stopped by the sides of the room. Match was left holding blonde hair that ended in a patch of skin dripping with blood. Luthor spared a look at Metron, only to see the new god looking on in apt concentration at what was occurring. Entranced by the sheer brutality yet clinical in his observations. As if sensing the gaze, Metron spoke up. The Kryptonian xenomorph is flawed. A failure, because the gaps in the alien genome sequence have left the subject feral and uncontrollable. Yet, the power he exhibits is precisely 88.56789047756643634454% of the upper levels of power recorded by Superman. Interesting. His biology will start degrading in 3 years before fully shutting down after 15 years 4 months 2 weeks 3 days 15 hours 46 minutes and 19 seconds. Luthor raised an eyebrow at the confident approximation of Match's deadline. Is there anything that can be done to stabilize his D.N.A? He asked, fishing for information. Match was still a viable asset. And if there was a way, then the light would expend reasonable resources to perfect him. There is. Unfortunately for you, you cannot afford it. Metron answered back. A pity. Luthor said, and they both turned their attention to the arena once more. Although Match was an asset, he wasn't the only one. Or even the best. Luthor's smile quirked up at the edges. Project Godblood took the cake. Match screamed and stomped over to the downed Terror. A thin purple aura covered Terror's body, and in a matter of seconds, his body was fully healed. Match jumped up and beared down on Terror's position, seeking to slam onto him and finish the job once and for all. The purple was replaced by orange on Terror's body, and his form flew out of range. Match's body dug through the floor, and the whole facility shook as if subjected to an earthquake. The scientist tapped another thing on his pad, and a brief shimmer of blue light appeared around the balcony before it went away. A force shield was deployed to block any stray attacks to their position. Scarlet beams of heat vision exploded out of Match's dust-covered position, only to hit the reinforced shield that had appeared at Terror's front. The beams were reflected off and carved a trail on the left side wall of the testing structure. That's when the real fight started. In an unheard signal, both combatants shot off towards each other. Match from the ground, leaving behind more broken concrete, and Terror from the air, a shockwave blasting out of his position as he flew down. The two said nothing as they clashed in midair, both fists sending forth a blast of air that threw everything away and cracked the viewing glass from where Luthor and the rest were watching. The blue force shield flashed, successfully blocking the shockwaves from reaching them. Punches were thrown and intercepted. Match was relentless. Like a caged animal, he fought while Terror gave as much as he received. Which was a lot based on Tommy Terror's metahuman gene, which was super strength. He alternated between the colors expertly, making force shields to block ice breaths and heat vision beams, then throwing off an energy attack to pull away from the Kryptonian clone. The whole testing area suffered a lot. However, something had to give. A bright and intense white light suddenly exploded out of Terror. The light blinded the Kryptonian xenomorph due to enhanced senses, but he luckily used his ears to listen to his opponent's next move. Match's fist shot out and plunged into Terror's chest, only for that to be a mere illusion that disappeared into a shower of green energy while the real Terror was above him, charging a massive energy attack. With visible strain on his face, the attack drowned Match in the yellow beam that left everyone blinded by it. Luthor and the scientist turned their heads away. The shaking this time was more amplified. Luthor's mind was working double time trying to come up with solutions in case it caved in. Luckily, it stopped and everything settled down. When they looked back, it was to see a giant crater in the middle of the room and no sign of Match. The doctor quickly tapped his pad in urgency before looking up at Luthor and shaking his head. The sensors in Project Match's solar suit have stopped working. It seems the blast destroyed him, sir. Luthor tightened his hands into fists. Are you absolutely sure, Doctor? He demanded. Yes. Project Match is no more, sir. I have seen all I need to see. The Phantom Zone projector is yours, just like we agreed. Metron said and turned away, a portal appearing before him. He weighed the merits of telling them about the boom tube Terror had opened before the Kryptonian xenomorph had been disintegrated. Then he decided against it. He was a seeker of knowledge. Nothing else concerned him. Better yet, he had a feeling that what the Father Box had done would sow chaos in the future. Knowledge thrived in chaos after all. Elsewhere. In the elemental dimension, a sudden flash of purple color pulsed deep in the tower connected to the core of Aiden's world. The tower was the hub of creating worker drones and maintaining the upkeep of the dimension. Secondary directive complete. Re-establishing link with Rogue Unit. Incoming transmission. Accept? Those words were what Aiden would open his eyes to. Chapter 117, Mastery. General P.O.V. In Olympus, a garden that had spirits flitting about, otherworldly flowers and plants, was a massive man with long flowing hair, a toga, and a handsome face standing on top of a balcony in his palace. The palace overlooked the aforementioned garden which belonged to his wife. A gesture of goodwill from Demeter to Hera. Back to the godly figure, a frown marred his attractive features. Zeus could feel a storm brewing, a storm that was not of his own making. All the deities associated with lightning and thunder could sense a stir in the element. None of them were able to pinpoint the correct location of where this feeling came from, however. And it baffled every single one of them. Elemental dimension. There was a white ball of energy made up of lightning. Random streaks of current ran along its form every few seconds in a perpetual cinematic showing that would have left viewers entranced by its majestic appearance. The ball floated in space above the charred remains of a once great mountain. And above the sphere of energy were massive clouds, roiling restlessly. Lightning bolts fell down on the sphere repeatedly, attracted by something or rather someone enclosed in the huge energy bubble. The lightning bolts were responsible for the destruction of the mountain that Aiden had been meditating upon. And they were getting more violent as time went by. 300 meters from the epicenter, which was the energy ball, the storm was still spreading. The dark clouds covering everything in an even darker hue than normal. Aiden's P.O.V. I finally found out the drawback of using Spark of Enlightenment. The element itself pushes back. The steady progression was there for a reason, and a perk like Spark of Enlightenment undercut that to a shorter time margin, but it massively increased the strain and pushback of the element itself. That pushback culminated in a sort of test to see if I was in a sense worthy. I had to face the lightning and remain staunch. Remain standing, in defiance, while the world broke down around me. The ball of energy surrounding my form was a bubble shield until I felt ready. A shield that was dangerously getting close to being overwhelmed. I could easily unravel the storm above head by virtue of being the master of this realm, but I had a feeling that would set me back massively. I sighed. I should have known that nothing from the system ever comes without strings attached. The system is all about self-sufficiency. That means I had to work for every single thing. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. There was no use in hiding. That wasn't how I wanted to end this. With a thought, the lightning ball, an idea I had gotten from Azula in a certain instant from the comics, unraveled. Its structure turned into uncontrolled streams of lightning that disappeared into the air with a static sound, revealing my body to the harsh realities of nature. The storm brewing overhead looked like a monster. A monster that was now eager to come at me with everything it had and devour my soul. The dynamic was laughable. I was left standing on a small lightning platform construct while staring above at the huge obstacle I had to overcome. Like a sailor in a small sailboat about to face the wrath of the sea. "Bring it on," I calmly said, pushing a text box to the corner of my vision. As if provoked by my words, the clouds grew even more ominous. The streaks of lightning flashing in inky darkness grew more numerous, and without warning, pandemonium begun. The flash of that first lightning bolt will forever be seared deep into my memories. The lightning made contact with my chest and I held it in, with no apparent strain, using it to coat my body with a net of electric energy that fed my physique, enhancing it. My form started flashing with an aura of bluish color. My hair stood up in random waves and the world slowed down. In this form, everything I had was enhanced to twice the effect. Strength, speed, durability, and reaction speed. I hadn't tested anything out, but that was the conclusion I had come to based on the power I could feel flowing inside me. After leaving here, I had a lot of tests to do. Tests to figure out my capability and to seamlessly incorporate this new skill into my fighting style. The clouds above felt insulted by my continued refusal to lay down and die, and in an instant, the next wave of altercation begun. Dozens of lightning streaks fell upon me like judgment from Thor. I spread out my legs on the construct I was standing on. Full mastery had ensured that I could even take the subskill further than they had shown in canon. Though to be fair, lightning constructs were much harder to sustain as compared to air. Lightning wanted to run around, to streak and destroy and jump and escape. It was unlike anything I had ever dealt with before. The streaks fell onto my body, and I guided them along my chi pathways, not trying to exert control over them because the energy would buck around like an excited ox and fry me from the inside. My eyes were closed while random flashes occurred around me. The power of over a dozen lightning bolts was melded with my own inner fire. My own inner energy adding more to the element than had come from the outside, and when I was ready, my hand shot out, 2 fingers extended to the sky. I let go of the power through my appendages. In an excited motion, excited to be released that is, the lightning exploded out in one huge streak that shocked me. The streak of energy was like a beam of destruction. All the clouds were pushed far away, exposing the smog-filled sky and shining a light down onto the grounds. The sound was deafening as the attack kept on wreaking havoc in the clouds. I had redirected it. The lightning. I clenched my fist in jubilation and winced in seconds. The 2 fingers on my hand were burnt. The skin was cracked and red, but I couldn't find anything but happiness inside me. The lightning construct under me floated down. I landed on the ground and got ready for one last test before I got to the combat test. Control. My senses spread out and telepathically connected with a random dragon flying rings above the area I was practicing on. I relayed my orders, and a few minutes later, on the horizon, a huge dragon appeared. The orders was for it to attack me. To be honest, none of the dragons could really refuse despite having a natural instinct not to harm me. I just wanted to see how much power I needed to put into a fight with a fire-aligned creature before purchasing a firebender from the database with my training points to spar with. The dragon was huge. Not as big as the dragon patriarch, who was in a whole other level. I wasn't sure I could currently take, but it was big. I took off running just as it beat its wings, opened its mouth, and sprayed out a huge fire breath. The wind generated by the beat of its wings increased the intensity of the orange flames. I jumped over the attack and flipped above it. Reaching deep within myself, my inner fire responded. With the tranquility in my mind, the fire changed into something else. Blue sparks that flashed between my fingers appeared. Okay, keep it low, I told myself, touching the scaly back of the dragon. It stiffened and seized up, flashes of blue electric energy stunning it and locking up its movements. I landed on the other side and sighed. This isn't going to work. The dragon was passed out from one move. Its huge size having played a huge disadvantage for it due to my agility and speed, but still, one touch and it was down. I had wanted to get a bit better with increasing and decreasing the voltage of my lightning before buying a training partner. Wary that one strike would reduce them to ash. The move that had stunned the dragon was the least powerful I could make the lightning. A human being wouldn't be merely stunned, their hearts would probably go into cardiac arrest and die. Guess I don't have a choice. I just hope that whoever I buy next has the skill to stay alive from a full-powered assault. I wanted a real fight after sitting on my ass for 3 days. I maximized the display box from the corner of my vision and instantly was bombarded by a priority alert. The text box was flashing red. Secondary directive complete. Re-establishing link with rogue unit. Incoming transmission. Accept? Looking at the timestamp, this alert had come in almost an hour ago. It was from the elemental dimension's nascent budding consciousness. Something I had never received before. Then again, the dimension was connected to me in every way possible, and according to the system, it was my embassy grounds. So it wasn't completely out of left field. What was surprising, however, was the message. I clicked on the first part, trying to understand more. A whole line of text appeared that shocked me to my core. Link re-established with rogue unit. Designation changed to terror. A new being actualized by the combination of 2 souls, one Tommy Terror and a part of the essence of the Father Box, still connected to one Lex Luthor through unknown means. Taking advantage of the new functions brought by the minor text production, repair and hive mind subroutines, the realm was able to re-establish the link between the core of the world and the essence of the Father Box. Terror is no longer bound to Lex Luthor. Further commands await to be relayed. Mind blown. I didn't want to think on the implications of this new information. All I could think of was that Lex and the Light had been busy. And just like that, Cannon was kicked out of the window. On the other hand, this new info would be advantageous to me in the long run. I had a mole in the light. It was just a matter of time before we crashed, and based on the numerous resources they had, I needed every advantage I could get my hands on. I clicked on the second text box. An incoming transmission from Terror. Suddenly, I found myself looking out through the eyes of someone else. I had no control and was instead more of an observer. My real body's eyes widened upon understanding what I was seeing. Seems like Terror was embroiled in a fight. A fight with Superboy 2.0. Chapter 118, Aiden's Perspective. Aiden's P.O.V. Okay. Connor had nothing on this dude. He was relentless. Unforgiving. Feral. Strong, but most of all, in pain. A deep confusion that gave way to anger could be spotted in his eyes as Terror struggled to fight back. Terror's own moves were clinical and efficient. Meant to deal with something in extreme prejudice. Meaning, he would hit to destroy when ordered to. There was no enjoyment to be found when fighting, not for him. Both individuals were broken. Each for different reasons. But as things were, I would lose my asset before I even put into good use. The Kryptonian Genomorph had by now nudged a few hidden memories about the show. And it was only because of his similarity to Connor that I remembered something online about this Kryptonian clone's full powers. My telepathy was good. Like really good now. My range had steadily increased from 70 meters the last time I checked, to a little over 100. But despite organizing my memories with the help of the Martians and my own efforts, the mind was a complicated maze of thoughts and memories. Something was likely to slip through once in a while. What else was hiding deep in the crevices of my mind? The point to that rant was that I now had an idea on who Terror was dealing with, Project Match. The first Kryptonian clone created by the Light that was a failure. That was before they came up with a way to combine human and Kryptonian D.N.A to stabilize the clone, hence leading to Connor's creation but with a fraction of Superman's powers. Back to the fight, Terror was getting his ass handed to him. That couldn't stand. My view was suddenly overhauled as the surroundings started spinning. Terror's body flipped through the ground, digging a trail onto the floor before stopping in place. A trail of blood fell upon his eyes and he wiped it away. Okay, let's get a rundown of his powers. The transmission seemed to be a mental link established between me and Terror by the tower. It was the same way I had control over every creature in my realm, but this felt more intimate. I combed through his memories to get a better understanding of his powers while keeping my invasive actions on task as much as I could. Every mind was sacred and private. That was the first thing Manhunter had taught me. And I was of the same opinion. A second was all it took to understand what Terror had going for him. And geez, talk about overpowered. Basically, Terror had access to 7 powers, each represented by a color aura that covered his body when he was accessing a particular ability. Purple was meant for healing, orange was for flight, red showed up when making shields and force fields, yellow indicated energy projections / blasts, green to cast illusions, white for intense energy projections / basically a stun and flash grenade all in one, and lastly rainbow was for something. The scientists doing tests and research on him were yet to find out its function. Yeah, Terror was stupidly op. But time and time again, I've seen that sheer power does not always overcome skill. During the one-sided fight, a thought had occurred to me: I could get 2 assets for the price of none. Match was very powerful. A real and true Kryptonian. Just missing something. There was a problem with his DNA. But even with that, he ragdolled Terror with minimal difficulty. I firmed my resolve. There was no way I was letting the Light keep him. Plus, it was the right thing to do, granting him freedom and the chance to choose what he wanted in life. Terror's victory had now just gotten even more crucial. I used my telepathy to start guiding his actions. Not enough to take control of him fully, but a small nudge in the right direction. How to use his colors in conjunction with Tommy Terror's metagene to give just as much as he received. The tides changed as terror expertly switched between the colors and fought off Match. And finally, I saw my chance. Match was drowned in a massive outpour of yellow energy. The power enough to hurt even me, but before he could die, under my direction, Terror opened a boom tube in the last minute and Match was sucked in. The energy wave died out, revealing a crater and no sign of Match. I sighed in relief when I noticed a lack of suspicion after looking over at Lucifer, a scientist and a dude in a flying chair watching the battle from a balcony. Terror was safe. For now. The flying chair dude turned back and a boom tube appeared before him. A serious look came onto my face. He wasn't part of the light, so the only other possible identity I could think of was that he was a new god. And this time, I had the answer as to who he was. The only new god who floated on a high-tech chair was Metron. Suddenly, everything made sense. That's why the second directive from the tower had been completed so quickly. Metron probably scanned the remnant's energy of the father box and found out it wasn't complete. As a seeker of knowledge, it was obvious he would try to find out why. I took another deeper mental reading of Terror's memories. Sorry. I apologized, however I couldn't take the chance. And just like that, I understood a lot. Lucifer and the light were after a Phantom Zone projector. Terror didn't have any more information on that, but I could think of a few reasons why he would want something like that. It was either to send someone in, or to get someone out. Both possibilities sent a shudder through my spine. In return, the light offered the chance of studying Terror's existence to Metron, knowing fully well that he wouldn't say no. What scared me was how the light had deep connections even with new gods. Metron, using his Morbius chair, had attempted to do a deep scan and trace the connection between the essence of the father box and the other part making up the core of my world, but failed due to my realm being inaccessible and impossible to find. Fortunately, that brief surge of the old link had allowed the tower to take advantage and re-establish a connection, and then the rest was history. Keep on following Lucifer's orders, however under no circumstances should you hurt an innocent. Barring that, don't let your cover get blown. I ordered Terror and cut off the transmission. Back in my body, I rubbed my forehead and sighed, something that had become a routine now. Luckily, my week of rest followed by 3 days of seclusion had gone by without a hitch. A win in my book. I teleported out of the fire plane, waving goodbye to the little dragon that was watching me from the sides, still a bit shy. The next step I took was on the rocky island housing the tower, tasked with the creation of worker, support and fighter drones to protect and serve my realms. It was a really huge dimension. I still hadn't made it to the end of it. There was the option of simply teleporting there, but I wanted to keep the mystery going on for a little while longer. I had controlled the boom tube to send Match here. Why? You might ask. Simple. The tower had scanning capabilities that would allow me to understand his physiology better, and given the fact that the tower's main function had to do with production and repair, my bet was that maybe it could similarly stabilize his DNA. Match's body was hovering before the tower. A platform made of metal was holding him down while green energy rings ran a scan of his bio. The clone looked strained. The anger still clouding his eyes was there, but he seemed restrained by something. I sought to understand why and was shocked by the response. All the solar energy in his cells was being actively drawn out by the tower. Probably an improvised take on its sub-function to drain resources and energy from my realm to create the drones. Then a unique frequency that disrupted the brain signals to the limbs, making movement sluggish, was being emitted to ensure he didn't lash out violently. I went towards him and his eyes turned to stare at me with scary intensity. He wanted to attack me. To break and destroy me as appeasement to the rage and anger burning inside him. I pitied him. Pitied that his whole existence had been meant to be used as a tool. And when they found out that tool was broken, they shoved a living, breathing being to the side. To live in a pod up until his use was needed. It sickened me. I'm sorry. You are not a weapon anymore. You're now free to do what you want. I said, offering my words as consolation. Whatever good that did. God, he looked so much like Connor when we first saw him. Broken and unsure. Connor had luckily found his place in the world. In part due to the team and I being there. I would be there for match as well. After all, I know what it felt like to not have anyone in your corner. To be unsure and afraid. His face eased up somewhat and I stepped away from him. Okay, here goes nothing. I touched the energy film covering the tower and connected with it. Skin is biology for any deformities and irregularities, then fix him in any way you can. That is your primary directive for now. The tower pulsed in acceptance and I pulled my hand away. Now, I wondered to myself, what's the next step? Chapter 119, No More Weakness. General P.O.V. The pressure that would have normally crushed a normal human's body was nothing before Connor's durability. The rest of the journey after being brought to the outskirts of Poseidonis by bioship and Gan was carried out through swimming. Connor had an improvised rebreather, fashioned specifically to work underwater. It wasn't the first time a League member had accompanied Aquaman to Atlantis before. The rebreather projected a thin film of energy that covered Connor's face and ended at the chin in a small and slim device that fit snugly upon the clone's chiseled jawline. The device had one or rather two more functions. It allowed Connor to clearly process sound waves coming through water and see better. Although that last one was a bit redundant seeing as he had enhanced eyesight. Calder gave a thumbs up to the bioship and patted Connor's shoulders while smiling. Let us go, my friend. We shall meet them again soon. Connor gave him a nod but still took the time to look back at the bioship. Gan. He called telepathically, his psychic touch soft and warm. Yes, Connor? Gan answered back. Out of everyone she was the one person Connor would miss the most. He closed his eyes and soaked in the mind touch between them. Gan projected her own feelings at him. Feelings he knew he also shared. Nothing needed to be addressed for now. Stay safe, he finally said. You too, she answered. He gave bioship an affectionate rub and then swam after Calder. The bioship turned back and left. Connor felt the loss of Gan's telepathic touch and clenched his fist. It's only for a month. Just until I get it. That feeling of strength. That power. It's my right. He nodded to himself and increased his swimming speed to catch up with Calder. He finally made it and they both swam in silence as Connor looked on in awe at the new environment. The Cadmus memories he had retained glossed over Atlantis, not really offering much apart from its structure. With Poseidonis being the capital and the other ocean states being subservient to the High King, Anaxagoras. It went into detail about the tumultuous political divide and unrest, Poseidonis being more economically developed and generally more desirable to live in than the rest of the cities. But, what that information had failed to mention was just how beautiful the underwater city was. Connor wasn't one to overly appreciate art, but he felt like he was watching the most beautiful painting he had ever seen in his short life. Beautiful, he commented, just as they made it to the southern entrance of the city. Two guards swam up to meet them, holding lances that gleamed with power. Halt, one of them said. Wait. Caldurum, is that really you? The other guard asked, holding the shoulder of the first one. The look in both their eyes changed when Calder nodded with a smile. Greetings. I hope you are both well. The guards relaxed their stances. We are. I am sorry we did not recognize you right away. No matter. He waved the apology away before pointing at Connor. This is a friend of mine. Connor Kent. It's fine, Caldurum, your friend is welcome in Poseidonis. The guards said after sharing a brief look with each other. Thank you. Have a lovely day. Connor followed Calder through the gate while studying the other teen in curiosity. Atlanteans left and right looked at them in interest, and Calder more often than not had to answer greetings as they made their way to the palace. Seems like someone's famous around here. Connor started the conversation. Calder sighed in mild exasperation. Yes. Since apprenticing under my king as Aqualad, my prominence has risen up. Come, let us not keep the royal family waiting. Calder said and shot off, leaving bubbles behind his feet. Connor narrowed his eyes. Clearly the other team did not want to talk about that particular subject. Connor could understand. He remembered the last conversation that had happened with Superman after his decision to come to Atlantis. His genetic father had been adamant to understand why he had elected to do so. Connor had wanted to tell him everything. About the D.N. patches, about Luthor. Instead, after finding out that the report the team had given had been missing a crucial detail, that is, the way he had accessed the rest of his Kryptonian heritage's powers, Connor had kept quiet. He understood that Calder was the one responsible. The other team must have decided that this was a team thing and they would deal with it amongst themselves. Still, the guilt had been eating away at him. Which is why he left behind a letter for Superman along with the rest of the D.N. patches, requesting that he keep it under wraps so as to not get the team in trouble for covering for him. They arrived at the palace and Calder's whole demeanor changed. He stood up straighter and his aura changed to that of a seasoned warrior. Calder slowed down and waited until Connor pulled up beside him. Before we go in, I need to know why you insisted on coming, my friend. Connor had known the question would come, sooner or later. He looked at his hands and briefly remembered that fight with Aiden. Connor had had enough of losing. Enough of being too weak to help his friends face the truly powerful. He didn't want to feel weak again. He looked Calder straight in the eyes and said in the clearest tone he could. Strength. My own, so I don't have to go behind my teammates' back to use borrowed power. So that next time, we will not get blindsided without pushing back with everything I have. Calder blinked his eyes, understanding where Connor was coming from. Thank you for your honesty, Connell. He used his real name to address him. I am not sure you will find what you seek, but I can promise you, I feel the same way and will help you in every way I can. No more weakness. He held out his hand and Connor clasped it with a nod. No more weakness. The Kryptonian xenomorph clone said with as much conviction as he could. A few hours later, the Watchtower. Don't mind the group setting. I thought it prudent to talk to you all at the same time. Now, who wants to go first? Black Canary asked the 4 teens sitting in front of her. Connor and Calder had left for Atlantis a couple of hours ago and Bio's ship had just made it back after taking them there. After Mammon had arrived, Canary had called them in for one final meeting before their 1-month suspension begun. None of them looked happy. I don't get it. Suddenly we're so inept that you had to suspend us for 1 month? Kid Flash shouted while getting up. The team wasn't even part of the Justice League when we formed it. Maybe Red Arrow was right. Maybe the League will never allow us to be independent, he said to the others. Artemis looked away and shrunk on herself. The team was something special to her. Suddenly she had new friends who understood what it was like trying to balance 2 lives. And now that was going away. Do the rest of you feel the same? She asked the others. Wally and Gan seemed to agree. Wally looking at Artemis in a new light after her answer. Everything she had said resonated with him. Robin? Black Canary asked their final teammate who up until then had been silent. Too silent. Instead of answering her, Robin directed his gaze to his teammates. Did Calder or Connor feel the same? He questioned them, particularly looking at Artemis. 'Cause it seems to me like they couldn't wait to get out of here once the team suspension got extended to a full month. Black Canary narrowed his eyes at Robin. Calder and Connor, your teammates, both had their reasons, she said in a slightly hard tone. Robin sighed. Sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Look, I even get why they chose to do so. After seeing just how powerful Aiden had gotten during our last mission, we all felt it. Weakness. Like we were being left so far back the next time we meet him out in the battlefield, he'll walk all over us. The same rang even more true for Calder as the leader in Connor because of his rivalry with Aiden. But, we all felt the pressure. He paused to collect himself. We all know Calder went back to Atlantis to complete his magic studies or failing that at least grow stronger, and I think that is the same for Connor as well. He must have thought that something Atlantis has could stand in for those patches he used on the latest mission to access his full Kryptonian abilities. Black Canary stilled in place, her hand pausing from the notes she had been taking. "Dude!" Wally shouted out at him. Even Gan and Artemis stared at Robin in surprise at the casual bomb drop. Boy Wonder, on the other hand, waved off their concerns. "She is bound by client confidentiality. She won't tell anyone." Black Canary narrowed her eyes. "Besides, if I know Connor, he's already talked to Superman about it." "Maybe." Black Canary cleared her throat and decided to consult with the Man of Steel later. "Moving on, what were you saying?" She prompted Robin to continue. "The point is, I am conflicted. Batman has always taught me to trust in my guts, skills, and teammates. To always be prepared. To hit from the shadows and avoid a protracted fight. So the blatant directness Connor and Calder are using to get more powerful so as to punch harder is not something you can easily reconcile with." Canary concluded for him. "I mean, what if Connor gets what he wants and becomes even more power-hungry? Where does he stop? We all know what those things did to him. They made him more violent. What if he changes? What if he leaves us behind, like Aiden did?" Silence reigned. All of the teens had their heads turned to the ground. Black Canary took a short moment to organize her thoughts before speaking. "Then don't let it happen." They looked up at her in shock. "What do you mean?" "It's not a crime to better yourself. Your skills. Just because you can't hit harder doesn't mean you can't incapacitate someone. Use your creativity. This month should be a sort of rebirth for all of you. A turning point. Maybe even a new starting point. Gan, better your shape-shifting abilities and telekinesis. Artemis, diversify your arrows in close-quarter combat. Kid Flash, learn how to use your speed better to fight. You can form tornadoes. Get more creative. You might not be faster than the Flash, but don't copy his fighting style. Create your own with what you have. And Robin, train your body to get limber, more agile. Then get your skills to master level and beyond. To augment your strength, I suggest a weapon sturdy enough for hitting harder not to matter. I even have a few suggestions. All I am saying is, Calder and Connor will make the best of this month. Don't let yourselves waste it." Later, Black Canary and Captain Atom came out of the Zeta tube from within an abandoned telephone booth. "You're late," Batman told them. He was standing in an alleyway littered with trash. "Sorry, the talk went on longer than I anticipated. We're here now." She then took a deep breath and nodded to Captain Atom, who returned the gesture. With that, the decision had been made. "They're ready," Black Canary told Batman. The Dark Knight was silent for a few seconds before he stepped to the side and pointed at a man leaning on a dumpster him. "This is Richard Dragon," Black Canary gasped. "A friend. A rival and one of the best martial artists in the world. He will train them to the best of his capabilities. He will break them and reforge them anew." Chapter 120, The Next Threats. General P.O.V. The mystical opposition we can expect is light. That is, however, dependent on him not interfering. But our Lord has ensured that that will not to be a problem. That leaves us with few that can stand against our might, chief of whom being the Lords of Order and Chaos. Fortunately, they have been embroiled in a struggle. A fight that has been going on for eons, with no clear winner. Balance has been and will be their main contention, which finally leaves only the Earth's mystical practitioners to come for us. Jason Blood being the most likely among them. Fortunately, our new base is far from their reach. By the time they marshal up a force to stop the plan, it will be too late. A whisper rang out across the castle. A blonde girl with blue eyes nodded, dressed in a red dress and a blue cloak above it. She was hauntingly beautiful. That beauty was ruined by the cold look in her eyes. Her face was impassive and blank, showing no emotion. Just like he expected her to be. A heartless bitch. She had been trained since young to never question him. Her adopted father. He had saved her after all. So she gave him the gratitude and reverence he wanted, and he had taught her everything he knew of the arcane. Thinking he had her manipulated. Both had a goal. She sought the freedom of someone dear to her, and he just wanted power. Too much power. And now, after 10 long years, Alyssa was finally close. However, the task she needed to carry out left her confused. She wondered, what was the point of turning the Earth, or now, the solar system, into a realm of cold and ice? What was the endgame here? Truly? There had to be an angle, right? Maybe she couldn't see it, but one thing she knew was that her adopted father was cunning. You had to be if you aimed to steal the realm and power of a Hell Lord. He thought she had no idea on his true motives, but his intentions were clear to her. The main magic spell component was to supplant the rule of Belial and install a new Hell Lord in his place. That new Hell Lord would be Alistair. That's all she knew. But really, none of that mattered as long as she saved John. John, who had sacrificed himself and taken her place, John who had been suffering for a decade in hell. Alyssa continued on her way, taking the stairs into the unrestricted portion of the castle. Her mage tower. She pushed the door open with a burst of telekinesis, using a chain ending with an inverted cross to channel her magic. There, the entrance portal to their new base of operations was located, as was the painting, showing the bald head of one Aleister Crowley, occultist, magician, and Alyssa's master/adopted father. The painting grew animated, a slow smile spreading across its face as he stared at the young girl. Providence smiles upon those unafraid to seek power, those unafraid to shatter the status quo, my daughter. And of those, you, Alyssa Constantine, are worthy of all that and much more. Match forward and claim what is rightfully yours, in service of our Lord Belial and I, your father. Remember what you stand to gain. Power to never be weak again. The whisper concluded. The girl, who couldn't have been more than 18 years, gave a curt nod. As you command, father. He was wrong, she wasn't doing this for power. She was doing this to save someone. He thought of that as a mere side goal, having fed him that notion through the years so that when the time came, Alistair would not think to use John as her weak point. She clenched her hands. For you, Johnny. I will save you. She touched a locket hanging off her neck, and her eyes gained a determined light. She wouldn't keep this farce up for long. As soon as Belial honored his promise and released her brother, Alyssa was calling down hellfire on this accursed castle and Aleister Crowley himself. Elsewhere, Luther applied pressure and smashed the glass in his hands. Broken shards of glass fell to the floor, and Luther held out his arm to the side. Like a ghost, Mercy Graves, his personal assistant and bodyguard, appeared with a towel and a clean bandage. Looking closely at Luther's palm, one could see it was bleeding. They were both still at the Cadmus facility, having just ran tests on the Phantom Zone projector they'd gotten from Metron. Besides them, there were 2 more individuals in the lab. One, like a silent watchman, ever cautious and observant, was Terror. He made sure to use the link he had with the elemental dimension to create a log with information that he deemed important for Aiden. Unfortunately, the Phantom Zone projector did not fall in that category. The next person in the room with them was the head scientist of this particular branch of Cadmus, the same one tasked with monitoring the progress of Terror and Project Match. Though the latter, Project Match, had been scratched off the books, valuable info taken, and everything else dumped. Therein lied the problem. What is the next step, sir? The scientist asked, adjusting the frame of his glasses while staring questioningly at Luther. I should have known this would happen. The character profile on Metron was accurate, but what it failed to mention was just how cunning and self-serving he could be. Who knew he would place a genetic lock on the Phantom Zone projector so that only a Kryptonian could use it? As it stands, we do not have a Kryptonian on hand after Terror destroyed Match. The D.N. samples we had have all been used for Project Godblood, and our only chance of doing this anonymously is 2,000 fucking feet deep in the ocean. Lex took in a deep breath and closed his eyes. He adjusted his tie and exhaled, calming his nerves as his brilliant mind worked overtime to come up with a solution. A smile lit up his face. There is one more Kryptonian running around unchecked, however. The scientist widened his eyes. You mean Superman? He asked, nervousness dripping from his tone. But sir, what about the Justice League? They will hit us back with their full power should we go after Big Blue. I thought we decided to lay low until Project Rebirth commenced. Lex shook his head, getting another glass and pouring a drink in it. Who said anything about us going after him? If what I'm thinking of works, we not only get Charnian D.N.A for study and Project Godblood, but we also get Superman. All the while keeping our hands clean. Well, relatively anyway. I reckon things will get bloody before they settle down. Lobo is not known for subtlety after all. He chuckled. Metron thought he was fucking us over. Fucking me over, but I bet he didn't see this coming. Elsewhere, edge of the sector. Ambassador, I am getting strange energy readings from the dwarf planet on the outskirts of the target star system. A Reach assistant informed the ambassador, who immediately pulled up the data on the huge screen. Seems like Theta-class energy signatures. Otherwise commonly known as. The scientist standing next to the ambassador started. Magic. The ambassador concluded. This star system keeps on getting more and more interesting. Have there been signs of intelligent or any life really on this planet? His question was directed towards scientist, who shook her head, parsing through all the information their discrete probes had acquired of each of the planets in the solar system. None. Send me down there with a few soldiers and I will come back with answers. The Scarab, enforcer in this mission, requested of the ambassador only to get denied. That will not be needed. We will maintain our position. Observing only. We need to know more before going in. These aliens are not like the rest. They're different, and I will not take unnecessary risks and jump in before we are prepared. As you command. Fine. The scientist and the Scarab both answered, respectively. Elsewhere, Las Vegas. The tides are changing. Faster than expected. Faster than you anticipated, ain't that right, Maze? A gorgeous woman with an hourglass figure told the Lilim perched on the window frame. Behind the black-clad sexy demoness, the Las Vegas nightlife was in full swing. Maze didn't answer for a few seconds. She felt conflicted. Out of everyone, her sister had taken after their mother the most. She was ambitious, conniving, deadly, and oh so very sensuous. She played with men, seduced them, sucked them for all they were worth, and then left them out to dry. She enjoyed their pain, being a classic sadist. All things Maze enjoyed. They would have gotten along if she wasn't such a great a bitch. But blood is blood, and like her or not, Calliope was her sister. She also hesitated to send Aiden after her. Who knew what would happen to the boy after being exposed to a lust demon? Then again, Aiden was willful to a degree. She wondered how he still hadn't received a Green Lantern ring. He could probably handle Calliope's seduction, right? Get out while you still can, sister. If you die, it's over. Lucifer is not around to allow passage to hell for your true form. You lot fucking conspired to get rid of him. Maze said her piece. Calliope turned to reply, but was met with nothing. Maze had disappeared. Aiden's P.O.V. Is it just me, or did the world get a little bit darker? I wondered, shivering in uneasiness. It felt like things were about to go very wrong in the coming weeks leading to my birthday. Just for the course for me, really. The only thing I had control over was my own actions. And I elected to keep on getting stronger. Which is why I was going to use my training points to purchase my first sparring partner. I had thought of it hard and long. My initial choices were Iroh, Zuko, Azula, and Sozin. All of them more than firebending masters in their own right. But I had dragons in my dimension. The original firebenders. So most on that roster were straight up useless. I was definitely sparring with Iroh. He might be a copy, but if I wanted to be better at firebending, there was literally nobody else I needed to get me there. But I now had access to lightning. And it was better in every way when compared to traditional flames. Again, having Iroh, a Grandmaster firebender who had mastered lightning bending, would be priceless, but what if I went in a different direction? During Korra's time, lightning bending was more practiced. It wasn't that common by any means, but it was definitely spread out to the masses. And given human ingenuity, the bending had no doubt been added upon and made more efficient. So what if I bought Mako instead of Azula or Zuko like I'd been thinking? Chapter 121, Sparring with Mako. Aiden's P.O.V. After deciding on Mako and Iroh, I didn't hesitate to purchase the first one from the database. I scrolled through and winced upon finding Mako being sold at 100 training points and Iroh at a whooping 200 training points. He was the most expensive one in the database by far. Thankfully, upon reaching master level in firebending, I could access the next tier up, which was Grandmaster, ergo, Iroh was up for grabs. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. There wasn't a need to get too excited and jump the gun. Mako was up first, a veritable lightning genius to get me acclimated to using lightning along with my fighting style, seamlessly blending the two together, and then, Iroh, a Grandmaster to test myself on all facets of my firebending and maybe even more. After all, Iroh had been a general. He probably knew way more about fighting than me. He seemed like the type to cover all his bases. I stood up at the highest peak of a mountain in the fire plane. This one was even bigger than the previous one during my seclusion. The one that had been reduced to debris and charred stones by the lightning showers. That incident reminded me of the common tribulation in cultivation novels. Now that I think about it, it did seem as if I was cultivating. I pressed on the purchase tab and watched as 100 training points were deducted from my balance. I was now left with 285. Damn. A small burst of energy and Mako appeared beneath the mountain, looking up at me. Like a mortal offering a god, a challenge. Well, let's oblige him. I took a step into the empty air and started falling off the peak. Halfway there I called upon my inner fire, and like a flick on a switch the fire grew colder, more precise, methodical and cutting. Sparks of blue lightning clad my form as I landed with an impact on the ground. The ground cratered under me and the immediate section of the ground near my feet caved in slightly. I straightened up and rose. Mako remained fearless. He fell into a stance and spread out his legs to a steady position. I took calm steps towards him, closing the distance between us to only 20 meters apart. I read his form, falling into a classic firebending position as well. He seemed to be in his 20s, telling me I was dealing with Mako at his peak. I couldn't half-ass this. A small breeze blew between us and the fight started. Mako's feet swept out as he flipped, sending a scythe of fire towards me from his leg. I calmly stepped to the side and watched it pass by me. He followed up the scythe with quick and successive punches through the air, shooting out balls of flames that I unraveled, ducked under and swept to the side with flame energy covering my hand. I jumped up to escape a flame arc aimed for my legs and flipped while in the air. Flames shot out of my feet towards his position as I speared down to the ground. He rolled away while I slammed down and melted the earth in one burst due to the hot flames. I felt a stirring through my energy sense, and the jet of flames under my feet suddenly pushed me upwards again. My training pants turned to ash from the shins to ankles. I looked down and saw blue streaks of electric energy bombard that position. Mako's outstretched fingers were slightly smoking. His eyes followed my body whilst in the air, a look of determination coming across his face. I scrunched up my eyebrows as another lightning bolt cut through the space towards me. I felt it through the air with my energy sense, allowing me to spin away with my jet flames. However, I knew I couldn't evade them for long. This form of flying was not as flexible as with airbending. It was fast, but not that great at sudden direction changes. So it's only fitting I switched to lightning like my opponent had. The flame under my feet grew erratic, and the color as well as aesthetic changed. My whole body felt energized, and a screech cut through the air. Mako's assault grew more and more violent as he attacked. The whole area filled with energy blasts of the electric nature. I did my best to stay ahead of him, blitzing away just before any of his attacks could land. Learning how to react. Each second used to dodge or evade, helping my understanding of how I could utilize this force of nature with my energy sense to dominate the field. However, something was bound to change. After dodging for so long, I started putting my efforts into the next reasonable move. Redirecting his lightning. One of the streaks hit me on the chest and I grabbed it with my energy control, wincing slightly as I was a little late and ended up getting shocked slightly. The Black Sabbath t-shirt I had on was scorched to a blackened mess, revealing my chest to the world. My fingers moved in a precise movement and I heaved, gathering his power and dispersing it towards the sky. The streaks of lightning were uncontrolled and uneven. Seems like I had my work cut out for me when redirecting the energy. Luckily, I would adjust and adapt to using this new skill as if I'd been grinding for years. Which was the point of Spark of Enlightenment, but I digress. Mako grew frustrated and his fingers began dancing in the air as he built up a charge stronger than before. Meanwhile, I leaned to the right and shot off, leading the air screaming behind me while I skated in above and around the Master Lightning Bender. My speed was nearing 300 miles per hour as I pushed myself to move even faster. A circle of pure energy left in my wake surrounded Mako in a ring from the sky. I had decided to go on the offense in an unexpected move that would test how good I was at control. Each passing second that circle grew smaller and smaller, squeezing him in. My body escaped the ring. The whole energy structure sustainable through my will alone. Mako's next attack was stronger than before. He held up his fingers to the sky and screamed as a blast of lightning escaped his hands towards me. I looked on and decided not to dodge. Unfortunately for him, the attack did not even make it past the ring of lightning above him. The energy was sucked in and added to the whole thing, increasing the ring's size and power. AM energy field appeared from the ring and covered the whole area beneath it into a dome. Here goes nothing. Try to keep the blast radius to 10 meters and no more, I told myself, holding my hands up. The last thing Mako saw was a focused look on my face before I snapped my finger and destroyed anything inside that dome. The lightning streaks left jagged and burnt trails around a soot-filled crater that had nothing alive standing on it. Despite my victory, I didn't feel that happy. Mako was barely a challenge. And although I had the control down, there was the issue of how much power I put into any attack. Lightning was dangerous. I couldn't half-ass it because it was fast and deadly. I needed to know I could attack an opponent out there in the real world without risking civilian lives or property through wild attacks. Any of those streaks of electric energy could kill someone. I stepped down to the ground and immediately took a meditative pose. It was easy to fall into my unique breathing pattern, absent-mindedly using my inner flame for body refining. The fire ran its course through my body, warm and reassuring. It cleansed both it and my mind, helping me to self-reflect on everything that had happened. I was clearly already above Mako in lightning and firebending. I reckon I could even take 2 of them on. None of his attacks could land without me reading their trajectory, and I was faster, stronger, more durable and way more powerful than him. I needed a real challenge to test the upper limits of what I could do. Which meant, it was time to purchase the big guns. Iroh was a beast. My palm was shaking in anticipation at what I could learn from him. A general in the army, a member of the White Lotus made up of some truly scary as fuck people like Piandao and Bumi, and not to mention he was also a prince of the Fire Nation, someone who had grown up in war. This is either going to end up really badly and I get my ass kicked, or, actually I don't see how else it could go down. I was normally super confident, but Iroh wasn't your run-of-the-mill bender. The only advantages I had over him were 2 things: my stronger physique and equity. That's it. I scrolled down the database tab and came upon the purchase option. I clicked on it and the whole screen shuddered for a split second, making me frown. What was happening? A new test box appeared before my vision. Alert! You cannot purchase a spiritual entity. A request has been put forward for his assistance, but ultimately, the decision to appear falls on him. A bridge between worlds has been established should he choose to heed your call. Come again, say what? If I can't purchase him, why the fuck is there an option to do so on the database? I blink my eyes in surprise. That is not where my focus should be. Iroh is a spirit? What is going on? I tap the text box, minimizing it and enlarging it once more in confusion. Did I finally break the system? Or have I gone insane? I wondered to myself. Neither, I would hope. Especially the last part. I would love to share a cup of tea and have a nice conversation with my host after all. An old, smooth and dignified voice said from my side. I hadn't even felt him appear. Then again, he had answered my call, which meant in a way I'd given him permission to arrive in my realm. I turned, dismissing the text box, and observed him. A small tea brewing table set in an Asian theme, if the china cups were anything to go by, was set before an old man, with a heavy-set yet short build and a glorious beard that framed his chin perfectly and fell to his chest. His eyes held a glint of mirth while his lips were set in a small smile. Robes of Earth Kingdom make were worn over his body, and he sat on his feet staring at me curiously. Well, I'll be damned, it actually is Iroh. Chapter 122, Lessons from Uncle Iroh Part 1. Aiden's P.O.V. I gently placed my palms on the teacup sitting on the table and cleared my throat. I have. Iroh's hand came up to stop me. I know you have questions, he said, eyes closed while breathing in the steam wafting off the teacup in his hands. He sighed out in contentment. This part you do not interrupt. This is the part you enjoy the serenity. I scrunched up my eyebrows and picked up the cup, imitating him and breathing in the steam. Instantly, my whole mind grew clearer and I felt at peace. I blinked my eyes open and frowned. The cup was empty. I remember it being 3/4 full of a green liquid, warm to the touch and aromatic. I looked up following a slight chuckle from Iroh. You look confused. Brings out fond memories with my nephew. I placed the cup firmly down, taking his statement as the cue to speak. How are you doing it? I asked him, motioning to the tea table between us, holding up 2 cups and 1 kettle. Iroh ignored me in favor of taking a sip from his seemingly never-ending tea. You will have to be more precise. How was the tea? It was calming. At least the aroma was. I never took a sip, yet it's empty. I blinked, and when my eyes opened the tea was gone. Iroh hummed. That is troubling. Are you sure? I looked at him in confusion. Sure about what? The cup is EMP, tie. I looked down and stiffened. The aforementioned utensil was full. The color of the tea perfect and even. Steam rose from it into the air. How? I lifted it up and studied it. Was it a trick of the mind? I glanced at Iroh, who still saw fit to ignore me, and took a ginger sip. Bitter taste filled my mouth, yet an overpowering sensation of freedom gripped my body. Like the combination of a shower, massage, sleep, and weed intoxication. I blacked out for the second time. When I came to, the cup was similarly empty. My bones felt stiff, as if I hadn't stretched my body in hours. Something was fucking with my perception. I accessed my telepathy to get rid of any mind control or such, but came up empty. That meant my spirit. I brought a hand to my chest and felt the comfort of my heartbeat. How are you affecting it? A glint of interest finally appeared on Iroh's face. So you are smart. I'm glad to see you're asking the right questions. He took another slow sip of his tea. Unfortunately, you are wrong. I am not affecting your spirit in any way. The unique spiritual essence of the tea, on the other hand, he trailed off with another laugh, is a different matter. You sat there gazing at the sky for 3 hours. It was entertaining. He finished with a belly laugh. I frowned down at the cup. So I was basically getting high and you sat there and didn't stop me. In fact, you refilled the cup twice for me to drink again. I'd scared. I never told you to pick up the cup. You just assumed I was offering you tea. Bullsh. Wait, he was right. After spotting him, I basically walked over, propped my ass down and picked up the steaming cup of tea before me. Then why would you place it so conveniently in front of me? I asked him, poking holes in his answer. He looked at me and raised an eyebrow, his lips turned up in a knowing smile. The cup was never meant for me, was it? I sighed. Correct. I was having tea with a good friend when I received your rather unexpected invitation. I had no way of knowing the tea set would follow me here. I felt like groaning. Let me guess, that is lesson number 1, never jump to conclusions, assume or presume without having all the details. I rolled my eyes with a smile, admitting that he caught me off guard. Unexpectedly, he shook his head. No, the lesson is, always ask for permission first. I blinked before slapping my palm on my forehead. I did it again, jumped to conclusions. Another laugh from the wizened general told me I was correct. I couldn't help it, his laugh was infectious. I found myself chuckling at my own stupidity. I don't know if it was the tea or just the general welcoming aura Iroh exuded, but I felt relaxed. At ease, my body not coiled up in tension, ready for another fight. My name is Aden Strong. I introduced myself, remembering that I actually hadn't. Neither of us had, though I obviously knew him. Welcome to my world. I concluded, motioning around us. Thank you, Aiden. You seem to know of me. Your demeanor says it all. I feel like it would be remiss if I did not introduce myself, however. You can call me Iroh, he said with a smile. I nodded back at him and we settled into a comfortable silence. The cup of tea refilled once again, but I did not try to bring it close to my mouth. My lesson had been learned. Whatever was in it was currently too strong for me. Iroh placed his own cup gently down and nodded at me in approval. Understanding your limits, knowing what you're capable of and not, helps you grow. I found myself agreeing. It was hard to accept sometimes that you've hit the peak of what you can handle, but it was in a sense comforting to know that you could still get better. Still do better. I sensed the avatar's unique chi composition inside you. Intriguing. Never in my years have I encountered this. What is troubling is your spirit itself. He started, his tone taking on a serious note. My heart began beating a little bit faster. Nothing ever good, in all the fictional worlds I know, comes from the implications of what Iroh was saying. My spirit was troubling? That is the core of all I am. That is my soul. I swallowed. What are you talking about? He held up the cup and tapped it. The ringing sound it produced spread out through the surroundings, and I found myself in an ethereal space filled with blue energy. The blue gave birth to a myriad of more colors, blending into a kaleidoscope that preceded detail. Iroh's presence seemed to dim before disappearing. The only thing left behind was his voice. This tea provides the bare nourishing to a regular spirit and mild relaxation to an avatar. It is not meant to intoxicate you, nor should it overwhelm your spirit. Yet it does. To put things into perspective, you need to understand something. A new avatar is born when the current one dies. I listened, nodding at his explanation, already knowing all of that. Part of the blue energy mist coalesced into a familiar figure. 1. The first avatar. The process of reincarnation effectively gives the old soul a new body to live in, before reincarnating again after their longevity comes to an end. One was replaced by another unfamiliar avatar, one who gave way to dozens more than hundreds before familiar figures started to appear. I saw Kyoshi give way to Roku, who gave way to Aang, who was reborn as Korra before Korra turned into a dark-skinned boy. The strength of one's soul is based on the experiences they have gone through. A being like the Avatar, hence, is exceptionally powerful. The energy showing the figure of the dark-skinned boy changed to a scene of impending sand, earth, metal, fire, lightning, water, ice, steam, and air. His body wound down from the bending stances and he sat cross-legged. His hands bumped into one another, ending in fists with his eyes closed. Their spirit have gone through multiple cycles and rebirths that at the end of it all, they are able to exist as the node of a delicate balance between the mortal world and the spirit world, belonging to neither but both. The boy's eyes opened. One of them shone an opaque white, similar to my own whenever I was in the avatar state, while the other was blank. Nothing inside but a hole of black with the exception of pinpricks of light, like stars shining in the open space. A film of energy split his world into two, each section retaining a part of him. The left side was colored white with his clothes glowing and flapping in the wind, while the right side was colored blue. I blinked my eyes and found myself back on my fire plane. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Just to be sure, I looked down at the cup of tea and found it to be full and safely out of my reach, which meant all that was a vision of Iroha's own doing. He could affect my spiritual perception, make me see what I wanted to see, befuddle my mind with illusions. I looked down at the skin of my palm and understood what he meant by saying troubling. My spirit, it's weak. Isn't it? Too weak for an avatar. I came to the conclusion with a bitter laugh. A conclusion he had guided me towards. Studying his face did not reveal what I hoped. It did not show me I was wrong, that I was jumping to conclusions again. What I saw was the confirmation I needed. The process that turned you into the master of all the elements neglected to similarly uplift that part of you. It was artificial and has placed great strain on your soul. It's frankly a wonder that you still hold rational thought. Bending is melding your energy with the energy of the world, and if your spirit is weak or bendable, then you will be corrupted by that which you seek to influence with your will. The bombshell dropped. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 6. Peace.